Nanshan Mental Hospital. Chuan, clutching the so-called mental health assessment report in his hand, ambled nonchalantly towards the nearest bus stop adjacent to the asylum. In truth, he had no intention of visiting this place, for he was acutely aware that he was not unwell. Since childhood, Chuan had lived with his grandfather. His parents had long been away working in distant lands. Life had been manageable for him, yet perhaps due to his grandfather's influence, he had developed an aloof demeanor, characterized by a disposition that kept strangers at bay, coupled with a simplicity that could be described as honestly guileless. However, just a few days prior, while washing his hair in the bathroom, he had inadvertently caught a glimpse of something in the corner of the mirror. It is well known that when washing one's hair, one often harbors doubts about what lurks behind them, and Chuan was no exception yet. At that moment, curiosity got the better of him. He clearly saw a figure, as if someone had ruffled its hair, standing starkly in the corner of the mirror. The reflection depicted that being pressing closely against him, while he could distinctly sense the emptiness behind him. Water from the shower head cascaded wildly. After a full 3 seconds, that entity seemed to sense his gaze, suddenly lifting a corner of its face, which appeared as though it were a jigsaw puzzle composed of hundreds of faces, revealing a mouth filled with maggots, grinning widely. If he had previously doubted whether it was merely his imagination, he could now be entirely certain. He had been tainted by something unclean. Strangely, however, when he finally reacted, he felt nothing, as if it had all been a figment of his imagination. Afterward, he recounted this incident to his grandfather, whose expression turned unusually grave. Somehow, the tale spiraled into misinterpretation among the neighbors. Coincidentally, Mr. Wong from next door was strolling with the director of Nanshan Mental Hospital in the neighborhood, and in jest, Mr. Wong suggested a visit to the asylum. Thus he found himself here. What a predicament! Chuan mused as he rubbed the cold report in his hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Stuffing the report into his pocket, he arrived at the bus stop just in time. There were few people, only 4 in total. Looking up at the sky, which was overcast like a massive pot turned upside down over the mountain city, Chuan remarked, "It seems it's about to rain." The chilly wind began to stir around him. The bus had yet to arrive, so to pass the time, Chuan took out his phone and began scrolling through posts. A post from a user named the Coffin Bearer garnered significant attention. Do you believe in ghosts? It was accompanied by an image featuring 10 words scrawled in a crooked manner, followed by a question mark. Setting aside the other users, Chuan found himself irresistibly drawn to the post at first glance. He clicked on the comments. Zhongyan Maoman. Since the founding of the nation, spirits are prohibited from taking form. Where do all these supernatural occurrences come from? Have you read too many novels? I suggest the Opie Enjoy Baby in the Garden. Red-haired emperor. In a dilapidated temple, the gods are easy to summon in a broken heart. The gods are hard to find. Fellow users, I lay it bare. I'm the last ghostly deity of the human race Bashan. Xianzundarun. Have you heard of the Maoshan Taoist? Not expensive, for I am the true Taoist. 56889988. Don't be superstitious, believe in science. A multitude of users were fervently discussing, while the original poster uploaded another image in the comments. On a wide road shrouded in gloom, the photo depicted fog, and in the distance, something resembling eyes flickered with light. The coffin bearer. To be honest, I don't believe it either. The way to dispel superstition is to confront the supernatural directly. I won't respond to everyone for now, my bus has arrived. At this moment, Chuan suddenly heard the sound of a bus approaching, and as he turned his gaze toward the horizon, Bus 129 was driving closer, its headlights flashing like 2 eyes. Even Chuan couldn't help but gasp softly. Glancing again at his phone, noticing that the original poster, the coffin bearer, was located in Daqing City, which was indeed the same city as his own. Is it just a coincidence? His eyes darted to the 3 individuals beside him. He wondered if the user named the coffin bearer was one of them, for the reality he occupied was strikingly similar to the environment depicted in the photo. One was a youth clad in trendy attire, engrossed in something on his Bluetooth headset, sitting a bit farther away. Another was a woman carrying a shopping basket, casually swiping on her screen to watch a beauty influencer's live stream. The last was a middle-aged man shaving in front of a mirror, who suddenly glanced sideways, locking eyes with Chuan. Chuan felt a pang of unease, but the man simply smiled at him, and he awkwardly returned the smile, as if in greeting. The bus came to a halt in front of the woman, and both the front and rear doors swung open. No one disembarked. The 4 passengers boarded in sequence, with Chuan being the last, right behind the middle-aged man. As the man paused to swipe his card, he turned and whispered, "Damn, I got on the wrong bus." He glanced back at Chuan, saying, "Hey, little brother, I mistakenly boarded this bus. Could you let me through?" "Sorry about that." "Not a problem." As soon as those words left his lips, the card had already been swiped successfully. The man's expression froze. Chuan cast a sympathetic glance his way, realizing that he was now trapped on this bus, unless he was indifferent to the 1 yuan fare. The middle-aged man didn't struggle, having already swiped. He felt it would be a loss not to ride, and fortunately, there were seats available, so he chose one at random. Chuan swiped a student card, but strangely, there was no announcement for student card. 7 seats remained, and he selected one close to the exit, next to a bespectacled gentleman, while the other passengers on the bus cast scrutinizing glances at the newcomers. With a thud, the doors closed, and the bus slowly pulled away. As bus 129 departed, no one noticed that the bright sign at the bus stop did not display the 129 route. Yet in the memories of those who boarded, there lingered a distinct recollection of the 129 bus, as if they were destined to take this route. The atmosphere inside the bus was eerily silent. Not even the sound of phones being scrolled through could be heard. The outside scenery flashed past Chuan's eyes. It felt both strange and familiar until the bus entered a tunnel, at which point he finally understood the source of his unease. The lights hanging on either side flickered ominously, dimming for a full 2 seconds. The earlier middle-aged man stared intently out the window and suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, driver, are you going the wrong way? How can we be in a tunnel already after such a short time?" Some glanced at him, but no one responded. Chuan shared his concerns. If his memory served correctly, there should have been a school here, yet they had abruptly entered a tunnel. It felt as if the tunnel had materialized out of thin air. "Hey, why is no one paying attention? Is the driver deaf? What the hell is going on?" The middle-aged man's voice gradually faded. The girl beside him tugged at his sleeve, pressing her lips together, and whispered, "Stop talking. The driver will stop, but it won't be on the road. Also, you can check the sign beside the road and the words on the ceiling." Despite her efforts to lower her voice, it had no effect in the oppressive silence. Nonetheless, Chuan heard her. Looking up, he noticed that the ceiling was splattered with what appeared to be blood, inscribing a chilling message. "Passengers on the bus, please do not alight." A rule of a bizarre tale? The first thought that crossed Chuan's mind was this, and coupled with the flickering lights outside, it imbued the atmosphere with an unsettling aura. Shifting his gaze to the road sign, he saw that part of the text had been scratched out, indicating the starting point as XX Park, with a stop named Lonely Grave and the final destination labeled Night Sanatorium. "Night Sanatorium," Chuan murmured, his expression betraying a hint of agitation. The gentleman beside him noticed his demeanor, a flicker of suspicion crossing his features. "Excuse me, have you been to this place?" Chuan silently acknowledged that he was not the only one unaware. He turned decisively. "No, I haven't. I was just struck by how melodious the name sounds." The gentleman remained silent. After a while, the middle-aged man, feeling increasingly uncomfortable due to the oppressive quiet, blinked and suddenly had a bright idea, pulling out his phone. The girl beside him looked at him quizzically, noticing his intermittent smiles, and shifted closer. Soon, a tune echoed through the bus. "Fold 1,000 paper cranes, I tie a red ribbon." "What the hell is wrong with you?" "Good grief, you scared me half to death. Newcomer, just behave yourself." The atmosphere in the bus shifted dramatically, the eerie tension dissipating. The middle-aged man quickly stowed away his triumphant grin. Sorry, I pressed the wrong key. By the way, what's with all this talk of gardens and sanatoriums? How does the driver even know how to drive? I've lived here my whole life and have never heard of these places. Don't you find that strange?" As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere froze once more. He raised an eyebrow and changed the song. "The red sun rises in the east, its great path filled with brilliant stop. Are you ever going to finish?" Seeing that no one has responded to me, I decided to play some music to mask my embarrassment, the middle-aged man remarked, setting his phone aside. His gaze swept across the room as he continued. "Now, shall we engage in a discussion about this vehicle?" Chapter 2. The Bus After Dark. A mysterious bus, carrying a group of passengers oblivious to their purpose, embarked on an unknown journey. Inside, The conversation of a middle-aged man continued unabated. To be honest, I consider myself somewhat of a materialist, firmly dismissing any notions of ghosts or supernatural phenomena as mere superstition. However, today feels peculiar. I can't quite articulate it, but I sense a chilling breeze brushing against me. As if I were scantily clad. We have just boarded, and it is unnecessary to elaborate. You must have been seated for only a short while. Perhaps we can share our thoughts and discuss what we feel. As he spoke, Chuan pondered the post titled The Pallbearer on his phone, sinking into contemplation. The bus had emerged from a tunnel into a desolate expanse, and the road ahead led into darkness. Seemingly devoid of an end, a moment of silence enveloped the bus until someone finally spoke. Truth be told, I have no idea why I boarded this vehicle. It felt as though fate guided me here, leading me to a destination I yearned for, and before I knew it, I was on the bus I boarded not long ago, just 2 stops before you. The girl sitting next to the middle-aged man chimed in. I am quite similar, however, you missed an unsettling incident. Someone attempted to disembark, and as he did, he was completely dismembered. Is it true that disembarking is forbidden? Someone mused, sounding incredulous. The middle-aged man clicked his tongue. Still skeptical. This isn't exactly a rule-based horror story. From the back row of the bus, a man clutching a copper coin spoke in a booming voice. You are merely influenced by the supernatural, leading to memories that do not belong to you. As for the individual who was dismembered, he was not killed by any so-called rules. He merely encountered a ghost. His words ignited a spark of intrigue among most passengers. The middle-aged man cast a curious glance at him. And you are Taoist brother? I am young Tianchen, he replied. You may call me Dao Yi, though in this social context, it would be more appropriate to refer to me as Tianchen. The crowd understood. This man was indeed a genuine Taoist. His words were steeped in mystique, speaking of ghosts and supernatural invasions, more fantastical than any tale. Suddenly, the bus emitted a sharp screech, and the entire vehicle shuddered. The bus lacked seatbelts, yet the tremor was mild. On the desolate road, the moonlight began to wane behind the clouds, and the bus, adorned with flickering lights, came to an unexpected halt. Some passengers were taken aback. Is this where we stop? But where are we? Before anyone could voice their inquiries, the driver announced over the intercom, Attention passengers, we have run out of fuel and will need to wait a while for refueling. Your understanding is appreciated. A bus running out of fuel midway? The middle-aged man was on the verge of laughter. Chuan turned his gaze outside. After all, this was no ordinary bus, and surprises were to be expected. Yet, the desolation surrounding them was striking. Most trees were barren, and it was summer. Strangely, a faint melody wafted through the air, approaching as if from afar, yet also close enough to be whispered in one's ear. Chuan instinctively glanced at the middle-aged man, and he was not alone. Most passengers directed their questioning gazes toward him. The man shrugged. Don't look at me. I haven't even touched my phone. The crowd scrutinized him closely. And indeed, he seemed devoid of any device. So where is this music emanating from? Could there be someone living nearby? A voice trembled with unease. That moment, no one could answer her uncertainty. Red skulls? Formless ghosts, bearing the divine to the heavens singing songs. The heavens sigh. Do ghosts devour flesh without a care? The melody seemed to drift in with the wind, alternating between male and female voices. Yang Tianchen listened intently, contemplating, then tossed the copper coin into the air while murmuring an incantation. Suddenly, the coin landed upright just before his eyes for a fleeting second. Through the coin, he glimpsed 6 footless figures clad in black. Lifting a crimson palanquin as they approached the bus, the coin fell. The red ribbons adorning the palanquin fluttered against the wind, revealing a bride seated in the center, veiled in red, singing softly. Behind the palanquin, 2 figures held aloft red lanterns. They glided from the darkness, and as the passengers became aware, the lights inside the bus flickered ominously. Are they human, or? The middle-aged man squinted to see. Yet the figures remained distant, only a hint of red visible. Even so, he swallowed hard. The word ghost lingered unspoken on his lips. Everyone's attention was captivated by this sudden appearance of an ambiguous procession. 6 figures, 1 palanquin, intertwined with crimson against the night, resembling 2 worlds colliding in the eerie night. What kind of characters are these making such a sinister entrance, sending chills down my spine? Perhaps it is best to remain silent. Look around, the desolation is palpable, and we have no inkling of where this bus has brought us. Who knows if there are any lurking entities nearby? Indeed, the earlier incident with Peng Xiaoming serves as a cautionary tale. It is increasingly evident that this bus is anything but ordinary, and the place it has brought us to is likely equally abnormal. What if we truly encounter something unclean? After all, we are merely ordinary individuals. Those who had remained silent previously now spoke up, for humans possess an inherent curiosity when confronted with the unknown. A sense of unease stirred within Chuan. The debate of whether ghosts truly existed had slipped from his mind. A gust of wind swept through, and even while seated within the bus, everyone felt the chilling caress upon their skin, particularly as the haunting melody seemed to whisper close to their ears. Suddenly, a young man stood up, trembling slightly. "Hey, I say, why don't we just get off and run back? It might take some time, but it's better than staying on this bus." Some shot him reproachful glances. Yet no one dared to expose his ulterior motives. His name was Huang Feng. Earlier, he had feigned ignorance to gain Peng Xiaoming's trust, encouraging him to disembark and explore the rules, resulting in Xiaoming's demise. Now, the scene was repeating itself, with no one to warn him and no one to call out his intentions. Huang Feng glanced at the four newcomers, finally fixing his gaze on Chuan. "Little brother, they ignoring me, but the logic stands. Remaining here is akin to waiting for death." Chuan turned his gaze toward him. "So what then?" Seeing an opportunity, Huang Feng eagerly responded, "Of course, we should organize a few people to escape quickly. Rather than stay here waiting for death, it's better to leave." He swept his gaze across the passengers, adopting a tone of authority. Mr. Lu Sun once said, "In silence, one either erupts or perishes." Well said. Huang Feng thought, pleased that the young man was so easily swayed. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, Chuan interjected, "Nonsense. I'm no fool. You might as well say, 'Hey, little brother, why don't you go down and scout the way for me?' Surely, one doesn't use such targeted language to deceive. If you were in a novel, you'd be lucky to last 3 chapters. If you wish to leave, feel free. If you think I'm easy to bully," Chuan smiled at him, "then go ahead and bully me. I doubt I can overpower you." A chuckle rippled through the crowd. Huang Feng's expression darkened momentarily but quickly returned to normal. "This little brother has quite the imagination. Then let's all remain here and wait it out. There are no gas stations nearby, and who knows if we'll find peace tonight." He settled back into his seat, allowing his gaze to drift outside. Just as his words prompted contemplation among the others, the middle-aged man unexpectedly interjected, "These days, buses run on new energy. Who needs a gas station?" Some passengers began to awaken to the implications. Huang Feng shot him a glance but remained silent. Chuan then turned to the driver. "So what exactly is being refueled? Hey, you folks better pay attention to what's outside. It's less than 5 meters away." Everyone turned to the bus doors, and indeed, they could now see clearly. A bride in wedding attire, ghosts bearing a palanquin, red lanterns, skeletal visages. Everyone's hearts clenched as they beheld the figures rise from the ground, forcing themselves to remain silent. Suddenly, the driver's voice rang out, "Attention passengers, the bus is about to lose power, a halt and an impending blackout." This driver truly lacks awareness, of course. Such thoughts remained unvoiced. With a whoosh, the bus lost power. Darkness enveloped them, illuminated only by the faint glow of the moon. Yet when the clouds obscured it, one could not see their hand in front of their face. The man closest to the front door detected a foul odor akin to decay and hastily activated his phone's flashlight. However, as he directed the beam forward, he found his head shrouded beneath a red veil, and upon lifting his gaze, he was met with a pair of ghastly white eyes. Beneath the veil, this bloodless specter opened her mouth wide, gradually regurgitating her entrails. Suddenly, her grin stretched unnaturally to her ears, and a heart splattered onto his face. His piercing scream barely escaped his lips before the sound of his body collapsing filled the air. His phone fell to the floor, and through the fading light, Chuan struggled to see. The woman in ancient bridal attire had boarded the bus. Chapter 3. The new passenger. The beam of the phone's flashlight had dimmed significantly, barely illuminating the figure that had just entered, leaving the passengers unable to fully discern the newly arrived specter, save for the long legs beneath her bridal gown. Simultaneously, the fallen man also triggered an alarm within the hearts of the crowd. Chuan averted his gaze, remaining motionless as he stared at his own hand. indifferent to the chilling wind that swept through the back door. After all, it was unclear what the man had done to provoke the wrath of the vengeful spirit. The bride in a red dress slowly advanced, her crimson veil seemingly capable of perceiving every corner of the vehicle. Soon, she found a spot to sit, and at that moment, the flashlight of a mobile phone flickered and abruptly extinguished, plunging the interior of the bus back into darkness. The atmosphere was indeed heart-stopping. Sharing a vehicle with a ghost was undeniably terrifying. Attention all passengers, the bus has been fueled and is about to commence its journey. Though the driver's voice was mechanical, it evidently shone like a glimmer of hope amidst despair upon the crowd. The bus lights flickered to life, gradually restoring visibility. Chuan had no inclination to search for the ghost's whereabouts. Instead, he scrutinized the fallen man. His current state was akin to a bird soaring toward the heavens. Yet, the terror reflected in his eyes was palpable, even to the extent that his eyeball lay on the ground, a testament to the horror inflicted by the bride in a red dress. Dead. The boy who had boarded with Chuan and the others sat directly opposite the man. Unable to contain himself, he glanced at a woman seated across from him, but she merely cast a fleeting glance at the corpse before averting her gaze. As though repulsed in the face of death, humanity often exhibits a chilling indifference. The boy swallowed hard, his fists clenched, as the desire to survive swelled within him. The vehicle started smoothly, yet the passengers remained enveloped in a profound silence. Those seated in the back were particularly unfortunate, for the bride in a red dress was perched beside them, immobile and mute. The Taoist priest, Yang Tianqin, in the last row, displayed remarkable courage as he dared to gaze directly at her. This glance proved startling. Although, faced away, he could distinctly see her front. Was the bus's supernatural force insufficient to suppress her? Even his senses seemed to be affected by her, he silently pondered, turning his gaze toward the driver, questioning the true purpose behind their gathering. The scenery outside shifted, distancing them from the previous location. Chuan felt a gentle nudge at his elbow and caught a glimpse of the cultured man beside him, whose eyes urged him to look up at the ceiling of the bus. Initially skeptical, he eventually raised his head. What he saw was a blood-red message that had transformed from "Please do not exit the bus" to "Please do not engage with the ghosts on board." Judging from earlier, the first message did not seem erroneous. After all, he had survived. Yet, the man's death diminished the credibility of that statement. Are you doubting the veracity of this message? Chuan's eyelids involuntarily twitched, acknowledging the audacity required to speak so boldly. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "This message serves as a peculiar hint for us players. The line between truth and deception is blurred. Does it signify protection or death?" The cultured man nodded in agreement. The earlier man's death was indeed surprising. In such darkness, none could fathom what he did to invoke the ghost's murderous intent. Moreover, we must remember that there is more than one ghost aboard this bus. The two exchanged knowing glances with the driver. The other passengers, drawn in by their conversation, began to realize the driver was surely not an ordinary person. Now, when it was time to flee, it was too late to express concern. Huang Feng voiced this sentiment. Chuan ignored him, realizing that this individual was truly addicted to theatrics. The cultured man smiled at the two, stating, "It's best to refrain from idle chatter. We are all in this bus together. Discovering a way to return should be our main priority, for none can predict who will be next to perish. Is there any chance this bus will stop?" A woman seated next to the middle-aged man expressed her apprehension. Chuan glanced at the route map. The final destination of this bus was the night asylum. The intervening letters were obscured, but there should still be 3 stops remaining. Upon hearing this, the passengers were filled with both sorrow and despair. The middle-aged man struggled to avert his gaze from the ghost, wanting to speak. Yet it was the woman behind him carrying a basket of vegetables who broke the silence. "I believe we should call the police. Look at that poor child. Oh, how tragic," someone responded. "What good would calling the police do? Just lead to more deaths. But what if we don't reach the terminal? What then? Even if we do arrive, will this bus take us back? Or will it dispose of us and bring in a new set of passengers? Furthermore, could the words written here be those left behind by the previous group of passengers? Each station seems akin to a small side quest, ultimately leading to the bus being devoid of life." The woman, realizing the peculiar stares from the crowd, chuckled nervously. "Please don't look at me like that. When I have spare time at home, I enjoy reading mystery and detective novels, and sometimes my mind conjures up all sorts of theories. This explanation was reasonable, yet it made the passengers acutely aware of one thing. There were no fools aboard this bus, except for Peng Xiaoming, who was left with nothing but ruin. The cultured man beside Lu Chuan stroked his chin, acknowledging that they could only take one step at a time. After all, who among ordinary people could contend with supernatural occurrences? In the face of ghosts, all intellect appeared futile. Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow. While they may not be ordinary individuals, there was still a Taoist priest among them. He did not turn around but inquired. That Taoist in the back, do you possess any useful methods? The middle-aged man, eyes closed, interjected, yes. What about the 5 Thunder Heart method? Or any Taoist techniques you know? Do share. Aren't you a materialist? Why fear this? A girl beside him teased. The middle-aged man internally lamented. He had never anticipated the ghost would be seated in front of him. Yang Tianqian in the back row initially intended to remain aloof, but reconsidered. The presence of more people would at least increase the margin for error, especially since he could not guarantee how to address the issues that might arise. I don't know much. Ever since I can remember, I've been meditating on the mountain. However, I have heard the elders of the Taoist sect speak of supernatural matters. Within the realm of the supernatural, there are 3 unwritten rules. Do not speak of it. Do not observe it. Do not name it. This world is divided into 2 realms, yin and yang, beyond the reach of ordinary people. Most ghosts cross over from the yin realm, while some are born of the earth over time, possessing supernatural powers that spell disaster for the average individual. Not to mention some vengeful spirits who can alter their surroundings through their innate powers, creating small hells known as ghost domains. Once a ghost domain is established, humans become mere trap birds within the ghost world. Furthermore, and most importantly, ghosts cannot be killed by human hands. After a while, the group finally absorbed this information. This meant that, before these ghosts, they were utterly insignificant. Who could possibly survive? How on earth did I decide to take this cursed bus? What a miscalculation. I still have so much life left to live. Oh no, why is my phone out of signal? Hey, mine too. This must surely be a sign that the ghosts are coming. Lu Chuan also checked his phone, confirming there was indeed no signal. Data and communication were entirely unavailable. Yet, his screen remained on a post by the coffin bearer, which had refreshed with an image. At that moment, he finally had the chance to view it. The coffin bearer had posted a picture of 6 individuals carrying a coffin across a desolate grassy field, accompanied by someone holding a red lantern. The bride in the red dress sat atop the coffin. Lu Chuan focused intently, feeling an inexplicable sensation that something unseen was scrutinizing him from behind. His intuition warned him that this presence was certainly not human. If he tilted his phone ever so slightly, he could glimpse through the screen to discern who was watching him, yet he dared not do so. He tucked his phone away, exhaling a breath of relief, only to catch a glimpse of yellow ghost money drifting in through the window, landing squarely on his lap. Chapter 4. The Weeping Tomb. He inwardly cursed his misfortune. The cultured man beside him regarded him with a look of apprehension. The sudden appearance of the yellow ghost money, intended for the deceased, unsettled Lu Chuan, despite his constant mental vigilance. He picked up the paper and hurled it out the window. But before he could even sigh, the paper fluttered back onto him. Am I being targeted by a ghost? Skeptical, he threw it out again, only for it to return once more. Finally, he crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it away. This time, it did not return. Lu Chuan's gaze sharpened. He still felt uneasy. 2 Vengeful spirits aboard were terrifying enough. If another were to join, it would likely target him first. He dared not contemplate such horrors. Phew! The cultured man's hair was tousled by the wind as he quickly shut the window, his expression betraying discomfort. He was grateful it wasn't him. He cast a glance at Lu Chuan, who was initially relieved. But upon noticing the ghost money clinging to Lu Chuan's back, any hope he had was swiftly extinguished by reason. Just as he was about to warn him, someone else spoke up. Look, there are so many pieces of ghost money outside. Are they for humans or ghosts? Good heavens, there's more than what I burned for the dead during tomb sweeping. Hey, let's stick to speaking Mandarin in this situation. Quick, check whether it's for humans or ghosts. The unwritten rules of the supernatural state, one must not observe it. I've memorized that. Don't try to trick me. In the hearts of the crowd, thoughts echoed. Do not look, under no circumstances gaze. Yet, The curtains remained unshuttered. How could they be unseen? Surrounding the roadway for miles, irregularly scattered were hundreds of graves, large and small, with burnt paper money swirling in the wind. Terrified, the onlookers hastily drew up the windows. The sound resonating in perfect unison, however, unbeknownst to them. Outside the bus, paper money fluttered against the vehicle's exterior, causing it to momentarily shimmer and fade in no time. The bus discarded its wheels and exterior, leaving only a thin inner layer and a group of anxious passengers. Nevertheless, the bus continued its forward journey in the blink of an eye, the once desolate expanse abruptly birthed figures clad in mourning garments emerging from behind the graves. Paper money, mournful melodies, chants, and wails, they moved with impeccable order, a service model executed flawlessly, yet no matter from which angle one observed, they all faced away from the bua in the rear of the vehicle. Yang Tianqian retrieved a copper coin bracelet from his bag, muttering an incantation as he adorned his wrist with it. As midnight approached, was this bus, traversing the realms of the living and the dead, to collect all the restless spirits active in the midnight hour? Unbelievable. Just moments ago, I was utterly oblivious to the encroachment of the ghostly realm upon reality, yet it was not too late. The malevolent spirit on the verge of emergence had already detected the bus and was testing the waters, and with such an abundance of spectral soldiers, it was far from the earlier encounter. They were doomed. Even if I were the sole survivor. Without further contemplation, he resolutely steeled his mind, a withered, pallid, ghostly hand materializing from behind him, slowly tearing through the air. Yang Tianqian sensed the spectral hand's ethereal power gradually rending the veil of the ghostly domain. Yet only he understood the true nature of the powerful spirit dwelling within him. The ghostly hand withdrew, and as he glanced around, the bus appeared unchanged, yet he was now the only occupant remaining. The bride in her wedding gown sat motionless in her seat, radiating an unearthly chill. His instinct screamed of impending peril, emanating from the driver. A total of 13 individuals stood alone on the road, gazing at the bus, which flashed its lights yet bore no driver or bride, exchanging bewildered glances. They appeared as if their faces bore the inscription of confusion. Wait, when did we disembark? The only response was a chilling, eerie wind. None could fathom the unfolding events. The vast expanse was filled only with the sinister winds and the wailing melodies that echoed like the grim reapers of fate. The bus loomed before them, and the spectral figures donned in mourning attire seemed indifferent to their presence. Some trembled uncontrollably, while others sought to arm themselves with anything at hand, only to discover that they possessed nothing but their clothing. Chuan observed that the cemetery stretched for miles, countless graves scattered about, yet curiously, before each grave stood 3 figures in mourning attire. One wept, another burned paper money, and the last played music and chanted. Now, none cared about the supernatural boundaries. They closed their eyes, not wishing to recall their deaths, for the agony of despair was a torment they wished to evade. Suddenly, the mournful melodies and chants ceased. The spectral figures mechanically set aside their tasks, turning in unison towards the onlookers, their heads twisting a full 180 degrees. Under their chilling gaze, a ghastly smile emerged, pallid and unsettling. Where is that Taoist priest? Quickly, search for him. Have we been marked? If we flee now, can we escape? The crisis loomed ominously, and all pretenses of bravado crumbled. As they searched the crowd for Yang Tianqian, they realized he was nowhere to be found. Damn, where could that Taoist priest have gone? Hasn't he abandoned us, has he? Should we flee as well? Flee? The refined man, Ning Yuan, surveyed their surroundings. Have we encountered any living souls on this journey? We've seen plenty of ghosts. Who knows if there are more yet to come? The middle-aged man nodded in agreement, finally opening his eyes. While we are together, we must not stray alone. Dying would be a grave loss. Nonsense. Dying together would be swifter. Dispersing might offer a chance. I don't care. I'm running. Even if I can't return, dying later is still better than dying sooner. Hey, take me with you. With one person initiating the flight, more quickly followed suit, for standing still was akin to waiting for death. They dashed back along the path they had come, half of the spirits casting their gaze upon them, regardless of the risks. They pressed forward, their pace quickening before the vengeful spirits. Are we truly escaping? Mused the woman with a basket, glancing back at the few remaining. Now, it's just the 5 of us left. and those ghosts seem like machines, ready to attack at any moment. We should strategize. The girl beside the middle-aged man spoke up. Have you all noticed? They are not only watching us, they are also focused on the bus. Chuan pointed ahead. Upon hearing this, the others hastily glanced over, and indeed, it was true. It was evident that the ghosts were keen on devouring them, yet their eyes frequently darted towards the bus, seemingly cautious. This bus was undoubtedly extraordinary. Even ghosts exhibited rationality. Let us board the bus. Under Chuan's guidance, they approached the bus doors and pushed forcefully. To their dismay, they found them utterly unyielding. Everyone step aside. Let me handle this, the middle-aged man, brimming with bravado, shouted as he raised his elbow and struck the door with all his might. Bang, bang, bang. The doors remained as impenetrable as steel, showing not a hint of movement. The group exchanged worried glances, collectively attempting to force the doors open. This is dreadful. We can't get it open. What now? Dingling. The sound of bells echoed behind them, and upon glancing back, they beheld thousands of vengeful spirits advancing towards them. Contorted and grotesque. Chapter 5. Despair, on the brink of death. The bus won't open. Run, cursed the middle-aged man. There was no time for further discussion. They fled with all their might. Initially, they had intended to open the doors and escape before the driver could return. But plans had crumbled in the face of chaos. The middle-aged man lamented. I thought I was the protagonist, but alas, oh no, they're catching up. At that moment, all other thoughts dissipated. The vengeful spirits halted intermittently. Yet their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Even a mere glance could induce terror. Thankfully, they had previously taken precautions against the bride in the wedding gown. Dingling. The middle-aged man roared, Damn it, if I catch that ghost, I swear I'll flay it and feast on its flesh. Uncle, can you even fight it? The girl trailing behind him inquired. It doesn't matter if I can or not. Let us just be straightforward. Otherwise, if we die, we'll have no one to complain to. What cannot be said, what cannot be seen. It appears we have disregarded all of that. The group exchanged glances, realizing the truth. Their figures darted like the wind along the road as the contorted specters pursued them, resembling an epic horror film. Yet, not long after their escape, they found themselves confronted by the very individuals who had fled ahead of them, now barreling towards them in a state of panic. Chuan furrowed his brow. We're heading north, yet they're coming from the south. How did they get ahead of us? The girl questioned. Could it be a circle? Or are we caught in a ghostly wall? Ningyuan's eyes glinted with realization. We've lost a few people. No, look behind them. What? Chuan and the others craned their necks to see, and though a distance remained between the two groups, they could clearly see the latter running for their lives, with a ghost clad in a black Zhongshan suit following closely behind. Damn. Ningyuan disregarded the middle-aged man, saying, if I'm not mistaken, that bell sound seems to be coming from behind them. What do we do? Left or right? The girl, feeling the urgency of their escape, glanced back at the approaching ghost, her heart pounding as she realized the situation was dire. Just then, the two groups converged, yet strangely, the fleeing individuals rushed past them, faces twisted in terror, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Chuan and Ningyuan swiftly veered left, desperate to distance themselves from the ghost, while the middle-aged man led the girl and the woman to the right, cursing Huang Feng for almost colliding with someone, only to find that the other was too preoccupied with fleeing to respond, which further fueled his frustration. They narrowly avoided the specter in the Zhongshan suit, who seemed to have noticed them and lightly shook the bell. Dingling. The sound of the bell rang out, and the group, previously in flight, was suddenly rooted in place by an unseen force. Positioned behind this vengeful spirit, they finally noticed that 3 individuals from the bus were trailing behind it, yet their appearances were ghastly, eyes bulging, faces ashen. They seemed like mere shells, following the ghost like the living dead. Upon seeing them, the group's desire to survive intensified, yet no matter how they struggled, they were utterly immobilized, as if trapped in a scene from a horror film. No, don't come closer. I want to go home, home. Come forth, I shall slay you. This must be a nightmare. Huang Feng, awaken quickly. You have yet to amass a fortune of 100 million, in the distance. Anguished screams echoed, vividly illustrating the despair and terror faced by those confronted with the legion of malevolent spirits. Dingling suddenly, The three figures standing behind the vengeful spirits moved, their mouths agape, teeth grinding ominously. As they advanced towards the fort, "Are we to perish?" Tears streamed down the girl's face as she gazed at the specters, laughing and crying simultaneously. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Luo Hui, and I do not wish to die without you even remembering my name." The three spirits drew near, selecting Lu Chuan, Ning Yuan, and the woman carrying a basket of vegetables. A complex expression flickered in the woman's eyes. Is it to be revealed so soon, just at the beginning of this ordeal? On the supernatural bus, Yang Tianqian found himself under the immense pressure of two formidable spirits. Cold sweat trickling down the nape of his neck, he slowly closed his eyes, striving to adjust his mental state, preparing to enter a state of oblivion. Yet, at that moment, the driver's voice resonated in his mind, causing a sharp pain that felt as if his head might burst. "You should assist them." Yang Tianqian's fingers twitched slightly, contemplating. "Are you human or spirit? Your question is rather foolish. Perhaps you could calculate my fate instead." "Ha, let it be," Yang Tianqian scoffed. "Tell me, why do you want me to help them?" "Their fate is of no concern to me." The voice paused. "Because you all are the fortunate ones chosen by my master. When midnight arrives, the supernatural bus will transport his most devoted followers to the night sanitarium, tearing apart the last veil of this world." This revelation was profound. Yang Tianqian's eyelids flickered, nearly opening as he cast aside the pain and inquired, "But why us?" "A mere coincidence, a chance encounter." Upon hearing this response, Yang Tianqian initially thought he had misheard. Not daring to ponder further, a surge of courage welled up within him, and he began to probe the other party with his spiritual sight. "It is a spirit, but why does it possess human consciousness?" He decisively withdrew his spiritual sight. Today's events were challenging his understanding. "Haha, you cannot comprehend my existence, yet I wish to remind you that if they all perish, the consequences will rest solely upon your shoulders." Yang Tianqian did not respond. He indeed had much to contemplate. Previously, he had imparted the principles of the supernatural to that group of naive souls with the hope of granting them some leeway. Coupled with the driver's recent revelations, the master he spoke of was likely an entity beyond his capabilities to confront. There is no time left, false Taoist. Among them is a spirit tamer. Quite powerful yet still observing, and another him, a natural spirit tamer. The driver's voice resonated once more. Yang Tianqian's copper coin bracelet shattered with a sound, and he opened his pained eyes, internally shouting, "Who is the false Taoist? The true master is right here." Yet he was taken aback to discover that among the group there was indeed a concealed spirit tamer. He had been overly complacent. Retreating to the mountains for meditation had made him too comfortable. "Driver, whether you are human or spirit, know this. I am not one to be easily frightened. Were it not for my desire to prolong my life, do you truly believe I would shy away from a confrontation with you?" The driver remained silent, and his silence served as the most eloquent of responses. Before Yang Tianqian, reality began to warp, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself standing before Lu Chuan and the others. The three who had perished under the control of the vengeful spirits lay mere centimeters from Lu Chuan and the others, victims of supernatural means. Casting a glance at the five, he could discern no clues as to who the spirit tamer might be. Presumably, since the opponent had already taken action, they possessed some semblance of conscience, and he thought no more on the matter, for he had already sensed a pair of vengeful eyes glaring at him from behind. "I will hold it off. You must not remain idle. That bus exists in both the tangible and intangible realms. You must navigate it to strike it down," Yang Tianqian declared, waving the copper coins before the five. Two streams of supernatural power clashed, and Yang Tianqian casually flicked 5 coins, propelling the 5 away. His eyes narrowed in unison. The opponent's tactics were formidable, the balance of the spirits beyond imagination, rendering them impossible to investigate. Saved, yet saved. Luo Hui felt as though she had narrowly escaped a calamity and picked up the copper coin that had fallen to the ground, convinced of its utility. The others likewise gathered the coins. Recalling how terrifying it had been when the three approached to kill, only to be swiftly dispatched in a gruesome manner. Even the usually composed Ning Yuan's expression had turned exceedingly grim. Lu Chuan called out to the now-turned Yang Tianqian, "That bus, we have attempted to open it." The other party did not turn around. "My copper coins can provide you with a modicum of protection." Place the coins on the bus door, and it shall open naturally. However, I must forewarn you, the time I can procure is limited, and should danger arise, you are on your own. Understood, let us proceed. The middle-aged man solemnly nodded to the four. He was under no obligation to protect them, and their ability to act was already a tremendous stroke of fortune. They resolved to avoid the road, lest they attract the spirit with the ringing bell once more. Very well. The four nodded, clutching their copper coins as they set forth, not daring to waste a moment. Chapter 6. The domain of spirits is hell. Yang Tianqin's battle with the vengeful spirits was beyond their comprehension, and they had no time to observe. They hurriedly dashed through the fields toward the bus. With the ringing of bells gone, they ran swiftly. However, just after covering a short distance, thousands of vengeful spirits suddenly appeared ahead, blocking their path, their eyes fixed intently upon them. This is bad. I nearly forgot about them. The group secretly lamented their misfortune, for they possessed no means to combat the vengeful spirits. Had it not been for Yang Tianqin's timely arrival, their fate would have surely been annihilation. Faced with such an overwhelming number of spirits, they felt utterly powerless. With so many spirits present, how had those who came before them left no trace? No blood upon the ground? Did spirits even require blood? Luo Hui's focus was evidently different from theirs. For her, this journey had already been sufficiently horrifying. Surviving was the priority. Ning Yuan raised his hand. Signaling the others to halt, he produced the copper coin, casting a glance at the four beside him. Everyone, you have witnessed the powers of the vengeful spirits. They are on an entirely different level from us. However, that Taoist just now provided us each with a copper coin, claiming it would protect us. He paused, his tone grave. Are you willing to take a gamble? Gamble on what? Humanity? Lu Chuan grasped the coin. After all, we face death either way. Moreover, we do not have much time left. Should we delay further, our fate will not differ from that of the previous group. We can only forge ahead. The young man possesses some wisdom. Let us proceed together. The middle-aged man patted Lu Chuan's shoulder, and the group ceased their discussions, moving resolutely toward the front. With each step, they could feel the oppressive aura of the vengeful spirits. An instinctive reaction from their very beings, Lu Chuan deliberately averted his gaze from the spirits, tightly gripping the copper coin, and amidst the chilling winds, he could even hear the beat of his own heart. The grotesque faces of the spirits unfurled into sinister grins as the five drew closer, and the protective mechanism of the copper coins activated, forcing a path through the furious spirits. However, within this realm, the supernatural power of the coins seemed significantly diminished, allowing the spirits to employ certain rules in their actions upon perceiving the group of lambs. Some spirits grasped ghostly paper money, tossing it skyward to ignite without fire. Others wailed and laughed, their cries intermingling in an endless echo, and still others. The expressions of the five were grave, fervently wishing to be deaf and blind in that moment, their minds repeating the mantra, to speak of the unspeakable, to see the unseeable, to name the unnameable. The vengeful spirits were bound by dual constraints of rules and copper coin magic, unable to step beyond their designated boundaries, yet the humans were not similarly constrained. Should they trigger the threshold of the rules, their fate would be death. The spirits incessantly influenced them from the sides, compelling the group to lower their heads and follow the route imprinted in their memories toward the bus. Yet, even though the spirits parted to grant them passage, what good was it to rely on memories without the aid of sight? Luo Hui walked in the second-to-last position, behind the woman, fixated on the middle-aged man's heels. Unaware that at a certain moment, she had been led astray by the spirits. Her direction had veered drastically, and the spirits had unwittingly guided her to a grave in the field. Staring intently at the ground, Luo Hui watched as the cement path transformed into yellow earth, her heart filled with confusion. How did I end up here? I recall the bus being on the road, did I not? Just as her confusion deepened, the spirit before her suddenly whirled around. Startled, Luo Hui forced herself not to look up. If she remained ignorant of what lay ahead, she would truly be a fool. What to do? In that moment of helplessness, Luo Hui bit her lip and resolutely turned back to the road. The supernatural power of the copper coin compelled the spirits to part for her. Yet, just as one wave of turmoil subsided, another arose. How could she discern her direction with her head bowed? Standing frozen in place, she was at a loss as to where to go, utterly unable to distinguish east from west. Yet, This very action triggered the spirit's deadly rule. The supernatural protection of the copper coin could no longer shield her fully. She began to hear cries and laughter from all directions, her determination crumbling piece by piece. After a long while, she took a step forward, her consciousness fading, her flesh and blood shriveling, until she found herself back at the grave she had encountered earlier, where she halted, now resembling a dried corpse. With a sudden motion, the copper coin slipped from her palm, cascading into her shoe. Raising her head with an expression that oscillated between laughter and tears, she began to unearth the grave before her. Undeterred by the blood that flowed from her fingertips, upon breaking through the earth, she discovered a coffin within. She leapt into the grave, pushed aside the empty casket, and donned the funeral attire contained within. With her bloodied and mangled hands raised, she clawed her way back to the surface, writhing on the ground like a maggot, her laughter and cries intermingling as she sought the feet of the living amidst the throng of specters. Moving awkwardly toward them, two supernatural forces intertwined and collided within her. The copper coins had waned, yet their essence lingered, placing her in a most peculiar state, under the malevolent influence of the vengeful spirits. The other four had strayed further from the bus, while the aura of the copper coins gradually diminished. Yuan exhaled, having lost his sense of direction, yet he spotted the bus ahead, as his lowered gaze brushed against the door. The fear that had once gripped his heart began to unravel his rationality, as the supernatural force of the vengeful spirits overshadowed that of the copper coins, conjuring before him the very object of his desire, the bus. In his perception, he was already seated within, while to the eyes of the malevolent spirits, this lamb appeared to be driving an imaginary vehicle atop a grave. Terrifyingly, he remained blissfully unaware. The middle-aged man was caught in a futile loop. No matter which direction he turned, he found himself back where he started, at times even pacing in place. The woman, carrying a basket of vegetables, wandered through the malevolent spirits when the surroundings flickered ominously. As if the spirits were closing in on her, in an instant, darkness enveloped her. "Stay away. Do not pursue me. Do not run aimlessly. We must unite, for this is a ghost wall. Running about serves no purpose. Why are we the only ones here? What of the others? Have they perished? We cannot escape. I wish this were merely a dream, for upon my death, the dream would end." Voices echoed around the woman. Her eyelids twitched as she gazed into the inky blackness, pondering. "I seem to have triggered something, descending into a deeper realm. It is said that hell has 18 layers, each with its own space, rules, and constraints. It is unclear which layer of the vengeful spirit's domain I occupy, but judging by the voices, that group is not too far from me." She retrieved her phone, which recognized her face. The screen lingering on comments posted by the coffin bearer. She switched on her flashlight and moved toward the source of the voices. Initially, she had intended to feign ignorance and venture to the fabled sanatorium to fulfill a commission. But she had overlooked one crucial detail. In the presence of malevolent spirits, all are on edge. Fortunately, Yang Tianqian was there, though she could not fathom why he hastily chose to enter this place. At least the most formidable of spirits had been delayed. She was no novice. Everything Yang Tianqian had spoken of resonated with her, and having traversed numerous supernatural incidents over the years, accepting various commissions, she had gleaned one vital truth. The ghost realm is indeed hell. Her name was Xia Ran, codenamed the Coffin Bearer. At that moment, in the first layer of hell, Chuan took a deep breath. His acute human senses led him to almost certainly conclude that he was alone. He had anticipated this outcome, and upon sensing something amiss, he quickly closed his left eye, pressing the copper coin against his right eye, the coin possessing a square hole through which his pupil peered. Having prepared himself for this step, he slowly lifted his gaze. Chapter 7. Ghostly Funeral Attire, Worn by the Living. Earlier, on the bus, Chuan had caught a glimpse of Yang Tianqian in the rearview mirror. Observing the outside world, the principle of refraining from direct sight was evidently a supernatural code established over generations by those like them. Chuan was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and Yang Tianqian. Yet retreat meant death. He had no choice but to emulate him. Lifting his gaze, through the square hole of the copper coin, he beheld the vengeful spirits, each adorned with faces of loathing, eager to pounce and end his life. But Chuan chose to disregard them. However, he noted a peculiar detail. If he lingered in one spot for more than 3 seconds, the spirits would involuntarily chuckle, as if struck by a thought. He began to move, hopping and glancing around, until at last, he spotted the bus ahead. Chuan maneuvered through the throng of vengeful spirits, the copper coin in his hand steadily eroding. He knew time was of the essence. Yet the spirits had blocked his path. Should he squeeze through them? Chuan furrowed his brow in that instant. A small fragment of the coin crumbled to ash. Chuan's gaze shifted. The coin could endure no longer. He had to act. He propelled himself forward, like a wild stallion unleashed, crashing into the spirits, toppling a multitude, and surged toward the bus. This audacious act accelerated the coin's decay, quickly reducing it to a mere film. As Chuan brushed against the spirit's hands and feet, he felt their bloodless, desiccated flesh, muscles contracting in an instant. Overcome by discomfort, Chuan had no alternative. For the first time, he experienced the life-and-death sensation brought on by the vengeful spirits, having long cast aside his rationality. One by one, the spirits extended their withered hands, grasping at him, attempting to halt his advance. Yet they underestimated Chuan's fierce determination to survive, for the bus was now within reach. The spirit's grip tightened, and with all his might, he pressed the copper coin against the bus door. With a creak, it swung open. The spirit's eyes gleamed like daggers, their hands claw-like. They sensed the unique aura of the bus, which instilled fear within them, compelling them to exert even greater force. Just as the path to salvation lay before him, Chuan felt the copper coin vanish entirely, and he weakly lowered his bloodless hand. As the spirits covered his eyes, nose, ears, chest, feet, and loins, the supernatural force invaded his body. For an ordinary person to reach this juncture was commendable. Chuan sensed his consciousness gradually dissipating, the environment around him seeming dreamlike and surreal. He felt as though he had returned to a time when he was bathing, staring blankly at his reflection in the mirror. Yet, unlike before, he was now the sole occupant. No, why am I having such thoughts? If I am alone in the bath, wouldn't the mirror naturally reflect only me? Countless withered hands enveloped him entirely, leaving no room for thought. He summoned his strength and frantically struggled against the spirits. Without the copper coin, he was ill-equipped to contend with their power. The only means to repel them lay within the bus. I must get on. In another layer of the vengeful spirits' hell. The group that had initially fled found themselves ensnared by unseen hands tugging at their hair, their desperate cries echoing, yet it seemed that only death awaited them. Suddenly, a woman, Chuan, approached from the distance. Ha! I remember her. Could it be that they too have been drawn in? I never anticipated that the one accompanying me into the underworld would be a married woman. My hair is going to break. What should I do? Crying, if my hair breaks, I will meet the same fate as that person earlier, utterly dead. You should consider yourself fortunate, for it is far better than awaiting death like us. Chuan appeared before them, retrieving a pair of scissors from her basket. Even in the face of danger, she maintained such composure. It seems I have not arrived too late. However, I advise you to conserve your strength perceiving their intentions. Chuan took a few steps forward, abruptly pulling off the mourning attire from the ghost's body and draping it over herself. Everyone was momentarily stunned. I can't suppress them for too long. Be cautious, or you might find yourselves devoured. And what about the method you mentioned? Is this it? Huang Feng asked, his disbelief evident. Indeed, this mourning robe serves as a conduit for traversing the realm of malevolent spirits. Only by donning it can we return to where we once were. With the mourning attire enveloping her, Chuan turned, her form beginning to waver into the ethereal. If you possess alternative means, or if you believe in a savior to rescue you, then consider my presence here as naught. However, since we are all in the same predicament, allow me to remind you. Time is of the essence. With that, Chuan vanished before their eyes. The four stood frozen in place, and as Huang Feng released his clenched fists, he stepped forward to strip off the mourning robe and wear it himself. Hey, are you really going to wear it? Think of all the ghosts we've encountered. They all wore this. Perhaps they were once human, and anyone who dons this robe might become a ghost. Exactly, I believe this bus is a trap. That woman and the Taoist were merely performing to gain our trust. Perhaps we are not the first batch. The previous ones may have already transformed into ghosts. That possibility cannot be dismissed, but I wish to survive. I dare not gamble with my life. Huang Feng caressed the morning robe in his hands, feeling the environment shift around him, and like Xia ran, he vanished from sight. The woman who had narrowly escaped the ghost's grasp mimicked his actions, putting on the morning robe and disappearing as well. A man with a straight brow, seeing that nothing untoward had occurred to them, sighed in relief and approached. There's no danger. Let us move. Earlier, Huang Feng had incited others, but now he seemed to be the one being manipulated. Just as the two were shedding the ghostly morning attire, the originally lifeless eyes of the vengeful spirit suddenly turned to lock onto them. We're doomed. Darkness enveloped them once more. No matter how they struggled, the vengeful spirit tightly grasped their hair until they were left bald, slowly being skinned and stripped of their bones, blood splattering. The spirit's claw pierced through their chests, extracting their hearts and discarding them aside, pulling them out of that place. The surroundings morphed, and before 3 tombstones, Xia ran, Huang Feng, and the woman lay within coffins, simultaneously awakening and pushing open the coffin lids, astonishingly emerging from their graves to stand before the tombstones in the field. The scene that greeted them made their eyes widen in disbelief. Chapter 8. Exiting the domain. 7 survivors. Thousands of vengeful spirits surrounded the bus, with Lu Chuan standing at the front entrance, card in hand, eyeing the white pupils of the spirits. As they gazed at Lu Chuan, one spirit's figure suddenly flickered into view. They had almost dragged Lu Chuan to the grave. Yet when several ghostly hands brushed against the ghostly paper money tightly adhered to Lu Chuan's back, they involuntarily released their grip, causing the other spirits to follow suit, granting Lu Chuan an opportunity to flee. Though the human eye, it appeared to be yellow paper money meant for the deceased, distinctly different from the white paper money previously burned by the spirits. However, to them, it seemed as if a spirit clad in a Zhongshan suit was standing behind Lu Chuan, poised to strike at any moment. Coupled with the presence of the supernatural bus, they could only watch as Lu Chuan boarded, his body gradually healing, blood beginning to circulate once more. Inside the bus, Lu Chuan remained oblivious to all of this. Glancing at his bulging veins, a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. Had it not been for Huang Hui shielding him from the vengeful spirit, he too might have become one of them. Huang Hui indeed helped him fend off several spirits, allowing him the chance to board, but the one who assisted him appeared far from human. Not daring to linger, he opened the driver's door, which felt peculiarly effortless. As he settled into the driver's seat, an ancient, weathered key materialized out of thin air. Beep, beep, beep. The bus roared to life under Lu Chuan's command, and he honked thrice, hoping to alert the remaining survivors. The sound of the bus reverberated through the eerie realm of vengeful spirits. Sitting atop the grave, Ning Yuan heard the noise, believing he had finally managed to start the bus, only to tumble off the grave with a thud. Shattering the illusion before him, bewildered, he wondered, what just happened? What was I doing? Meanwhile, a middle-aged man, spinning in place, was illuminated by the bus's headlights. Upon looking up, he saw the bus barreling towards him. Lu Chuan halted the vehicle beside him, shouting, "Get in, weird." The middle-aged man rubbed his temples, glancing at Lu Chuan. "Are you for real? You're not a ghost, are you? I think I need to redefine my understanding of you guys. Trust me, I'm real." It was evident that this materialist resolve was being shaken by the presence of the spirits, yet Lu Chuan had no time to waste. "We boarded the bus together. Remember, you said you got on the wrong one. Do you need me to elaborate further?" "Damn, kid. No, bro, you're impressive. I believe you." The middle-aged man had no doubts now, sprinting onto the bus. "But I must say, I really shouldn't have gotten on. $2 for my life? It felt like a roller coaster, up and down. Such a bad deal. Life offers no refunds." Lu Chuan smiled. "Since you're here, make yourself comfortable." The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Lu Chuan turned to close the door, his expression laden with suspicion. How could a man who had been trapped by ghosts for so long suddenly seem so lively after merely rubbing his head? Was it due to his robust constitution? Or, overthinking was perilous? Lu Chuan glanced outside, driving the bus towards Ning Yuan. "Hey, hop on." Ning Yuan had already scrambled to his feet, brushing off the dust. He was a man who valued cleanliness. Raising his head to observe the two on the bus, he assessed. They had color in their faces, their features not overly rigid, and with no other buses in sight, they were likely genuine. "Don't just stand there. Get on." Look at those ghosts. They're eyeing you. The middle-aged man warned Ning Yuan. Startled, Ning Yuan nearly shivered, but maintained his composure as he approached the bus. As he passed Lu Chuan, he sincerely expressed his gratitude. Lu Chuan acknowledged with a smile, preparing to start the bus again when a horde of vengeful spirits suddenly encircled it. These spirits are relentless. I'm not that good-looking. Why are they fixated on me? The middle-aged man scoffed. Ning Yuan remained composed, stating, it's likely the bus's noise attracted them. I suggest we charge through. A bus that can instill fear in both humans and spirits should not be bound by ordinary rules. Lu Chuan revved the engine, and as he pressed the accelerator, the bus surged forward, colliding with several spirits and sending them flying. Amidst the middle-aged man's startled cries of, what the hell? Give a guy some time to react. The bus barreled through, finally skidding to a halt on the road in front of Chuan and the others, kicking up a cloud of dust. I can't believe he is the one who saved us. Huang Feng murmured, his voice barely audible to the two beside him. Opening the bus door, Lu Chuan glanced at the terrified woman before turning to Huang Feng, finally fixing his gaze on Chuan and the others. How did the three of you end up together? Where are the others? Chuan responded before Huang Feng could speak. They all fell victim to the vengeful spirits. We happened to meet and were on the brink of death when we suddenly heard the bus horn, distracting the spirits that were about to attack us. This entire journey has made me question my existence. We almost didn't make it back. Her tone, filled with anxiety and fear, coupled with her unique acting skills, evoked a sense of camaraderie in the middle-aged man. Huang Feng merely twitched his fingers, finding the situation intriguing. Lu Chuan hurriedly ushered the three onto the bus, and once they were aboard, he drove off again. Casting a glance around, he searched for any remaining survivors among the spirits, but after a quick scan, he found no trace of them. Could it be merely a fleeting reflection of their residual consciousness? Unable to find anyone, he thanked the spirits and focused entirely on driving the bus. Everyone, please take your seats. The road ahead is uncertain, and our success hinges on what comes next. We are about to confront the most terrifying of spirits once more. Although we have that Taoist to deal with the spirits, he may not endure the onslaught. We can only gamble. Huang Feng was confused by his words. Gamble? Gamble on what? Lu Chuan calmly replied. Gamble with our lives. The atmosphere in the bus chilled instantly, even with the addition of several new passengers. The middle-aged man cleared his throat. At this juncture, we should rally ourselves. He looked at Lu Chuan, gesturing forward. Hey, great sage, what brings you here? However, the awkwardness settled as no one responded. The middle-aged man chuckled to himself, retracting his hand. You guys are no fun. Ning Yuan and the others watched as the desolate mountains and tombs receded behind them, distancing themselves from the vengeful spirits, while ahead, the path was shrouded in mist. Where did all this fog come from? It wasn't here before. Lu Chuan observed the road ahead, driving the bus into the mist. As they entered, the sound of bells echoed. Inside the bus, they remained unaffected, and as they passed through the fog, everything soon came into view. Before him lay an intricate array of symbols inscribed in blood upon the ground, vast enough that even a bus, laid across it, would occupy but a third of its expanse. Flickering ghostly flames danced above the runes, dispersing like wisps when stirred by the wind. Lu Chuan glanced to his left and right, recalling that in the distance stood towering mountains, yet at this moment, he found himself amidst a flat expanse. Raising his gaze, he beheld the mountains suspended ominously in the sky. Countless ghostly paper offerings cascaded from above, accompanied by coins that fell like rain, instilling a profound sense of dread among the onlookers. Suddenly, a figure burst into the bus, swiftly taking a seat in the rear. Several individuals trembled in fright, and from the back, Yang Tianxin's voice pierced the tension. Do not look back. It is right beside me. The identity of it was all too clear. The others obeyed, refraining from turning around, merely swallowing hard. Yang Tianxin raised his hand, blood coalescing at his fingertip into a droplet. He used it as a quill to draw symbols on his tattered clothing, crafting a protective talisman. A vengeful spirit in a Zhongshan suit sat beside him, appearing far less disheveled than Yang Tianxin, who was merely missing the lowest button of his attire. Once Yang Tianxin completed his task, he inhaled deeply and instructed, drive straight ahead, keep your eyes forward. Do not be curious, do not blink, and certainly do not look back. The others silently etched his words into their minds, Chuan started the bus, propelling it forward. The vengeful spirit pursued them closely. And as the bus continued its journey, Huang Hui slightly bowed her head amidst the throng of spirits. Positioned at the center of the formation, she was jostled by the spirits until they surged forward in chase of the bus. Leaving her alone to lift her head, the environment around the bus abruptly transformed, igniting a flicker of hope within the group. At last, they were returning to reality. Seated in the driver's position, Chuan felt a frigid hand grasp him, rendering him immobile, as if he were observing himself from a divine perspective, placed back in the seat he had previously occupied. For a fleeting moment, he caught sight of the driver's profile but quickly averted his gaze. His heart racing as he realized he could not recall the driver's visage, not even in profile. Chapter 9. The ghost town of Yingshan. Oh my heavens, it has emerged. We are finally free. A middle-aged man sighed dramatically, leaning back in his seat to soothe his weary soul. The others exhaled deeply, the harrowing experiences they had just endured lingering in their minds. Closing their eyes, they could almost feel the specters of the deceased beckoning them forth. This bus seemed to require not passengers of the living, but rather the souls of the departed. Ning Yuan murmured, his mind racing with analysis. Since I boarded this vehicle, there has been no ghost aboard. Excluding the driver. However, after the last few passengers entered, and we traversed that tunnel, the ghosts began to board. It is evident that we have 2 more stops to make, meaning we must confront 2 more spirits before reaching our final destination, the night sanitarium. Strangely, there were no bus stops along this road, yet the bus could pinpoint the location of the vengeful spirits with uncanny precision. If my suspicions are correct, we living souls are merely waiting at stops influenced by the supernatural essence of the bus. The true passengers it seeks are the ghosts awaiting at these 4 designated stations. A spectral bus, ferrying both the living and the dead to a sanitarium. What could its purpose possibly be? Is it to collect patients for the bus, or to serve as a paradise for spirits? The information at hand is scant, and even when pieced together, it remains limited. Beyond contemplation, his foremost desire was to survive the forthcoming 2 stations. Methods and principles are not the crux of survival. Rather, they merely enhance the odds. Only strength matters. Chuan was disinterested in Ning Yuan's fluctuating pallor, instead focusing on Huang Feng, who donned an inconspicuous morning outfit. Furthermore, his previous position had not been there, indicating that in this supernatural bus, reality could synchronize with the realm of spirits, hell. Sensing he was being observed, Huang Feng turned his head, first in confusion. And then, upon recognizing Chuan, his bewilderment deepened. What does this fellow want? Chuan paid him no mind, diverting his gaze. Ironically, he caught sight of the vengeful spirit seated in the back, its malevolent eyes fixed upon him. The creature's gaze was piercing, indescribably chilling, sending shivers down Chuan's spine. Was it watching me? Based on its line of sight, it seemed to disregard the woman seated behind him, instead staring directly at him. What lurked behind me, however? The vengeful spirit soon shifted its focus, lifting its gaze through the rearview mirror. Chuan quickly lowered his head. Even while seated on the bus, he would never confront a vengeful spirit directly. Such an act would be tantamount to courting death. Yang Tianqian, seated in the back, noticed the spirit's unusual behavior and followed its gaze, clearly seeing the ghostly paper offerings behind Chuan. He has been marked by the vengeful spirit. But why has it not struck? Is it waiting for him to disembark? Yang Tianqian discerned the situation and formed a conjecture, but he quickly averted his gaze. He had done all that was necessary. As for this predicament, he could only rely on his own fortune. The bus continued its steady course along the road, the atmosphere within growing increasingly desolate, silence enveloping the passengers. After a period, the bus approached a stone arch bridge, beneath which a river flowed, albeit choked with refuse. Beside this river stood a fisherman clad in a raincoat, casting his line into the murky waters. Chuan gazed at him, wondering if it was truly normal for someone to fish at this hour. Well past 11, he had never fished before, yet upon reflection, such late-night angling seemed decidedly odd. The fisherman sat cross-legged by the riverbank, appearing as an immovable statue beneath the night sky, unaffected by the wind. Fortunately, the bus passed over the bridge without stopping, indicating that this individual was not the ghost the bus sought to collect. Ahead lay a vast forest flanking both sides of the road, with each tree spaced at least 2 meters apart. However, these trees were unlike ordinary ones. Their lower portions thrived with foliage, while their upper sections appeared withered, as though the two halves existed in opposing seasons of winter and spring. As Lu Chuan drove through the forest, he spotted a bend in the road, where beneath the trees sat a pavilion. Beneath it sat a person engrossed in reading. Upon seeing this individual, Lu Chuan was drenched in cold sweat. Was it not the same fisherman? The figure did not glance toward the bus, but remained absorbed in the book before him. The bus continued onward, showing no signs of stopping. Lu Chuan's expression darkened. This was undoubtedly not a human but a ghost. While it was possible to deduce why the bus did not halt, regardless of the reason, it cloaked this spirit in an aura of formidable mystery. Indeed, as the bus advanced further, there, in the center of the road, directly in front of them, stood the specter clad in tattered clothing, observing them. In an instant, the hairs on the back of the passengers' necks stood on end. Ning Yuan maintained his composure, first glancing at the driver, then at Lu Chuan. The driver's current demeanor mirrored that of Lu Chuan when he had slammed on the gas, sending a throng of ghosts sprawling. His fists relaxed slightly. The driver seemed emboldened. The bus's speed was unremarkable, yet as it drew within 5 meters of the vengeful spirit, it neither flinched nor retreated. The hearts of the passengers raced. The wind howled, stirring the spirit's tattered garments. Under the terrified gaze of the passengers, the bus drove straight past, and they braced themselves for the impending catastrophe. Strangely, in the blink of an eye, the bus encountered no issues, continuing its journey unimpeded. Yet when they blinked again, the vengeful spirit had already boarded. Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow. The two spirits they had encountered previously at least adhered to the doors, yet this one had employed such a peculiar method. It was evident how terrifying its true nature must be. Excluding young Tianqin and Xieran, the others wore expressions of impending doom, while Ning Yuan appeared somewhat more composed. The admonition to avoid direct eye contact was indeed difficult to uphold at all times. And it was only now that the group recalled to avert their gazes. The vengeful spirit stood at the fare collection point, separated from the driver by a mere pane of glass. It turned its head, completely disregarding the driver, before its gaze fell upon a set of pristine garments placed before him. A flicker of fear flashed in its eyes, and it obediently found a seat. The group collectively exhaled in relief. They had navigated this third station with surprising ease. In comparison to the previous station of wailing spirits, this one was almost a walk in the park. Lu Chuan glanced at the route map. If this spirit's location marked the third station, then they had but one final station to confront before reaching the night sanitarium. Time passed slowly. Lu Chuan activated his phone screen, which still displayed no signal, with a battery level of 76, and the time now read 11:23 p.m. The bus traversed a valley, flanked by sheer cliffs on the left and steep precipices on the right, loose stones cascading from the roadside without a sound. Yet the driver's skills were commendable, navigating 3 turns without causing the passengers any discomfort. Soon, the bus arrived at a desolate area. At the town's entrance, a weathered stone tablet stood amidst the weeds, inscribed with 2 characters, Yingshan. The houses here were ensnared in cobwebs, and the furniture visible outside was coated in dust, the sound of scurrying mice echoing in the silence. Suddenly, a crow perched atop a rooftop tilted its neck and plummeted to the ground. A fierce wind howled, whipping up the dust and debris, swirling toward the bus. Chapter 10. The night sanitarium. The headlights of the bus pierced through the swirling dust, illuminating a clear path, allowing the bus to glide effortlessly through the haze. Lu Chuan gazed ahead, his line of sight largely obscured by the swirling sands. However, he could faintly discern numerous figures beside the bus. They traversed the dust-laden terrain like villagers who had long inhabited this desolate place. They seemed almost like mere shadows, with their time manifesting only in the moments when the sandstorm surged around midnight. An unsettling event unfolded. The bus came to a halt. The winds in the town began to subside, and the dust settled heavily. From an aerial perspective, the ghost town of Yingshan appeared arranged according to the layout of a Bagua diagram. Each house meticulously aligned in an instant. Every dwelling flickered to life with candlelight. Huang Feng clutched his seat tightly, unwilling to endure the perilous dance between life and death any longer. The passengers began to scrutinize their surroundings. From the outside, the candlelight illuminated the shadows within each house. Given the antiquated architecture, the windows were merely covered with cloth from the inside, allowing the onlookers to clearly see into each abode. Some were engaged in games as families, Others sat at tables dining. Some couples frolicked in bed, while others showcased their graceful figures within their homes, and a few luxuriated in baths. Yet amidst these bizarre scenes, Chuan astutely noticed slender red threads crisscrossing between every two houses, with iron gourd charms tied to them. The driver's voice broke the reverie. "Passengers, please disembark the bus promptly." A mere sentence, yet it instilled profound terror. Were they being sent to their doom? "I refuse to go down." The girl seated beside the middle-aged man curled up, repeatedly voicing her final four words. Huang Feng, too, felt his composure waver. He did not wish to descend. Yet the driver's command could not be disregarded. At that moment, Ning Yuan spoke up. "Everyone, could it be possible that the passengers the driver refers to are not us?" "What do you mean?" "Based on my prior analysis, I suspect that the true passengers aboard this bus are the spirits, not living beings." "But you said it was merely a hypothesis." Ning Yuan pinched the bridge of his nose. "Indeed, thus I cannot be certain. It's a gamble, just as we have relied on chance thus far." Huang Feng pondered but still hesitated to reach a firm conclusion. The middle-aged man closed his eyes. "Listen, young man, there is no gambler who wins continuously. The dynamics of a game are ever-changing. It may seem fortunate at first, but the outcome could very well lead to ruin. This is merely my conjecture. If anyone possesses better insights, feel free to share." Ning Yuan did not expect much from these individuals. He primarily sought Yang Tianqin's perspective. Regrettably, the latter appeared preoccupied. Just then, Chuan glanced into the rearview mirror, witnessing the back doors swing open with a bang. The bride in red, the crying ghost, and the fishing ghost all stood up and made their way to the rear exit. Under the curious gazes of the passengers, the three vengeful spirits moved in different directions. As they crossed the red threads, all of them trembled simultaneously, and the air resonated with the sound of iron gourds clashing. The figures within the houses paused their activities, approaching the windows, their silhouettes visible through the thin fabric, instilling a sensation of being scrutinized by countless pairs of eyes. Each dwelling began to rotate, methodically repositioning around a central point. The three spirits gradually vanished among the myriad houses. "What are they going to do?" Huang Feng instinctively inquired. "Who knows? Perhaps they are off to meet friends. Let us just wait and see," was the response from the middle-aged man, who opened his eyes upon sensing the departure of the bride in red. Casting a glance around with an uncanny sense of repetition, in the back, Yang Tianqin picked up a copper coin, contemplating the Yinshan town, which, with its bagua layout, was nestled within a valley, perpetually deprived of sunlight. Over time, the town had become steeped in yin energy, devoid of yang energy to suppress it, rendering it a haven for malevolent spirits. Yet curiously, there were no such entities present. He placed the coin on his ring finger, flicking it upward with his thumb, and as the coin hovered in midair, the shifting houses came to a halt before him. The coin landed on the ground, producing a series of clinking sounds. Chuan and the others were drawn to him. Yang Tianqin observed the spinning coin on the ground, his gaze fluctuating. The malevolent entities were not absent. Rather, they had transformed into sustenance for the vengeful spirits that surpassed them. These spirits feasted on yin energy. And although the houses were strategically arranged with the landscape, the lack of sunlight and the destruction of surrounding vegetation had hindered the efficacy of the bagua arrangement, allowing the spirits to evolve to a higher level. "What's wrong, Taoist?" the middle-aged man inquired, mustering his courage. They could not hear Yang Tianqin's inner thoughts. His actions seemed somewhat unusual. Yang Tianqin picked up the coin and faced the group. "The fifth spirit is about to board. Prepare yourselves for a journey to the night sanitarium. The true danger lies ahead. We ordinary folk cannot contend with spirits. Taoist, could you impart some techniques to us? Teach us how to ward off these ghosts while we still have time." Upon hearing the middle-aged man's plea, Yang Tianqin discerned the yearning and greed in each person's eyes, even if they did not voice it aloud. After all, it was a matter of survival. Even Xie Ran harbored a desire for knowledge. As the saying goes, skill in many arts is inferior to mastery of one. However, in the ever-shifting landscape of vengeful spirit encounters, quantity of skills might outweigh quality. Yang Tianqin contemplated briefly before responding. "I hail from a lineage of Taoist practitioners, having trained with my master in the mountains. The teachings of my family are not to be shared lightly, yet I do possess a wealth of knowledge regarding the techniques you seek." Before anyone could interject, he continued, The supernatural principles previously mentioned are but one aspect. Furthermore, when you encounter a formidable spirit you cannot confront, it was only after Yang Tianqin concluded that Lu Chuan checked his phone. The time read 11:52. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated from the ground, shattering the entire layout of the houses. The bus, once surrounded by buildings, was now exposed on all sides, with 4 straight lines extending north, south, east, and west, devoid of any structures. The familiar 3 spirits approached the bus from the east, west, and north, while from the south emerged a ghost clad in resplendent garments, wearing a terrifying mask and carrying a large gourd. It shifted forms, at times appearing as a child, then a youth, and finally an elder, only transforming into a young man upon reaching the rear door. All 4 spirits boarded the bus. The doors closed. And under the driver's command, the bus began to move. After traveling a short distance, the passengers peered out the window, witnessing the candlelight within the houses gradually extinguishing, as if darkness had always been their companion. Lu Chuan felt a heavy weight in his heart. The 4 spirits had all boarded, signifying that their eerie and harrowing journey to the night sanitarium had only just begun. He recalled Yang Tianqin's earlier words, reminding himself that they must at least prepare to enhance their chances of survival. Moreover, one must not fully trust those on board. Sometimes, even one's own self cannot be trusted, as they traverse this perilous path. Lu Chuan sensed himself adapting to this new environment of survival, unsure whether this was a blessing or a curse. The bus emerged from the vast valley, returning to the highway, and after a brief journey, it finally came to a stop. The vehicle pulled over to the right, revealing a sprawling estate on the left, marked with the sign Night Sanitarium. This was their destination. The group swallowed hard, overwhelmed by fear, confusion, and uncertainty, grappling with the instinct to survive. Midnight had fallen. Chapter 11. The Legend of the Ghost Tamer. All right, now we can converse. Yang Tianqin addressed the driver directly. Speak up. What do you truly want us to do? The incredulity among Lu Chuan and the others was palpable. Could the driver not be a ghost? The driver switched off the headlights. Before assigning you any tasks, I believe it's imperative to clarify the rules, lest someone attempts to flee midway. Yang Tianqin raised an eyebrow, uncertain of the driver's intentions. You must have noticed the peculiar nature of this bus. A supernatural bus can serve as either protection or a curse. I must distinctly inform you that from the moment you boarded this bus, you were already cursed. However, I have shifted the burden of that curse onto myself. You may interpret this as intimidation. I care not for your opinions. Your task is to reach the central building of the night sanitarium, locate a door, and open it. Prior to that, I can assure you no formidable spirits will obstruct your path. However, should you encounter minor spirits and inadvertently trigger their fatal rules, I regret to inform you that our collaboration will conclude the moment you perish. Despite the presence of numerous passengers, the driver's words sent chills down their spines. Lu Chuan hesitantly raised his hand, then quickly lowered it, asking, "It seems impossible for one party to benefit alone from this cooperation. What do we stand to gain? After all, we are all risking our lives." No sooner had he spoken than Lu Chuan sensed the immense pressure emanating from the driver, prompting him to quickly amend his statement. "I seek nothing more than your assurance of one thing, that upon completion of the task, I shall be allowed to return alive." The pressure weighing upon him dissipated like a receding tide, and he received the driver's affirmative response. "You may. However, should you die during the task, that is of no concern to me." The driver's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. "Do you have any further questions? What does the door look like?" The individual posing this inquiry is Ning Yuan. "Since we are tasked with locating a door, it is unreasonable to expect us to choose any random one. A door is something ineffable. When you finally behold it in person, the notion that this is the door you seek will naturally arise." After the middle-aged man awaited the driver's words to conclude, he inquired, "Do you possess anything of value? Perhaps a divine artifact capable of warding off malevolent spirits, or a means to impart decades of mastery upon us? Furthermore, some talismans for summoning deities or exorcising spirits would be welcome, as well as a few Buddhist scriptures and statues of the Tathagata from next door." The driver did not turn back, but clearly perceived the middle-aged man's seemingly innocuous gaze. After a lengthy silence, the middle-aged man scratched his head, perplexed as to why the vehicle had come to a halt. He snorted dismissively, expressing concern that without any items at hand, should we enter and perish, who would undertake your tasks thereafter? Huang Feng seized the moment to add, indeed, at this juncture, recruiting another group seems rather impractical. The driver finally spoke. The mourning garments you wear are imbued with the essence of the malevolent spirits from the tomb, providing you with a defense against their assaults. As for you, he then produced a red cloth. A piece of crimson fabric materialized suddenly before Lu Chuan, Ning Yuan, and Yang Tianqin, who sniffed it, detecting a faint odor of decay intertwined with a woman's fragrance. The rules and tasks have been conveyed to you, gentlemen. It is time to disembark. I wish you success. Before the group could react, the driver pressed the rear door button, and each individual was swiftly seized by unseen hands and hurled from the bus. Upon exiting, the chill of midnight air assaulted them. Yang Tianqin clutched the red cloth, stating, "Let us hurry to find the door. We can still return home sooner. Taoist, may I quietly inquire whether the curse spoken of truly exists? Could it be merely a ruse to coerce us into serving as free labor?" The middle-aged man leaned closer to Yang Tianqin, his voice low, but the others were quick to listen, the howling wind amplifying their attention. Yang Tianqin cast a glance at the driver. Curses do indeed exist. If we wish to survive, we must adhere to what he has instructed. Remember, our only means of returning lies with the bus. His words extinguished the last flicker of hope within them. That final statement also served as a sobering reminder. They would not be foolish enough to contest the bus with these spirits. The 7 of them stood together and approached the sanctuary of night. There was no grand entrance. They strode directly into the imposing edifice. Along the way, Lu Chuan glanced at the architecture, observing a courtyard adorned with greenery before the darkened building. Devoid of any illumination, enveloped in utter darkness. Moving under this natural cloak, they reached the building's entrance, pushing open the nearly corroded iron door and stepping inside, their figures gradually vanishing into the corridor. However, they seemed oblivious to the old man standing at the corridor's end, merging seamlessly with the shadows. Shortly after their entry, the driver, seated in the bus, adjusted his collar with an unusual formality before respectfully grasping the neatly folded garments and rising. The door to the driver's cabin swung open automatically, and with his left hand cradling the clothing, he made his way toward the sanctuary of night. Were anyone present at that moment, they would discern that the driver possessed only the left half of his body, the right half seemingly severed cleanly by a sharp blade. Blood appeared to have congealed at the surface as he walked through the midnight air, finally halting at the courtyard entrance in his line of sight. An elderly figure emerged, approaching with deliberate grace. The director of the Sanctuary of Night, Lu Qiming. Lu Qiming dragged a wooden chair, the sound grating against the floor, and just as one foot descended, he appeared at the entrance of the building. Alarmingly, the occupants within remained entirely unaware, not even registering his presence. Lu Qiming set the chair down and seated himself, leaning against the dim corridor, his slightly wrinkled face lifted, a man and a ghost locked eyes. The wind ceased. The moon, peeking through the clouds, suddenly turned crimson, and not only that, the entire world was shrouded in this sanguine hue, a manifestation of the driver's hell. Lu Qiming spoke with a tone steeped in age. "I recognize you. Qin Kai, yet you should have perished 30 years ago. Why do you now present yourself before me in this neither human nor ghost form? Did he grant you this extended existence?" The driver's demeanor shifted to one of evident reverence upon hearing this. "My master is compassionate, allowing me to survive as a malevolent spirit, extending my life by 30 years. Yet, I surmise that such a state incurs a tremendous cost. You have prolonged a life that should have ceased. And now the supernatural will reclaim everything from you. The world is just, and your consciousness is currently being subsumed by malevolent forces, while your body is being stripped away by the supernatural." Lu Qiming merely cast a glance at him, directly targeting the driver's wound. "It seems your time is running out." The driver was not taken aback. This formidable figure had dominated the supernatural realm decades prior, subduing his peers. Yet, at this moment, as the elder had stated, his time was indeed limited. Perhaps 30 years ago, he might have felt fear, but not now. The driver confronted Lu Qiming. "It is precisely because time is scarce that I must accomplish certain essential tasks within this limited time frame. For instance, releasing him?" Lu Qiming tapped his fingers rhythmically on the wooden chair, producing a melody that resonated with the driver's heartbeat. The driver's eyelid twitched, though he found himself in his own hell. An overwhelming sense of peril washed over him, Suppressing his emotions, he stated earnestly, "My master should not be confined. If this world has a savior, it must be him." Chapter 12. The Five Great Malevolent Spirits Weigh the Director. Lu Qiming scrutinized him closely, noticing the fervent devotion barely contained within the driver's heart. He could not help but chuckle. Is it truly worth such devotion for those laughable ideals of his? It is worth it? The driver's response was resolute. Very well, since you have chosen to come here, I shall not dwell on it further. However, I would like to inquire, once he is released, what do you intend to do? To herald the dawn of a new era of ghost taming and ultimately eradicate malevolent spirits. The driver did not conceal his intentions, recognizing the futility of deception with such an individual. What was left undone 30 years ago has now festered for 3 decades. It is long overdue, long enough that I have forgotten the days spent battling malevolent spirits. Lu Qiming interrupted his reflections with a retort. But wouldn't it be better if there were no malevolent spirits at all? Have you considered how you will cope when they return, flooding the world with their supernatural presence? This is an inevitability. The transition of eras will always be accompanied by bloodshed and sacrifice. The driver had long since prepared his rhetoric, facing Lu Qiming's words head-on, as you previously stated. My time is limited, but likewise, the time for those old ghost tamers is also running out. Perhaps you are unaware, but many elders have silently passed away over these 30 years, while the remaining ones dread the day death may come for them, thus initiating a plan. This statement piqued Lu Qiming's interest. The driver continued, "Yet, I am unaware of the specifics of this plan. I only know that their descendants are training a new breed of special beings, attempting to replace the ghost tamers and bring an end to the age of ghost taming once and for all." Upon hearing this, even the once reclusive veteran could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. He fell into a contemplative silence before finally exclaiming, "Foolishness! Spirits cannot be eradicated, the supernatural age persists. Even if the ghost tamers are replaced, what difference does it make? It merely shifts the burden to a new group." He struggled to comprehend this faction. He, after all, had no need to deliberate on death, just as he could not fathom the driver before him. Therefore, we must act before they do, to hasten the revival of the malevolent spirits. They seek to supplant the ghost tamers, but in a world where the structure has long been established, no one will relinquish their hard-fought struggles. Those have been earned with their very lives, Lu Qiming asserted. And what of you? Your actions seem no different from theirs, and in fact, you risk dragging the entire world into chaos. Yet the driver responded only with a cryptic smile. We have never claimed to be the good guys. Everything is merely for the sake of survival, is it not? Lu Qiming sighed, as if reaching an epiphany, and regarded the driver anew. To be honest, I find some admiration for your unwavering resolve, whether in replacing the ghost tamers or hastening the revival of malevolent spirits, including their audacity to confront these entities. However, some individuals are destined never to re-emerge in this world, much like that unknown madman. This world cannot accommodate such beings. His implication was unmistakable. Nevertheless, the driver merely chuckled, having no intention of elaborating further, merely stalling for time, even though his own was scant. Under Lu Qiming's scrutiny, the driver lifted his hand, catching a leaf that fluttered down, then curling his fingers. When he opened his hand, the leaf crumbled to dust. Lu Qiming halted his fingers, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his gaze. The driver tossed the pulverized leaf to the ground with a resounding thud. Then let us weigh what is claimed to be the terrifying entity capable of piercing through the age of malevolent spirits. Lu Qiming's gaze shifted to a tree, where, unbeknownst to them, a female ghost clad in a red wedding gown had appeared. Though there was no breeze, her crimson veil billowed audibly beneath the red moon. The bride in the wedding gown, a malevolent spirit from a bygone era, was met with Lu Qiming's composed demeanor, as if he were merely observing a theatrical performance. As a multitude of ghostly paper money fluttered down from the heavens. The driver's hell transformed in that very moment. Everything touched by the spectral currency disintegrated into dust. In merely 10 breaths, the realm was left desolate, void of anything but the living and the dead. One piece of ghost money landed upon Lu Qiming's wooden chair, and as the chair crumbled into nothingness, the old man finally rose. How utterly disrespectful. He exhibited no regard for the elderly at all. As mounds of graves erupted from the ground, a malevolent spirit bearing a bell manifested, known as Grave, A ghostly fisherman clad in tattered garments appeared beside the driver, casting his fishing rod and enveloping the scene in 10 layers of hell, intertwining with the driver and the grave's infernal domain. Likewise, the final specter, hailing from the ghost town of Chuan, emerged with a large gourd upon its back. Thus, the 5 formidable spirits had gathered, facing the quintet of ghosts. Lu Qiming stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Is this your source of courage? The bride in a wedding gown, the grave, the fishing rod, the shadows, and you? Merely weighing my worth, yet it seems you still fall short. In the lead-up to a grand battle in novels, a horde of cannon fodder typically makes its entrance first, but we are far superior to mere fodder. While we may not defeat you, ensnaring you shall suffice. The driver stepped forward and vanished abruptly. With those few newcomers inside, do you expect them to find the door? Lu Qiming remained as steadfast as a mountain, thinking, what do you take my sanatorium for? A mere drop-in for a few individuals hoping for success? Ha! The driver materialized before the crimson moon, appearing as one with it, his voice resonating like a mighty bell. I previously told young Tianqian that their involvement was merely coincidental. Yet how can there be so many coincidences in this world? All occurrences are but the result of someone's foresight and planning. The ghostly lament of the grave echoed, as the useless were selected. Those who survived were neither fools nor worthless. If not for the fear of the ancient ones becoming aware, why would they choose these individuals? However, there was no better option now, as long as they possessed the will to survive. That was sufficient. Suddenly, the bride in a wedding gown looked up, and a red silk ribbon materialized, piercing through the driver's 13 layers of hell and soaring towards Lu Qiming. Simultaneously, spirits donned in mourning garb clawed their way out from the graves. Having received orders to kill, they charged towards Lu Qiming, tearing through the air. The red ribbon reached Lu Qiming, and from any angle, it appeared as though the bride was dancing, her lethal rule being, a gaze met is death. Lu Qiming effortlessly evaded her sight, suddenly turning towards a specific point, and with a powerful kick, he sent the bride flying, revealing her fragility compared to his might. The chime of the bell rang out as Lu Qiming remained undeterred by its influence, smoothly sidestepping to the right, narrowly avoiding a pale hand that swiped past him. The grave, which had lunged for him, found its head rolling away after a swift kick, tumbling twice before coming to rest on the ground. Lu Qiming sent its body hurtling out of hell, yet an anomaly occurred. The grave reappeared behind him, entirely unscathed. A small ghost clad in mourning garb suddenly lost its head, vanishing completely. Lu Qiming's gaze sharpened. This was the grave's ability as a fierce spirit, unlimited substitution. As long as the small ghost persisted, so too would the grave. Suddenly, Lu Qiming found himself ensnared by a fishing line, as the fishing ghost exerted force from behind him. He understood he had triggered the fatal rule of the fishing rod. Back turned means death. The line constricted, sapping his vitality. Yet, Lu Qiming raised his hand, unleashing a surge of lightning that illuminated the darkness as he instantaneously appeared behind the fishing ghost. Striking down with force, the lightning surged forth, dispersing the remnants of clouds. At that moment, the crimson moon hung high, but Lu Qiming's hand abruptly halted, as half of the driver's face manifested upon his palm, stripping him of his control over his opponent. The fishing ghost swiftly turned, driving the fishing rod into Lu Qiming's chest. The bride in the wedding gown appeared before him, their eyes locking, triggering the supernatural rule. As it seemed the principal was on the verge of defeat, the ghost bearing the gourd in the distance raised it high, hurling it into the sky. From within the gourd emerged a vine of ghostly-faced flowers. Reaching skyward, suddenly, the surrounding space shattered like glass, and the 4 ghosts regained their senses, only to find Lu Qiming had transformed into a mere straw man before them. The world inverted, the 5 spirits stood with their heads down and feet in the air. The sound of footsteps echoing silently, as though someone tread lightly upon the water's surface, and their eyes. Lu Qiming appeared to be retreating, yet he drew ever closer. He was both retreating and advancing, a truly enigmatic phenomenon. The driver's gaze flickered. The supernatural had failed to affect him. Yet this illogical maneuver seemed to be the power of the other party to command fierce spirits. The outcome of this weighing, it appeared, had been preordained from the start, yet he bore no regrets. The 5 formidable spirits united. the bride in the wedding gown and the grave manifested 13 layers of hell, while the fishing ghost and the shadowy ghost revealed their 14 layers. Thus, their hell overlapped, a total of 54 layers. Lu Qiming shattered through 26 layers of hell with a single step, shouldering the weight of 28 layers as countless murderous spirits surged from all directions. The funeral service spirits and the 4 ghosts danced amidst the inverted world as if walking on solid ground. 18 layers of hell confronted him, yet he possessed only 14, but for his master. Today, he would unleash the 15th layer, the driver murmured, and 14 crimson moons adorned the sky in a line. Suddenly, the 15th moon appeared. As the 15th moon emerged, the driver's 15 layers of hell spread silently. The true weighing commenced, and simultaneously, Lu Chuan and his companions faced peril. Darkness enveloped the building, even the light from their mobile phones failing to penetrate the abyss. They attempted numerous methods, yet all proved futile in the oppressive gloom. Yang Tianqin cautioned everyone that this darkness was peculiar, though no reminder was necessary. Chapter 13. The patients in the building. They groped through the darkness, adhering to the walls, but at that moment, Xiaoran began to retreat from the crowd. Once distanced, she stood in a corner, retrieving a letter from her basket. As the letter emerged from beneath the white cloth, a green light radiated from her, extending a meter around her. To her astonishment, the spectral phenomenon of the messenger ghost could manifest even upon a letter, though it seemed to serve no purpose beyond illumination. She opened the letter, revealing it was from the client, Yi Tianming. The message contained but a single passage. In Qingshan village, there lies a grave. Open the grave. Within lies a pair of ghostly scissors. Take these scissors to the South Mountain Psychiatric Hospital and board a spectral bus. Survive the tests of the fierce spirits, and reach a place known as the Night Sanatorium, where you will cooperate with a natural spirit controller to open a door. This passage resonated with the driver's earlier words. Indeed, there was a natural spirit controller and a door to be opened. Yet, unlike Lu Chuan and his companions, she was not one of the chosen fortunate few, but rather a commissioned client. Now, having arrived at the sanatorium, could this natural spirit controller be Yang Tianqin? Xiaoran pondered briefly. No, Yang Tianqin was a postnatal controller of fierce spirits, and his mastery over them had not reached a commendable level. Otherwise, the battle with the grave would not have left so many traces of door techniques. However, without this letter, she might not have even noticed the hidden spirit controller. First, she dismissed the girl who had been terrified by the fierce spirits. Her chances seemed slim, though there was a possibility she was feigning fear. Among the remaining individuals, was it the seemingly carefree middle-aged man, the somewhat refined youth, or perhaps the high school student driving the bus? Oh, she almost overlooked a youth who appeared somewhat unruly. This commission seemed destined to be yet another sleepless night. Xiaoran smiled softly, placing the letter back beneath the white cloth in her basket, and then she vanished into the darkness with light-footed grace. Lu Chuan and his companions followed closely behind Yang Tianqin when suddenly the girl behind exclaimed, "Hey, are we just going to keep searching like this? Shouldn't we open a door and take a look?" The girl's words were spot on. Why not take the initiative? Ah, the girl bit her lip. Her countenance tense as she faced the darkness, caught in a struggle against the fierce spirits. I was just saying. The middle-aged man chuckled and adopted a tone as if he were a seasoned gamer. Let me lay this out for you all. This place is called the Night Sanatorium. What is a sanatorium? It's a place for patients to recuperate. And look at the time outside. It's midnight, the hour when spirits are said to roam. Walking through this building, it's no different than dancing among the ghosts, right? Also, the Grandmaster of Humanity has declared the 3 great principles of the supernatural. Damn, I just realized we're not supposed to speak or look, right? One must admit, he was amusing when he chose to be. Yet, once serious, he reverted to the mindset of an ordinary person. The others remained silent, while Lu Chuan addressed Yang Tianqin ahead. Hey, young Taoist, I have a small question. You mentioned the 3 great principles of the supernatural. No speaking, no looking, no naming. I personally believe that when caught in a supernatural event, it's quite challenging for anyone to adhere to the first 2. Right? Reflecting on their previous actions during supernatural occurrences, they had floundered about like a bunch of chicks searching for their mother, entirely at a loss, preoccupied only with escape, and disregarding any principles. Yang Tianqin responded. Of course, few maintain their composure in supernatural events. Hence, many believe that when faced with the supernatural, There's no need to fear. Simply await death. The response from young Tianqian surprised the group. However, I think you may have misinterpreted these 3 principles. No speaking means one must not utter a word in the presence of fierce spirits. Not even a sound within 10 meters of them. No looking refers to avoiding direct eye contact with spirits. Even a fleeting glance should not exceed 3 seconds. In contrast, the majority of fierce spirits possess rules that warn humans about these 2 points. The 3rd principle, no naming, pertains specifically to the fierce spirits themselves. Yang Tianqian, upon finishing his statement, suddenly realized that he had spoken more today than in several previous days combined. It was simply astonishing how naive this group was. Why were they, so utterly clueless, chosen by the bus just like him? Moreover, his greatest concern lingered. While he could be considered the visible powerhouse of the group, he had not forgotten the driver's warning about 2 others who were hiding. As he pondered this, he heard a middle-aged man exclaim in sudden enlightenment, "Wow, so that's how it is. You nearly gave me a fright. And what's this indescribable entity? It has a hint of Western Cthulhu vibes." Yang Tianqian could not help but furrow his brows. The term indescribable referred not to the Western Cthulhu, but rather to the ancient ghostly legends originating from the vast lands of Huaxia. All of which were indeed beyond description. Oh, the middle-aged man deflated, realizing that discussing other matters in the domain of spirits was indeed inappropriate, especially in front of disciples of the Taoist sect. Ning Yuan and Huang Feng, amidst the crowd, remained silent, seemingly lost in their own thoughts. Eventually, the group felt their way along the wall until they reached the staircase, which was rather peculiar, as such a large building only had a single staircase. Fortunately, the journey thus far had been devoid of danger, but they all understood this was merely a precursor to the storm that awaited them. Thud, thud, thud. Their shoes inevitably echoed as they ascended the stairs. And just as they reached the landing, they heard the sound of a child crying. The soft whimpers resonated in their ears, and except for the Taoist priest, the others instantly felt their hair stand on end. Wondering, is this really happening already? Chuan was about to turn on the landing and head up the slope when he suddenly felt a cold little hand grasping his ankle. In that moment, he dared not think of anything else. "Hey, little brother, what are you doing? In this pitch darkness, don't just stop suddenly. Do you know it can scare someone to death?" He ignored the middle-aged man, gripping the red handkerchief tightly in his palm, his gaze wandering elsewhere. Suddenly, he felt that icy little hand retract. The middle-aged man was taken aback, dumbfounded, wondering where this child had appeared from, clutching at him. "Woo-woo, big brother, I fell down. Could you help me up?" It was the voice of a little girl, who had collapsed at the feet of the middle-aged man. He cleared his throat, momentarily at a loss for words. Chuan, wary of the situation, expressed a silent gratitude towards the middle-aged man. Yang Tianqian, the true expert of the group, spoke up, "Fear not. She is merely an ordinary child, not a ghost." The middle-aged man cast a grateful glance into the darkness and crouched down, carefully lifting the little hand that had grabbed him. "Little sister, what are you doing here? Where are your family?" The still crying girl rolled her eyes. "Family? What's a family? Is it something delicious?" The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned by her response. The idea of family being something edible was simply bizarre. "Little sister, please tell your big brother how long you've been here." "I don't know, maybe a long, long time. The plum trees outside are all withered and overgrown. I've eaten from them 12 times. The girl appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old. The middle-aged man mused. Then, little sister, do you know why it's so dark here? Your brother can't seem to find you. Big brother, you're so silly. It's late. Why would you turn on the lights? Do you sleep with the lights on? She quipped, a hint of mockery in her tone. The middle-aged man felt a pang of heartache. It was the first time a child had called him foolish, and he had no retort. He then noticed the little girl had moved to Chuan's side, tugging at his clothing. "Big brother, will you play with me? That other brother is too silly." The middle-aged man felt a twinge in his heart. Chuan, unsure of the truth behind young Tianqian's words, inquired, "Why did you choose me?" The little girl pouted, lowering her voice. "Because I feel we are kindred spirits. I may have fun playing with them for a little while, but usually, I can only find my grandfather, and he is a bit crazy." Kindred spirits. Chuan found this curious, but who was this grandfather she mentioned? "What do you want to play? Hide and seek?" "That's not possible." "Why not? Think about it. I'm a guest. How could a guest arrive and immediately demand to play games? Shouldn't you show us around and tell us about the people here? The others in the group couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. The little girl pondered for a moment and then replied, "All right, but I can't lead you too far, or they'll take me back to the little dark room." "Who are they?" "Just them." The group frowned. Aside from young Tianqian, who possessed some abilities, the rest of them were mere novices. It would be wise to proceed with caution. The little girl tugged at Lu Chuan's garment and said, "Big brother, let me tell you, everyone in the building has a strange temper, especially at night." "Shoo, I can't say too much, or they will hear me." From the little girl's tone, Lu Chuan could sense her deep fear of them. "Let us go upstairs," young Tianqian suggested, for a little girl lingering too long in the stairwell could spell trouble. The group ascended, with all but Lu Chuan and the middle-aged man disregarding the little girl. Young Tianqian, however, harbored doubts. The little girl was not a malevolent spirit, but perhaps due to her prolonged stay here. She was intertwined with various supernatural forces, rendering her senses different from those of ordinary people. Moreover, surviving here for so long was no trivial feat. "It's too dark. Little sister, do you know where we can find some light?" The middle-aged man inquired. "We can't turn on the lights. If you wake them from their sleep, they will get angry with you." The little girl took Lu Chuan's hand, which he instinctively recoiled from, yet did not refuse. Her grip was far too tight, however. "I usually carry a lantern when I come out at night, but I can't find today's lantern. My grandfather must have hidden it." "Humph, what a naughty grandfather." Her voice echoed in the darkness. "By the way, what are you all here for?" "Tourism." That was the honest truth, albeit one fraught with peril. Suddenly, a flicker of candlelight ignited ahead, emanating from a door slightly ajar. Young Tianqian, leading the group, immediately halted in his tracks. The others collided into him, except for the little girl. That must be Granny Maya's room. Is she still lighting candles? Is she not asleep? The group thought to themselves how audacious this little girl was to speak up at such a moment. Yet, considering her survival thus far, it was indeed impressive. They gazed towards the candlelight, exchanging glances before shifting their focus again, when suddenly, the sound of crying emerged from within the room. Lu Chuan instinctively squeezed the cold little hand, initially thinking the cries were from the girl, but soon realized they were not. Were there humans or spirits residing inside? The sound was a blend of crying and laughter, creating an eerie atmosphere alongside the flickering candlelight. Suddenly, the sound ceased. The entire floor fell into an oppressive silence. The group hastily drew out their protective charms. "Oh no, they're coming. Quick, find a room to hide." The little girl shrieked, seizing Lu Chuan's hand with a force that allowed no resistance. Charging towards Granny Maya's room, Lu Chuan attempted to break free, but he could scarcely comprehend the speed and strength with which she pulled him. They tumbled into the room. Bang! The door slammed shut. It was all so sudden that the others were left bewildered. Huang Feng exclaimed, "Wait, did she just say they are coming? Are they ghosts?" Just then, they heard footsteps ascending the stairs, synchronized and devoid of any irregularities. Recalling the little girl's warning to find a room to hide, they swiftly sprang into action, yet some doors were tightly locked, refusing to budge. The footsteps paused, presumably having ascended the stairs, and then began to approach them. Young Tianqian found a suitable room and quickly ducked inside, shutting the door behind him. Huang Feng, witnessing this, panicked. He had no desire to perish. He attempted to open door after door, only to find them as immovable as if they had been welded shut. Ning Yuan also located an accessible door and felt fortunate for his luck, but once inside, he was engulfed by an unsettling sensation, as if a pair of eyes were fixated upon him from behind. The door was gently closing due to the wind. "Hey, let me in!" Huang Feng cried out in desperation, but the door had already shut. Only he and the woman remained, groping in the darkness, the footsteps echoing like a death knell. Poised to claim their lives at any moment, Huang Feng frantically pounded on the doors, disregarding all principles of the supernatural. Nothing mattered to him now. Yet, he failed to grasp that once the shroud of death fell upon him, and the red handkerchief was torn asunder, he would truly experience the terror that accompanied supernatural events. Even with those two items, escaping death was not guaranteed. The footsteps drew nearer. The two of them collided against a door, desperately trying to open it. Fortunately, it yielded to their efforts. But at that moment, Huang Feng felt a grip on his ceremonial garment from behind. Thankfully, the garment provided some protection, preventing the spirit from inflicting any substantial harm. However, he found himself unable to move forward, mere inches away from the door. Despair washed over him as he watched the woman slip through the door, panting heavily in the darkness, as she felt along the wall. Her heart sank at the realization of his plight, for the footsteps had ceased right beside them. She whispered an apology to herself and abruptly yanked open the door, attempting to secure it completely. Huang Feng braced himself against the door with all his might, but his efforts were futile against her determination to close it. The woman, driven by the instinct to survive, fought to shut the door. It was not her turn to die, damn it! Huang Feng cursed inwardly, as the door was gently but inexorably being drawn shut. Bang! The woman immediately locked the door, while outside, Huang Feng remained silent, his mourning attire slowly being pulled apart. Footsteps echoed again from outside, but then came a hurried rush, as if someone was fleeing, accompanied by the sound of fabric being torn. She chose to ignore the commotion outside, instead collapsing against the door. Sitting on the floor, do not blame me. Theoretically, if I could save you, I might, but to abandon my own life, I cannot do that. The frantic footsteps resounded on the second floor, yet the vengeful spirits behind her did not pursue. They retreated into the darkness, clad in hospital gowns, peering forward. One spirit clutched a torn piece of mourning attire, and suddenly, it vanished, along with its hands. It stood amidst the other spirits, a beam of crimson moonlight illuminating it, casting an ever-lengthening shadow beneath the silvery glow. Huang Feng ran desperately, but no matter how swift his steps, he found himself ensnared within the stretching shadow. In an instant, the shadow rose, its gaping maw ready to devour him. Only then did he comprehend why the young girl had urged him to hide. Their rule for killing was clear. No one is allowed in front of you. In truth, hiding within a room was not secure. Perhaps the adversaries did not fear the ordinary door, but rather the door itself. Yet realizing all this came too late. Anger surged within him as he flung the tattered mourning attire towards the heavens. As he had anticipated, blocking the spirit's assault. Following the moonlight's path, he noticed the staircase nearby and, without a moment's hesitation, ascended. At this moment, he had exhausted all his trump cards. Inside, Chuan observed the elderly woman seated on the bed, weeping while clutching a black and white photo frame. Tears cascaded onto it as she gently wiped the moisture from the picture. The curtains fluttered wildly in the wind outside, and the old woman's sobs gradually fell silent. She set down the frame and turned her back to the two. Did I not mention before not to enter my room at night? Why did you not heed my warning? Grandma, please do not be angry. It is unsafe outside, they are coming, and I am merely afraid of being locked in a dark room. The little girl chuckled, hoping to garner the old woman's sympathy. However, the elder paid no heed to her explanation. I have said it before. Do not enter my room. You have disturbed me. Chuan could distinctly sense the little girl retreating a step upon hearing the elder's tone, causing him to instinctively reach for the red scarf. Grandma, please help me. I will stay just a moment, and once they leave, I will exit immediately. It won't take up your time, if you fear them. Do you not fear me? A cold breeze howled like a tiger, causing the old woman to whip her head around. The little girl remained unfazed. She had endured this countless times. Grandma, Grandpa loves me dearly. If he discovers I cannot return, he lacks the strength to save you. I have warned you. Entering my room means death. Grandma, how can you be so inhumane? If Grandpa finds out. The little girl spoke to the elder while quietly confiding to Chuan. Big brother. Grandma is about to explode. Can you cooperate with me? Are you going to kill her? Big brother, you are quite handsome, yet you think of such things. However, you are correct. Chuan could only imagine that this little girl, having lived here for so long, could not be measured by normal human reasoning. He had to play along with her. As expected, the elder erupted. You vile red thread, do you think I cannot hear you? How dare you conspire with an outsider to kill me? It was the same last time. Truly an ungrateful wretch. Die. You shall die. You all shall die. The elder rose, her face, lined with wrinkles, contorted with fury as she advanced step by step towards the window. You have disturbed me, and you shall pay, threatening me with that dead old man. You shall pay, wishing to kill me. You shall pay even more. The little girl, Hong Xian, released Chuan's hand, calmly stating, Brother, I need you to help me get Grandma onto the bed. There are chains at the bedside to restrain her, Chuan replied. All right. Despite his lingering doubts, this was not the time for questions. The elder snorted disdainfully and moved forward. Suddenly, Hong Xian leaped behind her, seizing her hands and pulling backward. The elder shot her a furious glare, yet was indeed dragged back a few steps. Chuan rushed forward to firmly grasp the elder's hands. And as she struggled violently, he pivoted, neutralizing her strength, and pushed her down onto the bed before she could react. I'll hold her down. You find the chains to bind her, brother. You must hold on. Grandma is very strong at night. Hong Xian acted swiftly, locating a chain at the foot of the bed and immediately securing it around the elder's feet, pressing down lightly to ensure it was tight. Chuan then leaped onto the bed, firmly pinning her hands, keeping her pressed against the mattress. Damn it, Hong Xian, you truly intend to collude with an outsider against me? The elder bellowed. Hong Xian, meanwhile, found another chain in the corner of the bed, and upon hearing this, felt no ripple of emotion. During the day, you are my grandmother. I call you with affection. Yet at night, you are merely a corrupted patient. I have been deceived by you 304 times. You cannot fool me again, nor will you ever. Ah, the elder writhed, and Chuan used both hands and feet to restrain her, but he could not shake the feeling that something was off about the scene. With a click, Hong Xian secured both of the elder's feet with chains. Seeing this, Chuan pulled the elder's hands backward, dragging her feet onto the bed. Hong Xian quickly dashed to the nightstand, retrieving another chain from beneath the bed to loop around the elder's hands. The elder's struggles intensified at this sight, resembling a pig rolling on a board during the New Year festivities. Chuan, however, showed no mercy, pressing down on her hands with all his might. Click, click. Despite the elder's furious thrashing, she could not compete with Chuan. Her mental instability did not significantly affect her combat ability. Both her hands and feet bound to the bed, she suddenly ceased her struggles and instead grasped Chuan's foot as he was about to leap off the bed. He nearly stumbled. But Hong Xian steadied him. Grandma, look here, Hong Xian shouted, tossing the black and white photo frame into the air. The elder's eyes widened, and she released her grip on Chuan, lunging upward as if to seize the precious item. Seizing the opportunity, Hong Xian and Chuan stepped back from the bed. The wind outside stilled, yet a sliver of moonlight still streamed in. Chuan glanced at the elder, who was desperately attempting to escape, and then involuntarily shifted his gaze to Hong Xian's face. This little girl possessed a remarkable calmness beyond her years. Sensing his gaze, Hong Xian looked up and met his eyes. Big brother. Why are you looking at me? Nothing much. I simply find you impressive, far more so than many children I have encountered. Chuan managed a strained smile. Hong Xian beamed. Really? Thank you for the compliment. Big brother? Hee. Chapter 16. The secrets of the sanatorium. Chuan mused that this little girl was easily satisfied. Seeing her reminded him of his own childhood. He had once been so resilient. Yet her experiences were far beyond what he could compare. To grow up in such an environment, while maintaining such a mindset, proved her extraordinary nature. Chuan ceased his thoughts and inquired. Since we have cooperated, may I know your name? Oh, I am called Hong Xian. Her voice was sweet. And you, big brother? I am Chuan. Chuan, what a lovely name. But big brother Chuan, you look rather weak. Why did you come here? Grandpa says we haven't admitted patients for quite some time. Did she consider me a patient? That stung. Chuan sighed. Honestly, I did not wish to come here either. A tour guide informed us that there was something very important to see inside, so we were allowed to enter for a visit. That tour guide is truly despicable. He must have deceived you into coming in. Hong Xian pouted, defending him. It is bearable here during the day, but once night falls, their spirits become unnaturally affected, sometimes chasing me with weapons. I have managed to survive only thanks to Grandpa's protection. Big brother, you must have been tricked into exploring. If you find the opportunity, you should leave quickly. It is very unsafe here. Chuan did not speak the whole truth, as it was not the right moment. Yes, I think so too. But since we are already inside, we might as well take a look around. Otherwise, it would be a wasted trip. What a stubborn big brother who does not heed advice. Hong Xian remarked, perplexed as to why he prioritized tourism over his life. Chuan gently placed his hand on her head, crouching down to ask, Hong Xian, could you tell me why this place is like this? Also, Are those outside people or ghosts? Oh, you were so eager to know? Hong Xian bit her finger, suddenly plopping down onto the ground. Then let me share a story with you. This was precisely what Lu Chuan wanted. He could not discern the rules of killing, and could only navigate the vengeful spirit's guidelines through the knowledge he acquired. Hong Xian was a promising source of information. I heard my grandpa say that this used to be an ordinary sanatorium, but everything changed when a new patient arrived. Grandfather stated that he is neither human nor ghost. Regardless of the nature of one's existence, both will inevitably be influenced by his spirit. However, the influence exerted by the opposing spirit has been somewhat restrained, leading to the patients in this sanatorium being retained by grandfather, the director, until this day. They exhibit normalcy only during the day, but as night falls, they descend into abnormality. This pattern has persisted for nearly 30 years, and now those who were once normal in daylight have begun to exhibit signs of abnormality as well. By night, they become more terrifying than ghosts, for while ghosts may kill directly, these individuals do not. Grandfather claimed they are affected by the supernatural powers of others, and that Granny Ma and her companions remain relatively normal, as she is still capable of imparting some wisdom, albeit ignored. In contrast, those who have succumbed to abnormality are the ones lurking outside. During the day, they hide within the confines of cabinets, but at night, they assume the role of enforcers, patrolling the halls, and should they encounter anyone, they are promptly confined to a little black room. Chuan absent-mindedly stroked his chin, pondering the nature of the individual capable of influencing normal humans to such an extent. Their mission was to seek a door, yet they had no leads and needed to evade the group of patients. Young man, what occupies your thoughts? Why the furrowed brow? The little girl's keen observation snapped Lu Chuan back to reality. I recall you mentioned being confined in a little black room before. Do you remember what it looked like? Oh, the little black room, Hong Xian remarked, her finger resting on her eye bags. What else could it look like? It's just black, and quite frightening too. I was usually confined there for 3 days, too afraid to step outside. Chuan gazed into her innocent, pure eyes and suddenly felt that beneath this youthful exterior lay a soul far more mature. However, I won't press you, as I too am of a similar disposition. Young man, you've asked me so many questions. May I pose one to you in return? Upon hearing Hong Xian's inquiry, Lu Chuan remained composed. Of course. Are you a ghost as well? Lu Chuan stared at her for a considerable time, momentarily stunned, as the inclusion of also quickened his heartbeat. She must have contemplated this question for a long time. So why did she perceive herself as a ghost? Suddenly, he recalled her earlier assertion that they were of the same kind. She must have sensed something within herself that resonated with him, compelling her to seek him out. Furthermore, her series of actions, how she had pinpointed him among so many, could not be mere coincidence. Chuan's contemplation lasted only a few seconds. He could not allow her to detect any peculiarity in him. Strictly speaking, I am not a ghost, for I possess human consciousness. Much like you, I believe you sensed a supernatural force within me, but that is not mine. It belongs to a ghost. Chuan articulated his understanding, recalling the ghost he had seen while washing his hair. Fortunately, Hong Xian did not seem overly surprised. It must be the ability to control ghosts. I've heard my grandfather speak of such individuals. Yet they typically do not live long, as the supernatural gradually influences them, stripping them of everything. However, brother, you are deceiving me. I do not sense the power of ghost control within you, but rather the aura of being cursed by a ghost. Is that so? Lu Chuan feigned confusion. Before we arrived, we passed through a graveyard and the Inshan ghost town. Could it be that I am cursed by them? What a dishonest brother you are. I have treated you sincerely, yet you respond with lie after lie. Hemph. Hong Xian's face was marked by the 4 characters. I am angry. Lu Chuan retorted with a smile. Aren't you, too? We encountered little on our journey, yet after meeting you, they began to appear. Moreover, from that old woman's tone, it seems you have collaborated with others to harm these patients. So, who are these others? I suspect they are the ones outside. Chapter 17. Seeking the truth. Lu Chuan was a meticulous individual. Thus, when numerous elements began to surface, he seamlessly connected them for reasoning and truth. You are not afraid of the patients here, even when they are affected by their minds after midnight. This confidence stems not from the grandfather you mentioned. When one possesses a genuine backing, they feel joy within, though they may not express it. As the satisfaction is far greater, of course, perhaps you are a boastful child. Yet from my observations of you, you seem rather mature. Thus, Hong Xian interrupted him, brother, you've said so much. What is the crux? Lu Chuan spoke solemnly, the entities outside, they must be connected to you, correct? Why would you think so? Her address shifted from young man to you. Because they have revealed you, Lu Chuan refrained from drawing absolute conclusions. Akin to reading a novel, one cannot simply flip to the final page. Consider, a girl raised in this locale, even with her grandfather's protection, how did she escape confinement in the little black room? Additionally, there was a flaw in her statement. She had just asked Lu Chuan if he was also a ghost, an excellent choice of words. However, young Tianqin had stated she was not a ghost, leading to the question of whether she might be affected by the supernatural without her own awareness. It was as though she became unhinged at night, her condition being entirely subconscious, which is why she appeared on the stairs and attracted them. Nevertheless, speculation remained mere conjecture. Only Hong Xian knew the truth. Hong Xian cradled her chin with her hands. Brother, you are rather observant. I had no idea I was so cunning. To be frank, I am merely a good child recuperating here. Lu Chuan replied, to be honest, I am just a simple visitor. In her heart, Hong Xian thought him far from simple, yet she did not reveal this, instead extending her small hand. Then shall we call it even? Sounds good. Lu Chuan grasped her small, icy hand. Then I shall not ask you any more questions. Whatever you wish to do, I shall not disturb you. The outside was devoid of sound, and remaining any longer would be akin to waiting for death. Let's go. Lu Chuan gently patted Hong Xian's head before rising and heading toward the door. The old Granny Ma on the bed continued to emit eerie cries, suspended in midair, yet bound tightly by chains. Crashing back onto the bed, Lu Chuan cautiously opened the door and stepped outside. Hong Xian made no move to call him back. It was only after he had closed the door that she shed her obedient demeanor and stood up. Granny Ma roared at her, you little red line. Release me, you lunatic, you bastard. That Lu won't be able to protect you. Hong Xian turned to look at her, softly replying, I am well aware that Grandfather Lu is not within the building at present. If I wish to survive, I must rely on external forces. In truth, the brother had misjudged. She had no connection with the entities outside. The moment Grandfather stepped out of this building, she concealed the illuminating lantern. They claim to be enforcers, yet they have no idea how many times they have confined her in the little black room. This time, it is my turn to imprison them. Lu Chuan walked through the dark corridor, uncertain of Hong Xian's intentions as she approached him. His intuition warned him that remaining by her side was perilous. This individual exuded danger. When someone is determined to achieve a goal, they become composed. The world fears not those who are mad, but rather those who possess a rational mind alongside their madness. Yet, she reminded herself that the inhabitants of this building would be severely affected by their minds at night, and those walking outside were the most severely impacted. The driver had mentioned that upon seeing the door, one would feel an indescribable sensation that this was indeed the door they were seeking. Thus, this door could not be measured by his own expectations. As Lu Chuan pondered and surveyed his surroundings, the red moonlight dimmed in the darkness. The little light that remained now required him to rely solely on instinct. Suddenly, a door creaked open. Lu Chuan quickly pressed himself against the wall, only to see young Tianqin emerge, carrying a candle. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment. By the flickering candlelight, young Tianqin recognized the young man before him. You've actually survived in the hands of that little girl. Quite an achievement. It seems you've long been aware of her unusual nature. Lu Chuan did not feign fear, as he no longer needed to. She has her own matters to attend to. Until the true entities manifest, having another person around only increases the margin for error. Why would she act against me? You see things clearly, young Tianqin remarked, closing the door. Although I am curious about what transpired between you two, now is not the time for idle chatter. Since we've encountered one another, let us proceed together. Lu Chuan did not decline. Following young Tianqin's pace, his gaze drawn to the candle in young Tianqin's hand. It was a white jar filled with ash, with a red candle standing upright in the center. Is it unusual? Young Tianqin inquired. I did not see such an item in the room I was just in. If I am not mistaken, this must be an object of a vengeful spirit, correct? Sharp eyes you have. Indeed, it is an object of a vengeful spirit, though I have yet to decipher its rules. For now, It serves merely as a source of light. Chuan recalled how Hong Xian had used Granny Ma's black and white frame to halt her. That black and white wooden frame must also be an object of a vengeful spirit. Alas, it was beyond his reach. Regarding the search for the door, do you have any leads? Chuan asked. Just a moment. Yang Tianqian replied. Think back to earlier, when those spirits arrived on this floor, a chilling wind accompanied them. Yet, ever since we took refuge behind this door, they have remained utterly silent. Do you suppose they fear what lies beyond the door? Or is it that the sight of the door itself repels them from some dreadful entity? Hearing this, Chuan found his thoughts aligning with Yang Tianqian's. I heard from that little girl that those outside were not actually ghosts, but rather patients trapped here, affected by their minds, especially this particular group. So that's the case, Yang Tianqian remarked. A mental influence, indeed. No wonder I sensed something supernatural about that little girl. She was not a ghost. Yet, it seems more akin to being eroded by the supernatural. They are gradually losing their sense of self. However, merely being mentally eroded could endow them with the strength of vengeful spirits and establish rules. What manner of entity could exert such influence over them? As Chuan observed him deep in thought, he proposed, this sanatorium must have witnessed some significant events in the past. I believe that if we uncover the connections between these occurrences, we may also elucidate the existence of the door. As I suspect it is the door the driver is searching for that affects their minds. Yang Tianqian returned to the present. Indeed, there is a possibility. However, to unravel the ancient history of this sanatorium, there is only one place to seek answers, the archive room. The two exclaimed almost in unison. The archive room. This building has 5 floors. The archive should be on the 5th floor. As they traversed the corridor, Chuan suddenly halted him, tapping Yang Tianqian's hand and gesturing for him to look to the left ahead. Following Chuan's gaze, Yang Tianqian caught sight of a fleeting shadow on the wall. Engaged in some activity, he raised the candlelight and approached cautiously, while Chuan, aware of the rules governing malevolent spirits, opted to avoid a direct confrontation. Yet, it seemed the darkness had noticed them, hastening its movements. Chuan trailed behind Yang Tianqian, and just as they were about to draw near, the shadow completed its task and vanished into the wall. It disappeared. Both felt a jolt of surprise, carefully positioning themselves beside the wall. Upon lifting their gaze, they discovered a comprehensive layout map of the entire floor affixed to the wall. In that moment, Chuan grasped a realization. Someone has been eavesdropping on us. The instant we mentioned the archive room, this layout map appeared. Clearly, someone is eager for us to uncover the truth. Yang Tianqian's gaze shifted, and he discerned the location of the archive room on the 5th floor through the flickering candlelight. Suddenly, a thought sprang to mind. An organization known as the Unknowable. Shall we proceed? Chuan inquired. Let us go, Yang Tianqian replied. Since they wish to lure us into their trap, we shall retaliate and ensnare them in their own snare. Quite bold, Chuan mused. He then pondered whether they, too, might be affected mentally since arriving here. However, judging by Yang Tianqian's demeanor, it seemed unlikely. At least, I am unaffected. The surroundings remained shrouded in darkness, yet with Yang Tianqian's candlelight, they ascended to the 5th floor without incident. Before long, the archive room stood before them. Yang Tianqian produced a copper coin, peering through its hole at the interior. Beneath the black and white layout, he glimpsed numerous cabinets. But notably, it was devoid of any occupants. After pocketing the coin, he remarked, There is no one inside. I wish to investigate. Care to join me? Chuan nodded in agreement. As Yang Tianqian pushed open the door, a peculiar odor wafted toward them, a distinct scent of neglect from years of disuse. Chuan, ever cautious, closed the door behind them, though he did not lock it, wanting to retain an escape route should any horror lurk within. Yang Tianqian placed the candle on the table. Although its glow was dim, it sufficed for visibility. You search that side, and I'll look over here, to see if there are any records detailing how this sanatorium transformed into its current state. Yang Tianqian instructed. Chuan turned to him, recalling the earlier words of the little girl. This sanatorium became what it is due to a person who arrived 30 years ago. He should be locked away now. Then let us search in that direction for any documents pertaining to 30 years ago. Agreed, Chuan replied, and they commenced their search. Chuan moved rightward, opening cabinet after cabinet filled with various documents, which he quickly dismissed as irrelevant. Time slipped away as he opened every cabinet on that side. Yet no records were to be found. Strange, why are all these filled with documents? Where could the archives be? Leaving the cabinets, Chuan approached the desk and opened the drawer beneath it. Inside, he found many items covered in dust. Nothing. After examining the drawer, he had not uncovered any documents regarding the archives from 30 years ago. Just as he was about to rise, his gaze fell upon something beneath the desk, a yellowed book propping up a leg. How could there be a book here? Lifting the table leg, he retrieved the yellowed book. Standing up, he placed it beside the candlelight and began flipping through the pages, though the ink had begun to fade. Many pages were blank until he reached the end. In 2012, a newcomer arrived. A child. When I asked her name, she replied that she had none, so I chose one for her, Hong Xian. She was a child abandoned by her parents, eroded by the supernatural, yet I kept her with me because, despite the supernatural influence, it had minimal effect on her. Indeed, it was almost negligible. I realized then that she was a special existence, a favored child of this supernatural age. However, she was gravely ill at this point. Chuan's lips twitched. 3 exclamation marks. What kind of illness afflicted Hong Xian? Or had that person simply been driven to frustration? Confused, he continued reading. In 2008, patients began to lose control, gradually succumbing to the influence of their minds. Especially at night, they wandered the halls like soulless husks, devoid of thought or pattern. In 2005, some patients pleaded for release, having endured many years of isolation and the unbearable solitude of being cut off from the world. I denied their requests, informing them, "You are a group forgotten by this world. To leave would be akin to death. Your survival is solely due to the supernatural influence sustaining your lives." Yet they would not heed my warnings. On several occasions, they attempted to sneak out. Though I caught them, there were times I could not see them. Thus, I made a significant decision: to cultivate a group among them to serve as enforcers, watching over them both day and night. This plan proved successful. They were thoroughly frightened. In 2000, there was nothing notable to record. Life remained as mundane as ever. In 1997, I arrived at this nocturnal sanatorium. Witnessing the imminent demise of the supernatural afflicted director, I accepted his dying wish and became the new director. My name is Lu Qiming, and I am quite the dashing figure. Smiley face. Shortly after assuming my role, a young man drove a supernatural bus to this place, accompanied by 5 spirits. I recognized him. He was a generation younger than me, a youth named Xiejiqiu, a rather reckless boy, slightly less insane than the individual from the unknowable. He had committed many acts that incited the desire for his murder among those outside. He himself was ensnared by the resurgence of the supernatural, thus seeking treatment at the sanatorium. To protect him and preserve this era, I chose to confine him for treatment, though the supernatural afflictions he bore were, well, trivial to me. Reading this, Chuan found the director, Lu Qiming, rather intriguing. However, glancing at the time, he wondered if he had indeed picked up the book upside down. At that moment, young Tianqian approached, holding another document. Chuan flipped through his own quickly, realizing it was incomplete, with many pages torn out. Indeed, I too found a few entries, suggesting someone arrived before us, with their account being fragmented yet revealing much useful information. Listening, Chuan handed over the yellowed book in his possession, while young Tianqian exchanged his own book with him. The two perused each other's findings, discovering that the content was largely similar. Chuan then realized he had indeed been reading the book incorrectly. Why are there 2 identical texts? Young Tianqian pondered aloud, flipping through the pages. Either this Lu Qiming was simply bored and wrote 2 copies, or he prepared duplicates. Wait, this part is different. Chuan approached to see where young Tianqian was pointing. It was a name, Xiejiqiu. Immediately, Chuan flipped through his own book, locating the corresponding page, where he found a different name, Yi Tianming. 2 identical texts, yet featuring distinct names. Could they refer to the same individual? Chuan contemplated. Young Tianqian shook his head. What is certain now is that the little girl must be Hong Xian, but she is ill, and we have yet to discern the nature of her affliction. Moreover, the individuals outside are enforcers trained by Lu Qiming. According to that little girl, anyone who encounters them will be locked away in a small dark room. Chuan remarked, they have been influenced by supernatural forces until now. Some elderly individuals are unaware of how long they have lived. Those who are meant to perish, remarkably, continue to exist due to these ethereal entities clinging to their lives. Once they step outside this building, They will impact the world, I must admit. This is somewhat uncanny. Yet after enduring so much, Chuan believes it wholeheartedly at this moment. The two set aside the book, and outside, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed. Chuan immediately sensed that this was not just any footsteps. They were too synchronized. Listening closely, the steps approached their room. Finally, the footsteps halted at the door, leaving an eerie silence outside. Even though the candle flickered on, Chuan felt the surroundings rapidly darkening, as if the candle's light was becoming ineffective. A knock resounded, and the candle was lifted by Yang Tianqian. Casting Chuan into an enveloping darkness, he extended his hand over the red cloth and, at that moment, inexplicably felt an overwhelming drowsiness. Is this supernatural force beginning to affect me? Chuan remained steadfast. Yet this wave of sleepiness was too powerful, as if the surroundings had transformed into inviting beds. And he was succumbing to it. It was unclear whether he was standing or lying down, his consciousness fading away. Suddenly, the door creaked open. A group of patients appeared at the threshold, triggering the rules of the malevolent spirits. And soon enough, the archive room was left empty. The entire floor seemed devoid of any visitors. Two notebooks, discarded on the table, inexplicably returned to their original positions, and the opened cabinet closed itself automatically. If Yang Tianqian were present, he would have realized that this room was indeed undergoing a reboot. It reverted to the state it was in when they first arrived. The surroundings remained shrouded in darkness, and Chuan lost track of time. When his awareness returned, his head buzzed. Cautiously placing his hand on the ground, he found it strange. This was not the archive room, which had tiled floors, while here there were none. Where have I been taken? Chuan suddenly recalled the words of the red thread. Could it be that I have been confined to a small dark room? Just as Chuan stood up, he stumbled backward, unexpectedly colliding with a door. The material of this door was different from those prior. Yet the most peculiar aspect was the growing sensation within Chuan that this was indeed the door the driver had urged them to find. This feeling surged within him. No, Chuan was taken aback. Had he known this, he should have proactively shut the small dark room back then. But it is not too late now. However, what should he do next? Should he remove the door? That seems rather unrealistic. But he inquired what the driver truly intended. He merely instructed them to seek a door, and now that it has been found, what comes next? Chuan suddenly felt a headache and placed his hand on the doorknob. In an instant, the world spun. The doorknob turned on its own, nearly launching him off his feet. Just as Chuan intended to release his grip, the doorknob abruptly halted, causing him to stumble through the door with a thud. He landed on the ground. He brushed off the dust and rose, adjusting his garments. The room beyond appeared to be another chamber, also equipped with windows through which moonlight streamed. There, by the window, sat a bench, seemingly occupied by someone. Chuan caught sight of glistening bare legs. The moonlight illuminated only a small area, preventing Chuan from discerning the figure's complete outline. But was that person unclothed? How could it be you? Chuan froze momentarily, realizing it was a living person. Wait, do you recognize me? How curious that you are mute. Hello, let me introduce myself. I am Yi Tianming. I assume you must be perplexed as to why I carry the name Yi Tianming? It sounds like the name of a supporting character. Haha, of course, it is because in ancient tales, the protagonists often share the surname Yi. The old man confined me here, yet he was kind enough to show me many stories. Later, I decided to name myself Tianming, Yi Tianming. Does this name not evoke the essence of a story's hero? I think so too. If our world were a novel, I would undoubtedly be the protagonist. Hey, don't feign silence. What is your name? Chuan thought to himself that after being imprisoned for so long, how could he suddenly become so talkative upon meeting someone? He replied, I am Chuan. Chuan, sharing a surname with that old man? Yi Tianming remarked. Chuan had not considered this connection and continued. A driver mentioned that we are the chosen fortunate ones. He said we must find a door in this building. I wish to inquire. The person he seeks must be human, correct? Is that person you? Laughter echoed from across. Chuan, have you ever heard the saying, there exists a way to die by knowing too much? Chuan responded. Yi Tianming raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of helplessness as if Chuan had stolen his line. That person is indeed me, but in my plan, the ones meant to find this door should be a natural ghost master and a supernatural client. Yet here you are instead. Lu Chuan understood that the two individuals he referred to were among their group and was not surprised. Anyone slightly foolish without protection from malevolent spirits would likely end up in the small dark room. Right? Your plan sounds rather hasty. Humph, what do you know? Yi Tianming shot a glare at him from the shadows where the moonlight did not reach. The door that confined me is not in the small dark room. You should have been confined there. However, you possess the energy of a grave, and thus I drew the connection to you. I initially believed it was the grave, but it turned out to be you. Kid, you're in big trouble, do you understand? Chapter 20. A dead friend is better than a living priest. Lu Chuan nearly twitched at the corner of his mouth. The grave you mention refers to that ghost outside. I have encountered many spirits. Why is it that only you can sense its essence on me? Even Lu Chuan, at this moment, began to comprehend the peculiarity of the situation, especially with the red thread claiming to be cursed by a malevolent spirit. He hadn't taken that to heart, as the driver had mentioned that a bus could serve as both protection and a curse. Yet, what was this essence of a grave? Yi Tianming crossed his legs. Curious to know? Perhaps if you plead, I might offer you some guidance, Lu Chuan. This person is likely driven mad from confinement. Look at that unwilling expression of yours. Had this been in the past? Never mind back then. I would have been killed long ago. Young man before me, tell me, what is it you desire? Lu Chuan suddenly understood the feeling of being confronted by Dean Lu Qiming. He sighed and silently stepped back. Hey, don't leave. Now that you're here, we must have a conversation. Also, I have no clothes on. Quickly, take yours off and lend them to me. I am freezing. You must be insane. There is no need to feign this demeanor to test me. I simply wish to find the door, fulfill the driver's task, and return home. Retreating to the door, Lu Chuan grasped the doorknob, facing the individual who was merely a pair of legs. Yi Tianming scoffed. Nonsense. You are the mad one. Your entire family is mad. Have you considered that the moment you stepped onto that bus, you became irrevocably entwined with all of this? Of course, but I would prefer to remain an observer. In the midst of the game, all our pawns. Yi Tianming's voice lowered. The observer may not be clear, and the participant may not be lost, for I am the strategist. Lu Chuan seemed to meet his gaze directly. Confronting him, then, esteemed strategist, what would you have me do next? Laughter emerged from the darkness. You possess adaptability, which is commendable. My demands are not excessive. You must locate that natural ghost master and my client, employing whatever means necessary to ensure they are confined in the small dark room alongside you. This way, I can summon them through you. How am I to identify them? That depends on your own abilities. Yi Tianming clearly did not wish to elaborate further. Moreover, my ghost can only sustain itself for a limited time. I initially believed that old man was nearing his end, and I would assume his role as the dean. Yet, I did not anticipate that his 30 years were all an act. Sight at a new era is approaching, and in this supernatural age of decline, I cannot remain here indefinitely. It is time for me to emerge. Lu Chuan listened quietly to him, caught in this whirlwind, uncertain whether it was fortune or misfortune. By the way, when you leave, be cautious of one person. No, two. Just as Yi Tianming finished speaking, Lu Chuan felt another dizzy spell, and darkness enveloped him once more. Tap tap, the sound of bare feet walking on the ground reached his ears. Lu Chuan stood up. The sound came from behind him. Could it be that someone else had been confined in the small dark room? Is it Yang Tianxin? Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder. Lu Chuan felt warmth emanating from the hand. If it were a patient, he would be triggering the murderous rules of the malevolent spirits. Who are you? This question did not originate from him but from behind, trembling with a mixture of fear and caution. Lu Chuan instinctively shrugged off the hand and turned to the side, only to find the person behind him launching a series of punches and kicks. Fortunately, Lu Chuan reacted swiftly. With a reflexive motion, he extended his leg to trip the assailant and immediately subdued him. Do not move. If you make any dangerous moves, I won't hesitate to leave you here forever. The person struggled briefly before collapsing in defeat. Who are you, Lu Chuan? Not familiar. Yet Lu Chuan recognized the voice. It was Huang Feng. You're the one who wanted me to get off the bus before, right? Do you remember now? Huang Feng's eyes lit up. Of course, he recalled. But hadn't he been dragged into a room by that little girl? Was he not dead? Hey, I remember now. Quickly let me go. You Lu Chuan, right? I know you. Lu Chuan released him and inquired, "How did you end up here as well?" Huang Feng patted his backside and replied, "But you all dashed into the house while I didn't make it inside. So that group of specters chased me relentlessly, and I ended up here in a daze." Lu Chuan asked again, "After you were confined, did you encounter anything unusual? Anything?" "No, it's utterly empty in here. It's just darkness upon darkness." "Then it seems that Yi Tianming truly sensed the aura of the grave on me. Have I been cursed by the tomb? Did I inadvertently collide with its little spirits while driving the bus? And now it has set its sights on me?" Or Lu Chuan's thoughts drifted back to earlier when a piece of paper money flew in through the window, no matter how he waved. It would cling to him. If I am indeed cursed, it must have begun from that moment. Otherwise, only Huang Hui would have been affected. But when Yang Tianxin arrived unexpectedly, he indirectly shielded me from it. Lu Chuan sighed to himself. Malevolent spirits and supernatural events are truly unpredictable. Huang Feng, unable to see his expression, felt a sense of urgency. Since we have both been trapped here, we should quickly find a way to escape. It feels increasingly unsafe to remain here. Have you not found a way out after all this time? No. Lu Chuan turned his attention away from him and began to feel his way through the darkness. Then let us act swiftly. This small dark room cannot be as simple as it seems. At least in many people's minds, places referred to as such are terrifyingly dreadful. Just as they were searching for an exit, shadows began to manifest on the ceiling, merging with the darkness, extending two arms that grew infinitely longer. Slowly approaching the two, they remained oblivious to it all, and by the time they noticed, it was too late. Who was there? Huang Feng felt a tightening around his neck and reached for it, but found nothing. Hearing the commotion, Lu Chuan too felt something covering his eyes. Without hesitation, he took out a red cloth and placed it over his head. As soon as it was on, the cloth inexplicably transformed into a red veil. The hand that obscured his vision immediately withdrew, allowing Lu Chuan to clearly see the surroundings through the red fabric. Huang Feng stood not far in front of him, and to his left was the door. "Hey Lu Chuan, are you still there? Do you sense something lurking about?" Lu Chuan stepped forward and opened the door. Outside, it was not as dark as inside. Huang Feng rushed out, but those hands seized him once more. "Huang Feng, grab me." Chapter 21. The Supernatural Client. Sierra. No, don't go, Lu Chuan. Save me. You still have the red cloth given by the ghost. So you need not fear them, but I am defenseless. I have nothing left. Just help me out, and I promise I will transfer you money when I get home. Any amount you desire. I just need you to save me this once. Huang Feng was already paralyzed with fear. He could not imagine what awaited him if he remained in the small dark room, and could only place his hopes in Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes. Pulling Huang Feng from the doorway, contemplating that he would let go the moment he sensed any threat to himself, Huang Feng clung desperately to his arm, leaving red marks. Several figures emerged from the small dark room, traversing the walls, floors, and ceiling, silently observing everything. Put in a bit more strength. Huang Feng gritted his teeth, and as Lu Chuan exerted more force, he finally pulled him out. Huang Feng, still shaken, clutched Lu Chuan's hand tightly, looking up just as several patients appeared before them without a sound. Damn. Huang Feng's expression shifted dramatically, and with a heavy heart, he shoved Lu Chuan forward. Noticing the terror in his eyes, Lu Chuan grasped him firmly. Fearing this move might be intended to harm him, he stepped back with his right foot, sidestepping Huang Feng, and with great force, hurled him toward the patients. No, Huang Feng tried to grab him, but Lu Chuan kicked him in the chest, coldly stating, "I saved you twice, yet you wish to harm me. You are ungrateful, and I can also be without virtue. You have the red cloth. I have nothing. Why should you fear it?" Huang Feng attempted to flee but was firmly grasped by the patients behind him. "This is not a matter of obligation. I have no reason to assist you. The means of survival are not to be wasted on you. You must understand, this is all a consequence of your own making." Lu Chuan wished to say no more and swiftly turned to leave. The rules of malevolent spirits had been triggered, and Huang Feng's time was up. As he watched Lu Chuan walk away, Huang Feng shouted urgently, "You can't leave. I was wrong. Come back. I promise I won't do this again." "Hey, saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda, Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan, if I die, I will always remember you. Won't you fear me seeking you out again? Lu Chuan, you wretched man, come back. No, no, let go of me. No." The voice faded into the distance, but Lu Chuan felt no disturbance within. Some people are like this, only focused on themselves. Even if someone saves them, they will still consider it deserved. Treating others like fools. Once bullied for being too honest, Lu Chuan had developed self-awareness over the course of his journey, discerning what should and should not be done in a world full of chaos. It suffices to focus on oneself. I am not inherently a virtuous person. Putting these thoughts aside, Lu Chuan ran on. He needed to find the innate ghost handler and the supernatural client while evading that group of patients. Time was of the essence, he had to hurry. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Chuan returned to Granny Ma's room, where she remained bound to the bed, her body splayed like a star, glaring malevolently at Lu Chuan. Not here? Lu Chuan approached the window and found a pin pressing down on a small note. He moved the pin aside and read the content of the note. Little brother, I guessed you would return. Why not take a guess at what I'm doing now? Oh dear, she's about to come out. I had hoped to write a bit more. Just these 2 brief paragraphs plunged Lu Chuan into a whirlpool of uncertainty once again. Yi Tianming instructed him to keep an eye on 2 individuals. One is the red thread, and is she the one written about by the red thread? Furthermore, the innate ghost handler and his client. How many others remain concealed within this web? No, I must sort this out. Lu Chuan stood still, closing his eyes to ponder for a moment, replaying the words of all those who had spoken to him like a film at double speed in his mind. His memory had always been quite good, allowing him to navigate this moment with ease. After a time, he opened his eyes, focusing on the note in his hand. The red thread was raised by director Lu Qiming, and the grandfather he mentioned was this very director. The red thread is a unique presence, unaffected by Yi Tianming's supernatural influence. She is someone even the director finds special. Previously, I speculated that the red thread was connected to the patients outside. Now I realize she was manipulating those patients to separate us. After separating us, she could execute her plan. Though I am uncertain of her motives, does she also wish to escape from the night sanatorium? A young child, mature in spirit, resourceful, and calm under pressure. She is even more formidable than I was at her IG. Lu Chuan chuckled softly, returning the note and pin to their original place before leaving the room. Wearing the red veil, his vision of the surrounding darkness was unaffected, as clear as day, albeit tinted as he descended the staircase. Lu Chuan encountered someone head-on. Xia Ran. Her complexion was extremely pale, and her breathing uneven, evidently having faced a malevolent spirit and contended with it. What concerned Lu Chuan most was that she had survived the encounter. Could one of those 2 individuals be her? His intuition stirred quietly. Xia Ran glanced at Lu Chuan, panic evident on her face. I can't believe it's you. I thought I encountered a ghost. You scared me to death. Lu Chuan sighed. It's fortunate you ran into me. Had you encountered a concealed ghost handler, you would have been treated as an NPC. Xia Ran touched her heart. A ghost handler? Is that really a thing? I feel like I've heard of it. Are they really that formidable? Of course. Lu Chuan observed her fearful gaze, pausing momentarily. Not formidable. Xia Ran nearly gasped in disbelief. Yang Tianqin mentioned that among us, there are a few hidden experts. You must be cautious. Who knows what they are hiding for? Xia Ran remarked, the human heart is the most inscrutable. Today I encountered a ghost, and had I known, I wouldn't have taken the bus at midnight. I regret it deeply. Lu Chuan reassured her. It's all right. With Yang Tianqin around, if you encounter any issues, just seek him out. By the way, you don't know where they are, right? You know? Please tell me quickly. I feel like my heart is about to leap out from running around here alone. Lu Chuan replied earnestly. They are all in the room at the northernmost end of the first basement. Yang Tianqin asked me to gather everyone. That's the small dark room. He just escaped from there not long ago and noted the location. Xia Ran looked at him with pity. Do as he says? Young man, you must be careful. They may just see you as an errand. Lu Chuan, with an innocent demeanor, scratched his head and said, it's nothing, really. What's the big deal? After all, there's strength in numbers. With this red veil, I fear no ghost. The 2 of them officially began to showcase their acting skills. Chapter 22. The Battle of the Second Personality Against the Born Ghost Tamer. Oh my. You truly have a bold heart, much like my own at home, Xia Ran remarked with a few clicks of his tongue. All right then, you hurry and find them. I shall head to the first basement to seek out Yang Tianqin. Understood. I shall take my leave. Take care. Lu Chuan took a few steps forward, brushing past him. Xia Ran's gaze grew cold. Suddenly, Lu Chuan turned his head and asked, "By the way, have you encountered anyone else?" Ran replied, "No, all I have encountered along this journey are ghosts. The only person I have met is you. I see. Then I shall be on my way." Lu Chuan ascended the stairs. Ran looked into the dark stairwell and descended. A cold smile curling on his lips. This little brat is either genuinely naive or merely pretending. I can't shake the feeling that he has recognized my identity. It feels like we are both putting on a performance. However, I have truly never paid attention to the first basement. Could that door be located there? Or is he deliberately luring me there? I never anticipated that this commission would leave me so anxious. Fortunately, the supernatural has yet to revive, and such a substantial job could sustain me for quite some time. On the 4th floor, Lu Chuan pressed on with unwavering steps. For certain individuals, the more guilty they feel, the more convincingly they act. Yet, when it comes to normal reactions, they may overdo it. However, what is now certain is that she is one of the two individuals. As for the other, I have long suspected it to be Yang Tianqian. But he revealed himself far too early. At present, I lean towards two individuals. One is Ning Yuan, and the other is the unnamed middle-aged man. I am indeed puzzled as to why we were divided into two teams. One team suffered heavy casualties, leaving only 2 survivors, while our team, aside from one Huang Hui and myself, who is cursed, faced almost no danger. I do not believe in luck. Yet it seems that our side has indeed enjoyed a fair amount of fortune. Could it be due to the presence of more powerful figures? If there truly exists a protagonist among us, it would be Yang Tian. No. It is I. Surprised by my abrupt change of perspective. Lu Chuan felt an odd influence from someone. On the 5th floor, Lu Chuan cautiously navigated his way, suddenly halting as a multitude of patients appeared before him. In their eyes, they saw not Lu Chuan, but a temporary bride in a wedding gown. Lu Chuan took a step back, when suddenly a familiar voice called out to him, "Hey, little brother, don't leave. If you go, I'll be left here all alone to fend for myself." The voice was somewhat familiar. Lu Chuan cautiously retreated and turned to see the middle-aged man. So it is him. However, my timing seems rather unfortunate. Lu Chuan's gaze darted between the two parties. Sensing an impending conflict, he had no desire to be embroiled in their quarrel. Yet the middle-aged man could not be allowed to meet his end. He could only silently pray. Seeing Lu Chuan continue to retreat, nearing the stairwell, the middle-aged man could not help but say, "What are you afraid of? We haven't even begun to fight. We're merely waiting for someone." "Waiting for whom?" "The young lady who brought you here. You remember her, don't you?" "That's who we're waiting for," replied the middle-aged man. Lu Chuan suddenly halted. "What do you need her for? Your words are vague. It's certainly not to invite her for a chat." An idea formed in Lu Chuan's mind. Perhaps he could use this group of patients to lead them into the small black room. However, to exercise caution, he needed to confirm the man's identity first. "Are you a born ghost tamer or a contractor of Yi Tianming?" The middle-aged man, hands on his hips, faced the patients with a chuckle. "Ah, it seems you are quite knowledgeable. Allow me to introduce myself formally. My name is Yuan Xiao. As for whether I am the born ghost tamer or that contractor you mentioned, I'm afraid you'll have to wait until I'm certain you're on the brink of death before I divulge that information." Lu Chuan was unconcerned, relieved to have found the right person. However, a new problem arose. This man was clearly going to confront him head-on, so how could he possibly lure Yuan Xiao into the small black room? The path through the patients was uncertain. After all, their spirits had been heavily influenced by the supernatural, and whether they could still be called human after midnight was debatable. Several red threads emerged from the archives. The door to the archives wide open. The patients, filling the corridor, instinctively parted to create a path. The red threads slithered across the floor, walls, and ceiling, surging forward as the red threads flowed from the archives. A chilling voice spoke. "Little brother, since you've come this far, why not stay a while?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan felt a tremor within. These red threads were somewhat different from those he had encountered previously. Middle-aged man Yuan Xiao observed the threads with a smile. "I must say, young lady, you should be grateful that I tore out those few pages of the archives. Otherwise, everyone would know your ailment. And who knows what harm it would bring you?" The red thread lifted its gaze. "Grateful? I truly thank your entire family." "Ah, no need for thanks," Yuan Xiao replied with a nonchalant demeanor. "I had anticipated the help that person could summon. Yet miscalculated you. My grandfather once said that due to the changing times, A born ghost tamer could no longer emerge. Yet here you are, the red thread stated. I have no desire for superfluous conversation. Earlier, my sister showed you some compassion, but I shall not. Your tearing of the files was merely an attempt to conceal a fragment of the secret. Now that you are aware of my ailment, you boldly approach with a plan to deal with me? Yuan Shao shook his head. Originally, I intended to be a mere bystander, yet you forced me into the fray. Moreover, you've exposed my identity so casually. It feels rather uninteresting. Lu Chuan waved his hand dismissively. You all continue your fight. I need not be involved. One must know when to retreat. The red thread glanced at Lu Chuan, her lips parting slightly. Sister had already intervened to prevent you from being dragged into the small black room. Fortunately, I released you from Granny Maya's chamber, ultimately allowing you to find him. Lu Chuan's expression flickered with intrigue. Sister? Wasn't he there? Only the red thread present? This is personality split? The red thread shot him a glare before turning back to Yuan Shao. You must be aware that after midnight, my sister and I will enter a state of weakness. That is the price for my special variable. You might as well try to gauge whether I am within your capabilities once weakened. Sister. The red thread's tone shifted abruptly, her voice filled with anger. Go back. This is not your moment to emerge. Our weaknesses must not be exposed. He must die. Yuan Shao flashed a broad grin, displaying his gleaming white teeth, and with a gentlemanly gesture towards the red thread, he said, Then I shall not hold back. Unknowable, Yuan Shao, greetings to all. Chapter 23. Collision of rules. The red thread stood amidst the swirling red lines, raising her hand. Suddenly, every door on the floor swung open, bathing the area in the crimson light of the moon. The 15th circle of hell had invaded reality. Unknowable, I have heard of you. They say the members of the unknowable are the most enigmatic of all. And you? I do not believe. Yuan Shao chuckled at this. Whether you believe it or not is of no concern to me. A menacing aura emanated from the red thread, and in silence, dozens of red lines encircled them from all directions. Manifesting her unique hell, Yuan Shao remained rooted in place, and behind him, a pitch-black, masked replica of himself appeared. This doppelganger removed its mask, revealing black liquid oozing from its eyes, mouth, nose, and ears. This liquid pooled on the ground, quickly forming a lake around him. This was the manifestation of his hell. The two hells clashed, creating a standoff. Lu Chuan instinctively sensed the supernatural power. Had he not been draped in the red veil, black liquid would likely have flowed from within him due to the supernatural influence. This is the battle between ghost tamers. It's rather difficult to comprehend. Yuan Shao recognized the red thread's weakness, and she certainly could not afford to let him go. However, in this fierce confrontation, Lu Chuan feared for his own safety. At that moment, the entire floor was devoid of patience, leaving only the three of them. Yuan Zhao's doppelganger turned, merging into Yuan Zhao's body, as if they were becoming one. Just as the red thread prepared to strike, cracks appeared in the floor beneath her feet, from which black liquid emerged, indicating that the opponent's hell was invading hers. A masked figure emerged from the liquid, reaching for the mask, intending to place it upon the red thread. Several red lines shot in from all directions. Ensnaring that figure, a tiny mass of liquid seemed to contain an immense world. Yuan Shao, head thrown back, dove into the black liquid beneath him. A water ghost could actually invade my hell? The red thread was taken aback. Have those outside grown this formidable? Yet her skills were not to be underestimated. 2 red lines ensnared her hands, lifting her into the air, as Yuan Shao fortuitously stepped from his hell into hers. The red thread's gaze fell, declaring the supernatural rule. Unseeable. Yuan Shao was forced to fly out of the black liquid, his body retreating swiftly to the side as he triggered the rule, causing some black liquid to surge from within him. I never expected the ghost you command to possess the unseeable rule. I was careless, Yuan Shao admitted. The red thread replied, Not all vengeful spirits possess the unseeable rule. For most, it is what the unknowable refers to. Did you not know? At that moment, the red thread triggered a supernatural rule. Water ghost, do not engage in conversation with it. The crimson lines fluttering in the surroundings were corroded by a black liquid, instantly scattering across the ground. The red thread, wary and cautious, took a step back, transforming its own hell into a wall that encircled it. Yuan Shao donned a mask and once again plunged into the black liquid. As the dark substance flowed behind the red thread, Yuan Shao emerged, stating, "Were it not for the malevolent spirits I command, influenced by some ethereal force, you would be dead by now. The rules of malevolent spirits do not equate to certain death. You have yet to master the 15th layer of hell, so do you presume to utter such words?" The red thread silently fumed but refrained from speaking. Having discerned one of Yuan Zhao's rules, "It would not be foolish enough to invite trouble. If you choose silence, I shall take it as acquiescence. Come now, do not resist. Allow me to place a mask upon you." Several red threads darted toward Yuan Shao. But before they could reach him, they were eroded clean by the rising black liquid. Suddenly, from the corroded red thread aimed at Yuan Shao, a needle shot forth. It grazed his mask without causing any damage. And in that fleeting moment of distraction, the red thread had already used hell to drag his black liquid from this place, intent on severing his escape route. In a simultaneous strike, Yuan Shao found himself ensnared by the threads, which pulled him in all directions, and the red thread tore his entire body asunder. Yet, as the remnants fell, they transformed into black liquid, ultimately coalescing into a mask. The red thread's expression shifted. Upon opening her eyes, the mask had indeed adhered to her face, clinging tightly to every contour, impervious to her efforts to remove it. It was as if the mask had fused with her very being. When did I become ensnared in his hell? Could it be that he commands two spirits? From the puddle of black liquid to the left of the corridor, Yuan Shao crawled out, casting a glance at the red thread trapped beneath the mask. How peculiar. Even bound, she remained so formidable that I nearly fell victim myself. He then turned to Chuan. "Hey, you brat, still hanging around? Not planning to leave?" Chuan thought to himself, "Having seen and understood your rules of malevolent spirits." Suddenly, a sound of cracking masks resonated ahead. "Quit gawking and get over here." Chuan was engulfed by a surge of black liquid, transported next to Yuan Shao, where he vividly observed the red veil before him gradually darkening. "My mask cannot suppress her for long. Once she releases her dominant persona, we are done for. But do not fear. I am not afraid. Heh. If we are to survive, let us do so together. And if we are to perish, let us do so in companionship on the road to the underworld. I shall not be at a loss." Yuan Shao chuckled, grasping Chuan's hand as they plunged into the black liquid, which coursed through the ceiling of the 4th floor and then through the ground, giving Chuan a genuine experience of riding an elevator. To the basement level 1, Chuan shouted, nearly forgetting the gravity of the situation. Yuan Shao, puzzled, asked, "What do you need to go to basement level 1 for? Have you already found the door?" "Of course, the door is in the northernmost room of basement level 1. You will know once you arrive." Chuan replied nonchalantly, "Yang Tianchen and the others are inside. If you're afraid, you need not go. I'm not falling for that. You claim to know the room, yet why did you come out? You re not afraid of death?" Yuan Shao retorted, "Kid, you should take a look at the actor training manual. Your dialogue is riddled with holes, and it's quite tiresome to address." Yuan Shao led him to basement level 1, prompting Chuan to marvel at the speed of their progress. Chuan shot him a glance, fully aware of the deception yet still willing to follow. Yuan Shao made a sugary expression, "Because I am unafraid." Chuan nearly vomited his overnight meal. This was an old joke, and here he was, a grown man, still playing along. Just then, the door to a nearby room swung open, and Xiaoran stepped out. She glanced at the two of them before noticing the now vanished black liquid on the ceiling, suddenly turning to Chuan. "I was curious at the time. Why did you remind me of the spirit controller? I initially thought you had guessed my identity, but it seems you were still uncertain. So the spirit controller you seek is him?" Yuan Shao picked at his nose, flicking it away. "What's the matter? Am I not handsome enough?" Chapter 24. The conclusion. Xiaoran shot him a disdainful look. Chuan, relieved that she was unharmed, said cautiously, "Yes, the spirit controller I seek is indeed him, but now I have confirmed your identity." "Oh? You are the client of Yi Tianming, correct?" Chuan clarified. "Do not be surprised. He sent me to find both of you." "Who is Yi Tianming?" "I do not recognize that name," Yuan Shao replied. Xiaoran's gaze shifted slightly, her skepticism apparent. Could it be that this Yi Tianming had indeed written to this young man before? Chuan, however, continued to address Yuan Shao. "You have already been to the archives. The patient who appeared 30 years ago is Yi Tianming, and he is the one seeking you both, in that very room." "Why should I go in?" Yuan Shao countered. the red thread is pursuing you. I shouted so loudly just now that she definitely heard me. If her resolve to kill you is strong enough, she will undoubtedly follow. Yuan Shao narrowed his eyes, his expression momentarily stiffening. You are quite the ruthless one. There are some matters that must be undertaken by certain individuals. Lu Chuan opened the door to the small dark room, where the scent of blood lingered. He felt a twinge of instinct to refrain from entering first and turned to say, one of you is his client, and the other is a natural spirit controller. If we are to complete the driver's task, we shall rely on both of you. Yuan Shao stroked his chin, a patient from 30 years ago. Yi Tianming and the red thread suffering from dissociative identity disorder have attracted a supernatural bus carrying a host of spirits. What are they seeking? A door? No, they seek a person. Yet what perplexes me is that this Yi Tianming has also sought a supernatural client. I recall there is indeed a formidable client among us, by the name of Xiaoran. Yuan Shao regarded Xiaoran with a speculative gaze, noting the discrepancy. The Xiaoran he recognized was a woman in her 20s. Certainly not this aged, Xiaoran remained unfazed. Who I am is inconsequential. What you should concern yourself with is that the one behind you is swiftly closing in. Yuan Shao, of course, sensed the red thread and clapped his hands. Turning to Lu Chuan, let us proceed. To break the deadlock, we must first enter the fray. Now I am beginning to suspect that the red thread is compelling me to move forward. Yuan Shao stepped into the small dark room, vanishing entirely into the darkness. Lu Chuan looked at Xiaoran, who said, "It is quite remarkable that you have survived thus far. However, there are some things that should be said, and others that ought not to be. You understand what should be seen and what should remain unseen. But do not worry, this is our territory, and I shall not lay a hand on you." She revealed a meaning-laden smile. Lu Chuan felt a tremor in his heart. Xiaoran sidestepped him, entering the small dark room, disappearing from view. Lu Chuan stood at the door, and the pursuing red thread appeared behind him. She said nothing, suddenly halting to gaze at him. Lu Chuan, his heart racing, hastily entered the small dark room and closed the door, relieved that their gaze had not lingered for more than 3 seconds. Once inside, Lu Chuan relied on the supernatural power of the red veil to see 4 figures within the small dark room. One figure lay sprawled on the ground, inhaling the pervasive scent of blood in the air. Lu Chuan instinctively recoiled. What is happening? Outside the door, the red thread leaned against the wall, while on the other side, Yi Tianming stood bare, with only his long legs illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window. He was exhaling smoke. The red thread remarked, "The person you seek has already been brought inside. However, one of them has discovered my secret, and they cannot leave this building alive. Whether he lives or dies is your concern. For now, he is still of use to me, and you cannot harm him." Yi Tianming's voice penetrated through the wall. Moreover, Manyan ghost is becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. You must coax those patrolling patients outside to come in, and I will personally see them on their way. The red thread's expression shifted. You promised me that before you resolve the Yin ghost, you would completely erase her spiritual will. I hope you will not go back on your word. The her referred to the red thread's dominant persona. Rest assured, I, Yi Tianming, am a man of my word. 30 years ago, I was ensnared by the supernatural, and after years of recuperation, as long as I successfully eliminate the Yin ghost, I can temporarily escape the resurgence of the supernatural. This game has been ongoing for 30 years. It is time for it to conclude. 30 years prior, he entered the night sanitarium, and with the aid of director Lu Qiming, he fell into a state of suspended animation with the malevolent spirits, sleeping for years. This was one method to delay the resurgence of the malevolent spirits. Of course, years later, he awakened, but one of the spirits, named Nian Ghost, had already slipped beyond his control. The spiritual essence of the Nian Ghost surged from his body, gradually affecting the entire sanitarium. To protect the patients, Director Lu Qiming crafted a door specifically to block the supernatural. Yet the door could not completely seal it off. Whenever midnight arrived, the mental wills of these patients would become ensnared in the supernatural, unable to extricate themselves, and he was thoroughly trapped within the door. After some time, he devised a plan. The inception of this plan stemmed from the day he encountered a little girl through the door, a girl with dual personas, the red thread. The dominant persona of the red thread was far more mature than a typical person, yearning for a kind of affection she had never possessed, with grandfather Lu Qiming becoming her sole light. resembling Lu Chuan in some ways. Yet her second persona longed to escape the sanitarium. It awakened only after midnight, unwilling to accept her fate, and through communication with grandfather Lu Qiming, she learned of the world beyond the door. They executed a joint plan, one to resolve her own supernatural affliction, and the other to completely eliminate the dominant persona, leading them to collaborate. The plan is set into motion, at last. The time has come to conclude. Hong Xian gazes down the silent corridor, exhales softly, and her figure vanishes into the shadows. Soon after, several patients, whose wills have been completely eroded by the supernatural, are pushed into the small dark room, bound by Hong Xian. Behind the door, in Yi Tianming's chamber, Xia Ran, Lu Chuan, and Yuan Shao make their appearance. Those long legs, illuminated by the moonlight, are strikingly conspicuous. Xia Ran sweeps his gaze over, his heart unwavering, as he reaches into the basket. Yi Tianming exhales mist. Greetings. My client. I am Yi Tianming. Have you brought what I requested? Xia Ran's fingers twitch slightly as he observes the face in the dark, its outline barely discernible. Her expression is one of ire. You had the messenger ghost deliver a message to me. After years of accepting commissions, you are the first to breach my protocols. Yi Tianming smirks. What can I say? The door crafted by the old man only allows the ghostly messenger to enter. I shall compensate you later, and no need for that, Xia Ran replies. I dare not refuse a delivery from the ghost messenger. I have brought what you wanted, but from now on, I will no longer accept any commissions from you. I also hope you refrain from such tricks. There will be no next time. Lu Chuan silently stands by, accustomed to being the third wheel in such situations. It's become second nature. Chapter 25. Absolute suppression. My apologies. Xia Ran retrieves a pair of scissors from the basket. She had previously suspected these scissors to be an artifact of a malevolent spirit and had indeed found them effective. The thought brings a slight sense of balance to her heart. Yi Tianming extends his hand to accept the scissors, recognizing them as an object of malevolence known as the ghost scissors, a weapon he intends to utilize today. Yuan Shao regards them with a curious glint in his eyes. You all seem to possess quite the leisurely disposition. Oh, I almost forgot about you. Yi Tianming responds, looking at him. Hello, allow me to introduce myself. I am. Stop, Yuan Shao interrupts, raising his hand. I've heard your name mentioned. Yi Tianming, is it? I am quite intrigued as to how you discern that I am a natural ghost manipulator and manage to locate us so precisely. What exactly do you intend to accomplish? He seems to have forgotten that he boarded the vehicle for merely a single coin. Yi Tianming remains calm, playing with the ghost scissors. Every person possesses a trait, curiosity. Yet often this curiosity can lead to one's downfall. In response to his words, Yuan Shao merely digs at his earwax. There's a saying about the unknown. We embark from the maze of the unknown, seeking the original truth of this world. Curiosity is, in itself, the beginning of the search for truth. You do not hail from the unknown. Thus, do not act under its banner. Yi Tianming states, As for me, I harbor no desire to pry into your affairs. I simply have certain issues that require your assistance. Supernatural resurgence? Yuan Shao recalls a few pages from the dossier and makes this conjecture. Indeed, there is a ghost within me that has eluded my control for many years, and I intend to extricate it from my body. Xia Ran's gaze flickers. Controlling malevolent spirits requires balance. Have you considered the consequences of severing this ghost from your being? Yi Tianming replies, that is my concern, not yours. I have fulfilled your commission. As for addressing the supernatural resurgence, I regret to inform you that it is not my concern. Xia Ran produces a piece of paper from the basket, which is suddenly ignited by green flames. A chilling aura flickering within the room as the paper is consumed entirely. Why only commission was for you to bring the ghost scissors. Now that your task is complete, I shall not require your services further. Yi Tianming flicks his fingers, and the door stands directly before Xia Ran. A flicker of surprise crosses her mind, but after a moment's consideration, she opens the door. As she steps forward, her figure vanishes from the room, and several patients emerge from the doorway. Yuan Shao flicks away the earwax from his fingertip and remarks, and what about me? You don't intend to demand my services as well, do you? I am pleased to see you possess such awareness. Yuan Shao. Yi Tianming rises to his feet, enveloped in darkness. It is not that he cannot step into the moonlight. Rather, he feels utterly exposed, as stepping into the light would reveal everything. At this moment, he relishes the sensation of being an imposing figure. Feel free to attempt to refuse, Yi Tianming says, but I am not like Hong Xian. She has her weaknesses. For now, we are evenly matched in this supernatural contest, but I am different. 30 years ago, my name echoed throughout the realm of the supernatural. Though my body may appear youthful, you are simply not qualified to Tio Yuan Shao, a natural ghost manipulator. Those words were reduced to mere 3 syllables. Not qualified. Yuan Shao chuckles. After years of cultivating your body, how much power can you truly wield? Not to mention your current predicament of supernatural resurgence. Bringing up the past, may I assume you're merely posturing? Do I need to posture? Yi Tianming spreads his arms wide, as if embracing the cosmos. Adopting a demeanor of bravado, you may freely test your limits and see if you can contend with me in this supernatural resurgence to determine who succumbs first. Am I insane? Yuan Shao retorts. He has yet to live enough to risk such a confrontation. His reluctance to act does not stem from fear, but rather a desire to preserve his lifespan. Then comply with my instructions and behave. Lu Chuan grits his teeth from the sidelines, thoroughly entertained by the spectacle, sensing a domineering Xiao vibe in the air. Yuan Shao, of course, is displeased. You are already ensnared in supernatural resurgence. Are you not concerned that I might lead you to an early demise? Ha! What use is all this talk? Let me instruct you on how to proceed. Yi Tianming's words fall. Yuan Shao immediately senses the supernatural energy surging against his mental will, as if attempting to awaken the malevolent spirit within him. You madman! Yuan Shao, who had initially wished to avoid exertion, felt compelled to act when faced with the weaknesses of Hong Xian. If it were not for the fear of death, he would have long since fought against heaven and earth. The patients, influenced by the supernatural energy, begin to rush toward Yuan Shao. He is forced to manifest his hellish domain. However, within this room, his hell does not materialize at all, and the malevolent spirit within him is on the verge of awakening. Yuan Shao retaliates against the patients. As a natural ghost manipulator, he possesses additional means, yet Yi Tianming's spectral influence now loses its grip over the patients. His own spirit is also striving to break free from within him. Yet he shows no sign of stopping. Here, what I say goes. You lack the privilege to refuse, the first lesson of life. Accept your own inadequacies. Do you understand? Yuan Shao begins to succumb, half kneeling on the ground as his skin twists unnaturally. Something within him writhing. Chuan shudders at the sight. Controlling malevolent spirits, merely imprisoning them within one's own body. He looks to Yi Tianming, opening his mouth to speak, but before he can utter a word, Yi Tianming's gaze falls upon him. Disobedient little one, there are no sweet rewards in store for you. That gaze, reminiscent of a blade, is more chilling than that of a driver. Yuan Shao is compelled to speak. Stop. I agree to your terms, just halt. If your spirit emerges, the tenuous social order we maintain will be thrust into an era of supernatural resurgence. Yi Tianming smirks. The spectral influence ceases, and he muses. You have indeed spoken a prophecy. This place is destined to usher in an era of supernatural resurgence. Yuan Zhao's internal state gradually stabilizes, yet the sensation of the malevolent spirit tearing at him, yearning to break free, persists. He rises to face this madman. Though internally cursing him, he must maintain a facade. So, what do you propose we do? Let me be clear. Should you cross my bottom line, I will not hesitate to engage in a contest of supernatural resurgence. Yi Tianming replies, of course. There is no need to gamble with my life. Lu Chuan muses to himself. What was that all about just now? Yi Tianming glances at Lu Chuan, who immediately retracts his thoughts. Can he perceive what I am thinking? How terrifying. Chapter 26. Extracting the specter. Yuan Shao finds himself utterly subdued by Yi Tianming's overwhelming power, forced to capitulate. Following Yi Tianming's instructions, he sits cross-legged beneath the moonlight. Facing Yi Tianming, who also assumes a seated position, his gaze inadvertently sweeps downward. Ah, he is indeed taller than I. Yi Tianming shoots him a glare. Do not lose focus. This is my first attempt to resolve the supernatural resurgence. If this space transforms into a site of the supernatural, your previous defiance will render itself meaningless. Yuan Shao raises his gaze. I am fully aware of that. I would not jest with my life. Yi Tianming arches an eyebrow, impressed. Well played, using my own words against me. Soon, I will attempt to extract the specter, utilizing these patients as vessels to contain it. However, during this process, my own body will experience extreme imbalance. I will require your supernatural prowess to stabilize this imbalance, ensuring the successful extraction of the specter. This process must be executed with utmost precision, for I cannot guarantee the outcomes. Yet, as intelligent individuals, I trust we can anticipate the consequences. Yi Tianming states seriously, outside. Lu Qiming is ensnared by my ghost. We have ample time to complete this. However, Yuan Shao interjects, I must clarify. If the supernatural poses a threat to my well-being. Yi Tianming's gaze pierces like a sword. Yuan Shao hesitates, his lips moving silently. Having been affected by the supernatural too much is detrimental to me. You cannot be unaware of this. I will not risk my life for a stranger. Yi Tianming contemplates briefly. Agreed. Lu Chuan sighed nearby, reflecting without a thought, truly, just like the driver. If the little one has nothing to do, perhaps they could help us remain vigilant of our surroundings. Lu Chuan blinked. What little one? Never mind. You possess great strength, so whatever you say goes. However, he was also earnestly scrutinizing the spirit master, an existence he had never encountered before, which continually shattered all his perceptions of the world. He wondered if he could become a spirit master himself, but it seemed they were deeply concerned about their lifespans. It had begun. Yi Tianming spoke in a grave tone, his face contorting grotesquely, as if hundreds of faces were trying to claw their way out of his mind, threatening to burst his skull. The faces writhed beneath his skin, fully forming upon Yi Tianming's head. Meanwhile, Hong Xian stood on the basement level, sensing the eerie power of the spirit. She murmured to herself, Sister, you may come out now. Let me grant you one last glimpse of this world. As the second personality descended, the master personality took control of the body. Hong Xian surveyed her surroundings, overwhelmed by an indescribable loneliness. Sister, where's grandfather? Why hasn't he returned yet? I miss him. Tell me. Why did Mom and Dad abandon me? I was so young then, and I never misbehaved. Was it simply because I was different? I dare not ponder the days I spent alone until that fateful day when Grandfather Lu Qiming became the last ray of light in my life. Followed by you, sister, I never believed I was ill. Back then, Grandfather even tried to deceive me into completely sealing you away, but I could never agree, for I always felt you were sent by heaven to save me. Hong Xian's gaze finally fell upon the small dark room, which was no longer so dark, for she beheld a corpse, belonging to Ning Yuanai. In the next moment, she felt a ghost materializing behind her. A testament to her unique sensitivity, she sensed the ghost invade her mind without resistance, until a ghostly face sprouted from the back of her head. The ghost face shifted within her mind, gradually merging with Hong Xian's own visage, as her consciousness began to plunge into darkness, reminiscent of the cold solitude she once felt when abandoned, as the last two tears slid from her eyes. The ghostly face vanished from her mind, signifying that the second personality had completely supplanted the master personality. I hastily arrived in this world, waving goodbye without taking a trace of clouds with me. I am Hong Xian, bidding farewell, grandfather. Hong Xian brushed away the tear from the corner of her eye, feeling a twinge of guilt, yet her rationality shattered that feeling. A new era is about to dawn. Rather than perish in despair, it is better for me to replace you. Forgive me, I have stripped you of your right to continue living, but this world has never been about right and wrong. I have no regrets. Behind the door, the myriad faces emerged from Yi Tianming's head, tearing through his skin as they crawled out, forming an indescribable ghost. At that very moment, a chilling aura surged forth from Yi Tianming's body. The stench of decay permeated the entire room. But a door suddenly appeared before Yi Tianming. As his body began to decay bit by bit, the terrifying supernatural force was already beginning to affect reality. Cracks also began to form on the door. Yuan Shao approached Yi Tianming from behind, pressing a palm upon his head, causing the supernatural forces to collide. With the absence of the spirit, Yuan Shao discovered that it seemed only one spirit resided within Yi Tianming. Yet the supernatural energies within him were exceedingly chaotic, which was highly unrealistic. The door obstructed the two of them, while in the distance, Lu Chuan witnessed the spirit dart towards the nearest patient, prompting him to instinctively distance himself. It wasn't worth sacrificing a life for this. At that moment, he noticed the surroundings beginning to distort. The buildings completely vanished, and he seemed to find himself behind the sanatorium. What is happening? Have I entered hell again? At this moment, the entire sanatorium building had mysteriously disappeared, and no supernatural force could penetrate within. Looking ahead, he saw the patient's chest had been opened by the spirit. Its organs flung out. As the spirit crawled inside, he donned this layer of human skin, moving with an uncoordinated gait. He had narrowly escaped from the patient's grasp, yet was unfortunate to be entangled in this affair. Chuan remained oblivious to his presence. The spirit, unable to adapt to its new body, brutally tore apart the patient's will, emitting a wretched scream, as its fierce gaze replaced him. The spirit trembled, its body contorted, the human skin nearly slipping off, when suddenly, its gaze fixated on a certain spot. Huang Feng, hiding in the pit, felt his body grow numb, pondering whether the patients had long since departed. He lifted the grass covering him and poked his head out of the pit, his eyes darting forward, only to be horrified as he tumbled back down at a ghost. There's a ghost? The ghost is watching me. Chuan followed the spirit's gaze, hearing something hit the ground, and before he had time to think, the spirit in its human guise approached Huang Feng's pit. Step by step, it began to acclimate to the body, until its movements became fluid, walking without a hint of abnormality. Huang Feng triggered a supernatural rule. Whatever is thought of must echo. Chapter 27. Accidental Mastery of the Vengeful Ghost. The rule of the vengeful ghost was triggered, yet Huang Feng was completely unaware, only perceiving the ghost clad in human skin gazing at him, his heart racing with intrigue. However, due to this very thought, the spirit was drawn closer to him. Whatever is thought of must echo. Huang Feng moved to the other side of the pit, glancing back at the patient standing at the edge of the pit. No, now it resembled a ghost more than anything else, and he hurriedly turned away. Eye contact must not exceed 3 seconds, he remembered. He gripped the pit wall with one hand and kicked off the ground. The pit not being particularly deep, perhaps just over 3 meters high, so climbing out wasn't overly strenuous. His fingers dug into the soil as he grasped the upper edge of the pit, using one hand to pull himself up while his other foot pressed against the wall. Before he could fully ascend, he felt a foot beside him. What the dot? He raised his gaze, filled with confusion and terror, only to find the spirit looming above him, gazing down. Huang Feng, startled, lost his grip and tumbled back into the pit, and in the blink of an eye, the spirit vanished from sight. A chilling wind swept past his neck. Huang Feng widened his eyes. Can this damn ghost actually vanish? Yet he was unwilling to give in. Having narrowly escaped the clutches of several patients, why must he endure yet another calamity? Before the spirit could react, the audacious Huang Feng suddenly turned, launching a flurry of punches and kicks towards the ghost, then propelled himself towards a spot, planting a foot against the pit wall to leap out. As he emerged from the pit, the nearby spirits fixed their piercing gazes upon him with synchronized intensity. He also spotted someone amidst them, Chuan. This little brat was here too. Without a second thought, he dashed forward, but after only a few strides, he felt an inexplicable lightness wash over him, experiencing an unprecedented sense of buoyancy. Chuan watched as Huang Feng's flesh gradually peeled away, followed by his intestines and organs, until he became nothing more than a skeleton, racing through the desolate expanse. Would he be able to escape? Just as Chuan entertained this thought, he saw Huang Feng, who had run far away, suddenly reappear not far from him. Hell is a circle. Connecting the previous encounter with the ghostly cries near the grave, Chuan instinctively reached this conclusion. Huang Feng seemed to notice the changes within himself, his expression shifting to one of horror. His gaze downward, witnessing his skeleton shatter and collapse to the ground. Several patients silently surrounded him, and Chuan could not discern their actions, only knowing that when the patients parted to create a path, the organs Huang Feng had abandoned during his escape miraculously crawled towards the throng. The writhing of these body parts was utterly grotesque. Shortly after, Huang Feng emerged, his body appearing as if stitched together. Looking terribly wrong, Chuan understood well that this figure before him was no longer Huang Feng but the spirit. Huang Feng had undoubtedly triggered the vengeful ghost's killing rule. What had he done at that moment? And what was the spirit's rule? Lost in thought, Chuan suddenly noticed the spirit fixating on him. Impossible, I haven't done anything to trigger it. In Huang Feng's skin, his own skeletal form was engaged in a fierce battle with the spirit. his mind gradually succumbing to its influence, and within the spirit's pupils, a ghost loomed behind Lu Chuan, reaching out a hand toward the top of his head, mere centimeters away. That was the grave. It was still far from something the spirit could handle. The red veil upon Lu Chuan's head had lost its color, resembling an ordinary piece of cloth draped over him. The supernatural essence of the bride's wedding gown had completely vanished. If I wish to survive, I must rely on myself, Lu Chuan murmured. Realizing that the ghost's killing rule had been triggered by him, It was watching him, yet refraining from attacking, waiting for something. The longer time dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for him, and he was unaware of when Yi Tianming and the others would complete their tasks. Yet he could not help but marvel at his own fortune throughout this journey. Having been lucky for so long, it was perhaps time for misfortune to strike. Lu Chuan's thoughts crystallized. Just then, several patients took a step toward him. The patients' movements were undoubtedly influenced by the spirit. The ghost's actions were not without reason. This was his current understanding. Hence he had triggered the rule again. I neither moved nor made eye contact for more than 3 seconds. I executed this flawlessly. So then, what was that earlier? The spirit, why the term spirit? Could the rule be inscribed in its name? Thought can also mean to miss. Yes, what I thought of just now was it. Once again, the patients advanced a few steps closer, now only 3 meters away from Lu Chuan. The patient's actions provided him with a tangible basis for reality. He had discerned the rules of the specter, do not chant. The thoughts swirling in his mind were artificially controllable, and within his consciousness, a short film played alongside the catchy tunes he often indulged in, gradually marginalizing the specter within his psyche. The realm of malevolent spirits was circular, and I found myself ensnared within it. Presently, it remained still, likely because Huang Feng's mental will had not yet been entirely extinguished. After all, he was not like the patients here who had been long subjected to psychological pollution. Lu Chuan's mind was a cacophony of voices, muttering to himself, I must succeed in escaping. I can only rely on the power of the spirits. Previously, there had been a supernatural bus, but now the spectral force of the bride in a wedding gown had dissipated, leaving him feeling as if he had exhausted all his options. At that moment, Huang Feng suddenly bellowed, Lu Chuan, do not revel in your triumph. There is a paper offering behind you. That ghost will eventually come to claim your life. You are no better off than I am, Lu Chuan retorted. I am not reveling, however. The mention of the paper offering piqued his curiosity. He decisively removed his coat, only to discover that indeed, a piece of paper money clung to the back of his clothing, the very one he had attempted to rid himself of multiple times on the bus. Am I cursed by a ghost because of this? Lu Chuan pondered, wanting to tear off the ghostly paper, but it had fused with his garment, rendering it unyielding. Even the fabric itself felt altered. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. Previously troubled by the absence of a malevolent spirit, he now saw potential in Huang Feng, who was currently grappling with self-loathing and a degree of mental disarray. He hoped that Huang Feng would not survive. After all, he did not wish to play the role of the antagonist. Donning his coat, Lu Chuan cleared his mind and began to walk in a particular direction, moving away from the patients. Having traversed the hellish domain of malevolent spirits before, this was merely a second encounter. Huang Feng, standing behind, remained oblivious to the unfolding events, likely on the verge of losing his mental faculties. Lu Chuan pressed onward, gradually losing track of time, unaware of how long he had walked along this path. The journey ahead and behind seemed vast and desolate, yet he continued onward, when suddenly, the ghostly paper offering detached from his clothing and levitated around his neck. As if it had taken root there, with a forward step, he crossed the boundary between reality and hell. With 2 strides, he found himself instantly within a room. Chapter 28. The door within the realm of malevolent spirits. Huang Feng was engaging in a battle of wills against the specter, on the verge of oblivion. He drew strength from the very specter he opposed, witnessing Lu Chuan's escape as he gradually faded from view. Lu Chuan, come back. Return to me. I am dying. How dare you survive while I perish? Unable to endure the thought of dying alone, his emotions erupted, and his waning mental resolve transformed into formidable barriers. Rising from the ground, Huang Feng's spirit had not completely vanished. He regained control of his body, and the rising barriers imprisoned the specter within. Once more in control, he experienced an extraordinary sensation. His gaze fell upon a patient. And instead of perceiving a mere human, he saw a figure composed of myriad consciousnesses, capable of revealing every thought and experience of an individual. It felt as if he had attained a godlike perspective, able to perceive the emotions and thoughts of every person, even. With a mere thought, the patient before him moved a few steps in accordance with Huang Feng's will. When he willed the patient to crouch, the individual complied. Huang Feng watched in disbelief. Did he possess the power of a ghost? In the room, the door ahead of Yi Tianming opened of its own accord, bridging the gap between reality and the realm of malevolent spirits. Allowing a direct view of Huang Feng's actions, Yi Tianming observed Huang Feng behind the door. I initially intended to confine the specter within these patients' bodies, using their physical forms to contain the malevolent spirit, as they had all been influenced by it for years. However, I did not foresee that the specter would end up within him. His spirit has not been erased. Rather, he has taken control of the specter. The old man was indeed correct. A variable can become a pivotal factor. You have become a spirit master, have you not? Yuan Shao dared not voice his thoughts. It was simply too astonishing. Everything about a spirit master was coincidental and non-replicable. This situation was unprecedented for him. Yi Tianming, however, was unfazed. The issue was resolved, and he had no further need for the specter. At that moment, his body was succumbing to supernatural revival, leaving him no room for distractions. He picked up the ghost scissors and rose to stride into the darkness. In truth, his body was on the brink of collapse. As a fellow spirit master, Yuan Shao could easily discern this. He contemplated whether to seize the opportunity while Yi Tianming was vulnerable. Suddenly, Chuan appeared like a gust of wind, surveying his surroundings. He had finally emerged. Yuan Shao gazed at Chuan, astonished that the lad had survived. However, he noted that Chuan now bore the spectral influence of a grave, previously not so apparent but now unmistakable. It was as if, amidst the endless chaos, Chuan donned a crimson robe. Bright and striking. Yuan Shao remarked, the strength of that ghost is formidable. It is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to survive within. You have emerged alive, which necessitates a combination of emotion, opportunity, and strategy. You possess the potential to become a spirit master. Another spirit master, Chuan mused, inquiring, is it truly easy to become one? Easy? Not a single seasoned individual would concur with that notion. If those who have experienced it were to hear your words, you would surely be met with a sound thrashing. Yuan Shao scoffed, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. A spirit master, as the name suggests, is one who wields control over malevolent spirits, yet do not assume every spirit master is merely human. The methods to dominate malevolent spirits are non-existent, for each spirit master's control is a matter of chance, unique and unreplicable. Just as you were within the realm of the specter, Huang Feng was on the brink of losing his consciousness. Yet something spurred him to explosively seize control of the malevolent spirit. What? Chuan's shock was even more profound than Yuan Zhao's earlier astonishment. Had he truly gained dominion over a malevolent spirit? The voice he had heard calling out to him, was it Huang Feng? Could it be that he had been spurred into action by Chuan's influence? Yuan Shao, observing Chuan's reaction, recalled Huang Feng's sudden surge of awareness and seemed to grasp something, choosing not to converse further with Chuan. Often, individuals are reckless before trouble arises, but they must bear the consequences alone. This belief, though narrow-minded, remained unchallenged, for no one contradicted him, and thus he clung to it as instinct. Turning his gaze toward the shadowy figure, Yuan Shao pondered whether to intervene, yet uncertainty loomed regarding the other's capabilities. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided against it. Success or failure, either outcome was not one he wished to shoulder. Sighing as he gazed out the window, he lamented that he had long since outgrown his youthful recklessness. Suddenly, Chuan felt something sprouting at the nape of his neck. Upon inspection, it resembled paper, coarse to the touch. How could paper manifest there? However, without a mirror, he could hear the voice of Yi Tianming echoed through the corridor. Despite the prolonged confrontation with Director Lu Qiming, the driver maintained an immaculate appearance, his clothing unscathed as he continued to support it with his hand. In the next moment, the garments vanished from his grasp. And standing in the hallway, Yi Tianming waved his hand, donning his attire. As he took steps, his shoes adorned his feet, and he emerged from the building he had inhabited for 3 decades, clad in a pristine white suit. Under the moonlight, Yi Tianming inhaled the fresh air, savoring the long-lost taste of freedom. On the rooftop, Lu Qiming gazed down, observing the young man who remained unchanged. He spoke in a low voice, "You have emerged once more. I had thought that upon arriving here 30 years ago, you would never leave again. Had it not been for the resurgence of the supernatural at that time, I would never have come here." Basking in the moonlight, Yi Tianming felt an indescribable lightness. "Seeing you like this, it appears the supernatural power within you has stabilized." Lu Qiming's gaze was piercing. "Previously, Qin Kai informed me that you intend to usher in an era of supernatural resurgence. Is this truly your resolve? Since I have emerged, I must accomplish something monumental." "There is no need for your admonitions, old man." Lu Qiming's eyes swept below. "If I truly wish to dissuade you, you would not walk out of this building today, even with these 5 ghosts. They cannot hinder me. Yet, the despair of the old era has returned, malevolent spirits are reviving, and the world resembles a prison. The current populace is ill-prepared for such a reality. Is it not too soon?" Yi Tianming turned his gaze upward and replied, "I believe it is just right. After all, the malevolent spirits will eventually revive. Rather than await despair, it is better to initiate the process and strike preemptively. As for moral considerations, I assume Qin Kai has already conveyed them to you, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. I merely hope you do not obstruct me, for it would complicate matters greatly." Lu Qiming remained silent. Yi Tianming did not glance at him again, but focused on the 4 ghosts, the bride in red, the fisherman, the Een, and the bride, who suddenly appeared before them. The space warped, and the 4 malevolent spirits vanished. With a snap of his fingers, the 17th layer of hell silently manifested, and upon an ethereal ghostly tree. The 4 spirits stood on its branches. Qin Kai could not contain his admiration. "My lord, you are on the verge of opening the 18th layer of hell." The manifestation of the ghostly tree and the malevolent spirit's demise were indeed signs of the impending opening. With another snap, returning to reality, Yi Tianming patted Qin Kai, the driver, on the shoulder. "You have performed admirably, surpassing my expectations." Qin Kai eagerly expressed, "Thank you for your praise, my lord. Now, go wait on the bus. I still need to converse with the old man, and I will join you shortly." Nodding, Qin Kai headed toward the bus, his spirits soaring higher than ever, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Lu Qiming descended from the rooftop, a chair materializing out of thin air, into which he gracefully settled. Yi Tianming turned to face him, his strength nearly restored to its peak. However, he still felt like a mayfly confronting the vast sky in Lu Qiming's presence. The old man's power was formidable, and thankfully, he had no intention of re-entering the supernatural realm. Yuan Shao understood that they were already entrenched in hell, and in the realm of reality, they were merely projections of the region, remaining motionless. Such reckless endeavors to open hell were beyond his capability. "Let us depart. Today's excursion has finally reached its conclusion. It is time to return home for a good rest." Yuan Shao smiled at Lu Chuan, only to find him wearing a distressed expression. "What troubles you? You appear quite discontent." Lu Chuan retracted his thoughts. "I was merely contemplating the revival of malevolent spirits discussed earlier. If it were to become a reality, how many could survive? I worry about my own sudden demise." Yuan Shao responded, "People of the past have encountered similar crises. They lack the concept of ghost tamers yet still managed to create a thriving era. Albeit a brief one. However, to survive, becoming a ghost tamer or joining a tamer organization could be a prudent approach." Lu Chuan shook his head, lacking the strength and resources to join recklessly, which might backfire. Yet to become a tamer of control malevolent spirits. Yuan Shao perceived his hesitation and whispered, "As children, everyone harbors dreams of becoming heroes. But ghost tamers are not the same. I must inform you that a ghost tamer's lifespan seldom exceeds 3 years." Lu Chuan glanced at Yi Tianming, and Yuan Shao continued, "They possess their own methods. Such resources are not something an ordinary ghost tamer can endure. Oh, not be deceived by Yi Tianming's current grandeur. He has little time left, and a word. He is akin to a fleeting glimpse of light before extinguishment. Becoming a ghost tamer entails immense risk, regardless of whether he can survive in the hands of malevolent spirits. Controlling them is a method yet to be defined. Such a vibrant world is held in the hands of but a select few, and Lu Chuan was not prepared for such a reality. A short lifespan renders even the mightiest power futile. Much like ancient emperors who sought the elixir of life, this remains the eternal pursuit of mankind. Chuan cast aside the red veil, following Yuan Shao out of the building. Before they could take more than a few steps, two figures suddenly descended. One was Yang Tianqian. The other was Hong Xian. This Taoist is remarkably resilient, enduring confinement in a dark room yet still emerging alive. Previously, Lu Chuan had glimpsed Yang Tianqian and Ning Yuan through the red veil of the bride. But after Yi Tianming had ushered him through the door, he was unaware of their experiences within. At this moment, only Yang Tianqian emerged, implying that the other had encountered misfortune. Hong Xian's voice resonated. I have no desire to continue this conflict with you. As a ghost tamer, carrying so many Taoist techniques, do you fear being overambitious? Yang Tianqian formed a seal with his hands. I never intended to become a ghost tamer. It was merely a chance encounter that led me into this extraordinary world. Yet, fundamentally, I remain a disciple of the Tao. The power of malevolent spirits should not be excessively relied upon, for my Taoist techniques endure. Pseudo-Taoist. Hong Xian narrowed her eyes. Do you believe I would allow you to be buried here? What bravado! The arrogance is boundless. Yuan Shao cleared his throat, interjecting, both of you, cease this at once. Hong Xian's gaze shifted to him. You too. Chuan stepped forward, shrugging. This has nothing to do with me. Enough. Outside the sanatorium, silence was mandated. If you wish to argue, you may do so outside. You are not welcome here. Director Lu Qiming's voice suddenly broke the silence, cool as the wind that brushed past everyone. Hong Xian ceased her rivalry with Yang Tianqian, turning her attention to Lu Qiming. She is dead. If you seek revenge, I will not refuse. You are her, and she is you. How could I seek vengeance? Lu Qiming replied, It is merely the cycle of cause and effect. You were born of her and shall ultimately perish because of her. Be mindful of this. I simply wish to glimpse the splendor of this world, to ascend to the pinnacle of the global stage and sing my song. Whether in life or death, as long as I can traverse and witness, I shall have no regrets. Hong Xian parted her cold lips. The death of the entity that embodies the red thread is inevitable. Being entangled in supernatural events will only hasten her demise. Gazing at the inscrutable elder before her, Hong Xian sighed, ultimately kneeling. There is no need for such formality. Hong Xian insisted, without your release from the past, I cannot exist. Consider me as Red Xian bidding you farewell. Perhaps in the remainder of my days, we shall never meet again. She bowed her head 3 times. Lu Qiming's expression softened momentarily. To claim he felt no emotion would be disingenuous. Yet each person has their fate. He cannot intervene lightly. The more he entangles himself with this world, the deeper he sinks into this cage. Thus, when Yi Tianming sought to leave, he merely offered a subtle obstruction. Even with the dawn of a new era, it bore little significance to him. Hong Xian rose, without hesitation, turning directly toward the bus. Yang Tianqian cast a glance before hurriedly following, having experienced enough for one day. Yuan Shao nudged the dazed individual beside him, grinning foolishly as they passed Lu Qiming, then swiftly darted onto the bus ahead. Chuan involuntarily trembled. These individuals moved with remarkable speed. Just as he intended to follow, Lu Qiming called out to him. Chuan turned back and is there something you need? I held you as a child, Chuan. I do not recall. Our families have not been in touch for decades. You were young then. It is natural you do not remember. Lu Qiming shot Yi Tianming a knowing glance. Yi Tianming scoffed and vanished to the bus driver's seat. Lu Qiming then regarded Lu Chuan with a gentle expression, a chair appearing beside him. Come, sit with me. Let us have a chat. Lu Chuan's heart sank. He could not escape this. Reluctantly, he approached and sat down. Glancing at the spot where Yi Tianming had vanished, he remarked, Actually, our families are not related, are they? If I am not mistaken. You merely sought to divert him, correct? Sharp eyes. It seems I have not erred in my choice. Lu Qiming maintained his composure. As you have observed, Yi Tianming sometimes acts impulsively, and his rigidity can lead to downfall. Easily ensnared in others' schemes, I sought you out to keep an eye on him. Me? Yes, that young Taoist is entangled with significant forces. He is ill-suited for such endeavors, as for that natural ghost tamer. He is too old. Though he has seldom utilized the power of malevolent spirits, his absurdity and cunning render him incapable of managing this. After much deliberation, you are the only one left. The implication being, You are an ordinary person. Lu Chuan smiled bitterly and said, to be honest, I lack the capacity to perform such tasks. To keep an eye on someone requires the formidable strength that you possess. Furthermore, I have no interest in doing so. You have already become involved, and it is impossible for you to withdraw at this point. Additionally, there is no need to belittle yourself excessively. Do you still remember the phantoms you have encountered along your journey? Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan pondered. There was the bride in the wedding gown, the weeping ghost at the grave, the fisherman ghost, the spirits from the haunted ghost town of Inshan, and even the driver, who should also be counted. Oh, and let's not forget the ghost of contemplation. For ordinary people, encountering even a single ghost would be a formidable challenge, let alone a multitude. Knowing the three great principles of vengeful spirits is of little consequence, as some malevolent entities do not adhere to these rules and instead follow their own. Therefore, you should not underestimate yourself. In fact, you are exceptional. The four ghosts associated with Yi Tianming were primarily tests. My survival was reliant on the supernatural bus, and the ghost of contemplation aided me through the curse of the weeping ghost, which allowed me to emerge unscathed. Lu Qiming shook his head and remarked, supernatural events rely either on vengeful spirits or on luck. Vision, skill, and other such attributes are indispensable. If the deceased were to hear your words, I fear he would be enraged enough to rise from the grave. Lu Chuan chuckled, realizing that this old man had truly set his sights on him and was beginning to employ psychological manipulation. Lu Qiming then turned to Lu Chuan and said, all you need to do is help me keep an eye on him. By this, I mean offering him guidance before he acts, thus tempering his impulsiveness. The rest is up to you, Dai. In return, I can lift the curse that binds you to the grave. Lu Chuan's gaze shifted. This statement intrigued him. Carrying a curse was hardly a trivial matter, and should he return home, what if the grave sought him out? Such malevolent spirits could pose a threat to his grandfather. Not only can I lift the curse, Lu Qiming continued, but I can also grant you access to this ghostly paper money, allowing you to draw upon the supernatural energies of the grave during these uncanny events without endangering yourself. This is far superior to being among those who command vengeful spirits. Lu Chuan's eyes widened. No wonder the employees in the company could not resist the allure of their superiors. He found himself unable to resist as well. Possessing such a formidable supernatural item could serve as a trump card, far exceeding the advantage of the bride's red veil. After some contemplation, Lu Chuan inquired, will this ghostly paper money ever run out? Lu Qiming smiled, clearly pleased by Lu Chuan's interest. Indeed, nothing in this world is eternal. However, having faced these vengeful spirits and engaged with supernatural events, your starting point is considerably elevated, ensuring a smoother path at the outset. As you advance, you may even acquire your own formidable spirit. Moreover, I will transfer my authority over the supernatural bus to you. Interacting with Yi Tianming, provided you remain undetected, he will not pose a danger to you. Rather, he may become an opportunity. It's all about how you seize it. After a lengthy pause, Lu Chuan boarded the bus, clutching a ghostly finger in his hand. Just then, he noticed an empty seat in front of him and took a seat. Yi Tianming glanced at him, surprised that the old man had kindly resolved the curse associated with the grave and had also entrusted him with the driving authority of the bus. However, ever since the grave had returned to his body, he sensed a diminishment of his supernatural powers. Beep, beep, beep. Patients from the asylum rushed out, but Lu Qiming paid them no mind, allowing them to board the bus. They had lost all semblance of human consciousness, having transformed entirely into ghosts. The bus began to move. After midnight, a supernatural bus carried its ghostly passengers down the road, bridging the realms of the living and the dead, ushering forth new vengeful spirits into the mortal realm in an unseen manner. It cleaved through the heavy sky like a sharp blade. All living ghost handlers felt a tremor, as if supernatural forces were intertwining. Or perhaps an era was converging, culminating in a harmonious resonance. In countless corners of the world, the ancient ghostly legends of the land of Huaxia quietly emerged into reality, in the night-shrouded asylum. Lu Qiming gazed skyward and sighed softly. The era of vengeful spirits has officially begun. Chapter 31. Supernatural events. The bus delivered several individuals to the Nanshan Mental Hospital stop, where Xia Ran also happened to be aboard. Disembarking alongside Yuan Shao and Lu Chuan, the three exchanged farewells. Yuan Shao summoned a private car, while Lu Chuan opted against taking the bus, as there were none available at this hour. He approached a shared bicycle and attempted to scan his phone, only to be met with a message indicating that miners were unable to unlock it. With no other choice, he searched online for a tutorial and subsequently called for a ride. He lamented his previously overly docile and reclusive demeanor. Having experienced this incident, he had grown considerably and felt it was time for a change. Sierran chose to walk. With no one around, she entered a public restroom, tearing off the tightly fitted human skin mask from her face and changing into a new outfit from her basket. Upon exiting the restroom, a woman had transformed into a stunning beauty, so much so that even Lu Chuan and the others would not recognize her. Lu Chuan stood by the roadside, and his ride soon arrived. He stepped into the car, gazing at the dazzling neon-lit streets, and suddenly felt that his past life had been remarkably mundane. Liu Qiming had mentioned that his starting point was too high. And reflecting on it now, Lu Chuan concurred. After all, surviving numerous encounters with supernatural events was no small feat. However, having witnessed such an exhilarating world, could he ever return to the past? Upon arriving home, he found his grandfather already asleep. After taking a shower, Lu Chuan quickly drifted into slumber. For many, this night would be one of insomnia, while the emergence of Yi Tianming and the supernatural bus would send shockwaves through the supernatural community. Elders from previous generations gathered, forming a national headquarters for ghost handlers, mobilizing a portion of them to various locations throughout the night. Those ghost handlers residing in the city, not affiliated with the headquarters, banded together, while some joined underground organizations. They expressed gratitude for the premature resurgence of the vengeful spirit era, as they had previously lived in poverty with little time left to live. Now, the moment had arrived. This would mark the beginning of their ascent into the upper echelons of society. A group of ghost handlers nearing the end of their lifespans had planned to make a final stand before the resurgence of the supernatural. Now, with the dawning of this great era, they had found a new objective in Daqing City. On the highway, a luxury car carried a middle-aged man who scrutinized the smart ring on his hand, which projected a 3D message. Welcome to become the head of Daqing City. The era of supernatural resurgence has begun. Everything within Daqing City will be fully accessible to you. Cooperate with us to resolve supernatural disturbances. The middle-aged man pinched his nose and donned the smart ring issued by the headquarters. The establishment of the headquarters had been rushed, and many resources would require time to accumulate, but it would not be long. His name was Wu Xinggang, and from this moment on, he would serve as the supernatural chief of Daqing City. Suddenly, a dense fog enveloped the car. Wu Xinggang sensed something amiss. Xiao Wang, pull over. The driver, Xiao Wang, replied, we can't stop, bro. This is a highway. Is something wrong? Nothing, just keep driving, Wu Xinggang said. The fog seemed localized to this mountain, likely indicating the presence of a vengeful spirit. Little did he expect to encounter a supernatural event upon arriving in Daqing City. The driver, Xiao Wang, thought to himself that this was quite strange. Suddenly, the smart ring issued by the headquarters emitted a sound. It projected a complete map of Daqing City, marked with numerous red dots. When he enlarged the view, he noticed that his own location was also marked in red. The era of supernatural resurgence had only just begun, yet so many supernatural events had already erupted. This was troublesome. Morning arrived. For reasons unknown, Lu Chuan, despite having gone to bed late, rose exceptionally early. Fortunately, dawn had broken, though the outside air was thick with fog. After a brief wash, Lu Chuan dressed and descended to purchase breakfast. Upon stepping outside, he was abruptly halted by the dense fog enveloping the community. It obscured even the sky. This fog felt unusually ominous, and Lu Chuan suspected it might herald a supernatural event. Naturally suspicious, he thought that if this were indeed a supernatural occurrence, it was beyond his capacity to resolve. Lu Chuan rushed upstairs and opened his grandfather's room, only to find it empty. Grandfather, he called out, searching the entire house, yet still finding no sign of him. Just yesterday, he had seen him asleep in bed. With no trace indoors and the thick fog outside, where could he have gone? His grandfather typically went for a morning walk each day. Could it be that he had done so today as well? No, I must check. Lu Chuan instinctively reached for the ghostly paper money around his neck. It was still there, so he resolutely plunged into the fog below. Despite the fog, he could still discern direction, though visibility was limited. Perhaps everyone else was still asleep, for he saw no one else on the community's paths. After a thorough search, he found no sign of his grandfather, but he began to feel a warmth radiating from the back of his neck. The ghostly paper money was issuing a warning. Time was of the essence, Chuan thought to himself, uncertain of his grandfather's whereabouts. The longer he remained in the fog, the greater the danger. The realm of vengeful spirits was beginning to take shape, and he could not guarantee he would not encounter a ghost. The fog thickened, and Chuan felt his vision constricting. His gaze lingered on one spot for merely 2 seconds before darting elsewhere. After a turn, he found himself back downstairs, but this time, everything felt different. He heard footsteps approaching from below. Uncertain if they belonged to a person or a ghost, Chuan hid behind a tree. Listening as the footsteps multiplied, first 1, then 3, 5, 7. What was happening? Chuan wondered. This rhythm was unlike the patients from the asylum. It lacked any semblance of order. When the footsteps abruptly halted, Chuan peered down the stairwell and caught sight of a vengeful spirit, igniting a burning sensation in his throat. His eyes were devoid of life, the crimson irises reflecting the world ahead. Suddenly, they fixed upon a tree, and the sound of footsteps echoed as he descended, numbering over a dozen. The malevolent spirit cannot be measured by the standards of reason. Chuan had become its target. He took flight, sprinting far and wide. Yet, the footsteps behind him persisted, ominous and relentless. Akin to a host of specters, though in truth, there was but one. The faster Chuan ran, the quicker the ghost pursued, and there was no shaking it off. Damn it, I barely glimpsed it for 3 seconds. How did it fixate on me so swiftly? In such a fleeting moment, I had no inkling of its murderous principles. Chuan felt a pang of regret as he dashed through the mist. Continuing this way was not a viable solution. Fortunately, I am merely its focus and have not triggered its lethal rules. Moreover, this fog does not seem to belong to the ghost realm. Aside from its murderous regulations, it has not resorted to the means of the underworld. The ghost's methods appeared rather simplistic compared to those he encountered yesterday. As long as Chuan kept running, it would never catch up. However, the cacophony of footsteps sounded an alarm in his heart. After all, a ghost is a ghost, something beyond human confrontation. Chapter 32. Discovering the pattern to contend with a ghost, one must rely upon the artifacts of the underworld. Fortunately, I possess ghost paper money. However, a ghost cannot be killed. It can only be immobilized by placing the ghost paper money upon its visage, rendering it motionless under the spectral influence of the grave. Now that I have a method to deal with the ghost, executing it is another matter entirely. If I do manage to restrain the ghost, I might also suppress it with the spectral bus. I hope Yi Tianming has not ventured too far with the Bu. Chuan rushed into a ground-floor residence, leaving the door ajar. The malevolent spirit followed, not in a run, but merely walking, unable to be evaded by Chuan. In the pitch-black confines of the dwelling, the ghost was undeterred by the darkness. It stepped upon the footprints Chuan had just made, visible only to itself, as it followed the trail of footprints. The ghost swiftly traversed the narrow space, arriving at the green passage leading to the basement. At that moment, a hand-wielding ghost paper money swung from the side, aimed at the ghost's face. Yet, it missed. The ghost vanished in an instant, appearing as if it had merely blinked, standing once more at the doorway. The ghost stepped upon the footprints left by Chuan, suddenly reappearing behind him. Lifting its hands to grasp at him, Chuan, startled, quickly dodged. Unable to comprehend how this ghost could vanish and reappear at will in a moment of distraction, Chuan stepped upon his own footprint, causing the ghost to retract its hands and stand where he had just been, instantly becoming invisible. Realizing this, Chuan pressed the ghost paper money firmly against his face. Suddenly, the ghost manifested before him, standing on one of the footprints he had left, raising its hand threateningly as if something had struck its nose. Director Liu Qiming had once stated that placing ghost paper money upon a ghost's face would render it in a state of false death within the ghost's perception. Chuan took a breath, filled with hope, yet reality was cruel. Had it not been for the ghost paper money, he would already be dead. This ghost seemed affected by the ghost paper money. Yet Chuan was acutely aware that removing it would expose him to a lethal attack from the ghost, a blow he could not withstand. How had it moved just now? Was it able to traverse the darkness at will? The room was somewhat dim, no wonder he pondered this. Additionally, it had seemingly produced multiple sets of footsteps, which was highly irregular. Could the key to unraveling this mystery lie within that? Footsteps. By what means could it keep pace with my strides while also moving instantaneously? I must discern its patterns of movement. This would be my first direct encounter with a malevolent spirit. Lu Chuan's gaze hardened. He took a few steps to the side, symbolically retreating a few paces until he stood at the staircase's edge. The ghost moved as well, and thus the game of predator and prey commenced. The ghost followed Lu Chuan's path, step by step, leading them to the basement and into the garage. Lu Chuan then understood that the ghost moved along the very spots he had traversed. Capable of freely navigating those areas, however, to measure the ghost's murderous patterns using ghost paper money was something no ordinary ghost tamer would dare to consider. Now that he had discerned the ghost's movement patterns, the situation became manageable. Lu Chuan cautiously shifted his feet. Though he could not fathom how the ghost precisely landed on each of his steps, as long as it could keep up, that was sufficient. Simultaneously, Lu Chuan produced the ghost finger given to him by Lu Qiming, who had informed him it granted access to the spectral bus. All he needed to do was grasp this ghost finger tightly and call for the spectral bus, and it would manifest before him, even if it was mid-journey. Given his recent experience, Lu Chuan was uncertain whether he could restrain this ghost's movements, so he needed to hold onto the ghost finger. Should any uncertainties arise, he could rely on the spectral bus for salvation. Life was paramount. Having prepared his contingency plan, Lu Chuan led the ghost around a pillar, suddenly halting and turning his back to it. The ghost's footsteps echoed in the garage, a cacophony of sound that rendered it impossible to discern its location. Lu Chuan reasoned. The closest footprint I just made is behind me, within 3 paces. The only area I have traversed lies behind me. Thus, for the ghost to move, it must instantaneously reach my rear. Lu Chuan pressed his hand against the ghost paper money, his breathing steadying. The ghost's footsteps did not hinder his judgment. He gently tore away the ghost paper money affixed to his face. A chilling sensation surged through him, and he tightened his grip on the ghost finger, goosebumps rising all over his body. The ghost's footsteps ceased, its silhouette flickering like the wind. Lu Chuan seized the moment. It was now. He thrust the ghost paper money behind him, just as the ghost revealed itself, successfully affixing the paper to its face. Lu Chuan did not dare to be complacent. He called for the spectral bus in his mind. The ghost was indeed immobilized by the ghost paper, and through the paper's openings, Lu Chuan distinctly perceived its ravenous gaze. He dared not meet its eyes. At that moment, a dense fog materialized ahead. The mist appeared out of nowhere, rising within the garage, and 2 beams of light shot forth from within the fog. The spectral bus had arrived. Yi Tianming, piloting the bus, halted beside him, leaning against the window with an expression of bewilderment. I remember you. You're Lu Chuan, right? Lu Chuan nodded. That's me. Here I was. Yi Tianming, finally getting out for a change, nearly reaching my destination when the bus diverted due to your call. So, tell me, how do you intend to soothe my wounded heart? Lu Chuan, feeling somewhat sheepish, replied, I apologize. I was facing a matter of life and death that necessitated summoning the bui in my haste. I did not consider this. He cleared his throat, adding, however, it truly was my fault to disturb you. How about I treat you to a meal? Well, if you're putting it that way, I shall not hold back. Yi Tianming, initially displeased, suddenly broke into a childlike grin. Lu Chuan sighed in relief. Although he understood this fellow's temperament well, conversing with him required one to be ready for a roller coaster of emotions at any moment. Yi Tianming glanced at the ghost. Not bad. You managed to not only survive the ghost, but also restrict its movements. However, hey, why does this paper seem so familiar? It's almost as if I've been robbed. Quickly, Lu Chuan positioned himself in front of the ghost, thinking selfishly that he could not allow Yi Tianming to discover the truth. This was merely the ghost's possession. There was nothing unusual about it. Nothing unusual, yet you move so swiftly to shield it from my view. Your acting skills leave much to be desired, Yi Tianming remarked. But I still caught a glimpse of it. Since the old man has modified it for you, I shan't take it back. It holds no use for me, so you need not be so wary. Lu Chuan forced a smile, feeling awkward. Was his acting truly that subpar? Did everyone find it so easy to see through him? Yet, in reality, the individuals he encountered were all quite formidable. Chapter 33. Underwatch Yi Tianming instructed the driver to bring the ghost onto the bus. As he had a need for it, Lu Chuan affixed the ghost paper money to the back of its neck, and it melded with the flesh and blood. Remember to always be ready to cook. Should I grow hungry, I will come looking for you. Ye Tianming maneuvered the spectral bus back into the mist, waving farewell to Lu Chuan. As the fog and the spectral bus vanished, tranquility returned to the garage. Lu Chuan observed the mist and recalled the fog above. They appeared to be one and the same, yet he refrained from inquiring, knowing full well that this was not information meant for him. Lu Chuan approached the stairwell. Having already encountered a ghost, he was understandably hesitant to take the elevator, opting instead to ascend the stairs. Before reaching the first floor, he noticed a middle-aged man observing in the lobby. Instantly, Lu Chuan became alert. What was he doing? Had he sensed something supernatural? Was he a ghost tamer? Regardless, caution was prudent. He preferred to avoid such individuals, especially now that he lacked a driver. Facing such a person felt no different than confronting a ghost. Lu Chuan retreated quietly back to the basement. The middle-aged man cast a fleeting glance towards the staircase. He was merely an ordinary person, not a ghost tamer. As the era of the supernatural dawned, had so many people already succumbed to the urge to emerge? I hope they refrain from causing a ruckus on my turf. Otherwise, this middle-aged man was Wu Xinggang, who chose not to elaborate. Picking up his smart ring and turning to leave. It seemed this ghost had been dealt with. I must check the next location. Uploading to headquarters, to Qing City. Wu Xinggang has dealt with another malevolent spirit. Yes, it has been handled. As for the spirit, I can only ensure they will not awaken to the supernatural. It ends there. In addition to the salary of the headquarters manager, I will upload my words. I am aware that the headquarters has just been established and many matters are still unresolved, but salaries must not be delayed. The reasoning is understood by those who need to know, so there is no need for me to elaborate further. Lu Chuan wandered around the garage before returning to his home. Upon opening the door, he saw his grandfather busily preparing breakfast at the dining table. Grandpa! Lu Yuquan turned his head at the sound, picking up a scallion pancake. Why are you still sweating? Did you just go for a run? You haven't eaten yet, have you? Lu Chuan did not explain, merely closing the door and nodding. Here, I bought breakfast just in time. Eat it while it's hot. Noticing that Lu Chuan hadn't moved, his grandfather added, Oh, don't just stand there. You're just like your father. Go sit down and rest for a moment. You're at the age where you're growing. And exercise is essential, but you must also eat breakfast. I know, Grandpa, Lu Chuan sighed, relieved that his grandfather was well. And don't think of me as nagging. Just listen if you cannot. If not, I won't mind making you some stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork. The corner of Lu Chuan's mouth twitched. Grandpa, how old do you think I am? Hey, no matter how old you get in my eyes, you are still my grandson. Lu Chuan could not refute this. Lu Yuquan, stooped with age, continued, don't forget about breakfast. And don't waste the whole day indoors playing on your phone. When you have time, go buy some vegetables. We are out. What are you up to? I'm going out to play, practicing Tai Chi with Old Wong and the others. If you're going out to play cards, I have some money here. Bah, why would Grandpa need his grandson's money? I have enough from the government's monthly subsidy. Just be careful. Lu Chuan felt a bit overstepping. He truly worried about his grandfather, especially since this little old man was quite spry, and now there were reports of supernatural incidents. After pondering, Lu Chuan opted for a different approach to remind him. Things have been a bit unsettling lately. I saw on the news that some audacious individuals are committing murders with very rare methods. You should avoid going outside the community. I know, Lu Yuquan said as he put on his shoes and opened the door, reminding Lu Chuan once more to eat breakfast before closing the door with a bang. Lu Chuan sat momentarily on the sofa, then rose to eat breakfast, feeling genuinely hungry. He thought to himself that an ordinary person cannot provide enough security, nor can one completely rely on ghost money. Otherwise, in the face of supernatural events, ghost money might instead become the beginning of his troubles. Human laziness knows no bounds. Relying too much on ghost money could enhance his dependency. Moreover, ghost money is, after all, merely a supernatural product, separated from vengeful spirits. It suffices to deal with ordinary vengeful spirits, but he feared encountering something more extraordinary. Lu Qiming had warned him that ghost money would eventually be exhausted. Although it remained uncertain how many times it could still be used, to become a ghost master, the thought crossed Lu Chuan's mind, but he immediately shook his head. Why did he think becoming a ghost master was so simple? Lu Qiming was right. He had started his encounters with the supernatural at too high a level, facing vengeful spirits like the bride in a wedding dress from the very beginning, leading to his skills lagging behind his thoughts. I need to calm down. His chosen method of tranquility was simple. a walk outside. Although there were supernatural occurrences now, they were relatively few, and he could conveniently buy some vegetables on the way back. His state of mind had been shaken by the unsettling experience on the supernatural bus. However, what shocked him even more was the notion of humans controlling vengeful spirits. Upon reaching downstairs, Chuan walked out of the community. And at the very moment he exited the gates, he felt a piercing gaze upon him. The ghost money at the back of his neck was once again issuing a warning. Chuan maintained a calm demeanor. Casually scanning ahead, where a line of cars awaited the traffic lights, he did not sense any vengeful spirits nearby. The ghost money merely felt warm against his skin, yet the sensation of being watched was very real. Am I being followed by a ghost or a human? Chuan pondered. He had recently encountered a ghost that had already boarded the supernatural bus, and as for the grave, Lu Qiming had lifted the curse from him. He had deliberately observed the bus earlier and had not detected its presence. His understanding was solely derived from his experience with the supernatural bus, and even now, it remained superficial, for not all vengeful spirits possessed a realm of their own. Chuan was, in essence, a veritable novice in the supernatural circle. He appeared quite normal as he walked towards the bus stop, glancing left and right. However, the feeling of being watched had dissipated. He stopped observing. Remembering that Yi Tianming had remarked that his acting skills were poor, and he feared that his actions might alert an unseen observer. The other party already knew where he lived. If it were a ghost, it would likely follow him like the previous one, but if it were a human, that would be another matter entirely. The green light illuminated that a bus arrived at the stop, and a voice announced, "The Women's and Children's Health Hospital has arrived, the next stop." Upon seeing that the bus was number 127, Chuan felt his legs tremble, but he managed to control himself, not revealing any unusual behavior. He took out his phone, opened the bus app, and followed the crowd onto the bus. Chapter 34. Willing to be a pawn in the game. There was no market outside the community, so Chuan alighted at the stop. Just a few steps ahead, a car pulled up to the roadside. He had noticed this car on the bus, following it from the Women's and Children's Health Hospital to this location. Can ghosts drive cars? Chuan strode confidently forward, uncertain whether the ghost knew this, but humans certainly could. Had he recently offended anyone? The answer was no, as Huang Feng did not count as a human. Huang Feng, you truly have sought me out again. The ghost he had previously summoned was now under Huang Feng's control, but in such a short time, he likely could not fully harness the ghost's realm or completely dominate it. Returning home was out of the question. He had already drawn Huang Feng's attention, and going home would only endanger his grandfather. He needed to find a place to hide. Chuan felt a headache coming on. Dealing with someone like Huang Feng, who bore grudges, was a peculiar ordeal. He had not died and now sought to retaliate against his savior. Why had the vengeful spirit not killed him before? To contend with one vengeful spirit, and now a ghost master was involved, Chuan found himself hopelessly entangled in this predicament. The immediate priority was to wait for an opportunity to strike. In the car, the driver said, "That'll be 35 yuan for the trip. Do you prefer WeChat or cash?" "I don't have cash. Let us use WeChat." Huang Feng, seated in the back, picked up his phone. Thinking to himself, now that I have become a ghost master, will I still ride in this old car when I shine in the future? A youth who finds a broken sword believes he has seized the entire martial world. Yet soon enough, his true self is revealed, and his thoughts grow increasingly wild. The WeChat payment of 35 yuan was completed. Huang Feng tucked his phone away and locked his gaze on Chuan's position, shaking his head as he donned sunglasses and slipped his hands into his pockets, following closely behind. Having just become a ghost master, he thought, why not take this opportunity to strike? Who told you not to save me before? There was a considerable distance between the two, but as Chuan passed a corner, Huang Feng immediately pretended to play a game on his phone while walking, confirming each other's gaze. There stood Huang Feng. It turned out, I was not the only one with poor acting skills. Chuan entered the underground market for vegetables. The one who suffered from their previous encounter was himself. As the market was bustling with people, if Huang Feng had reservations, it would be hard to make a move. Although it was still morning, the vendors had already set up their stalls. As soon as Chuan stepped in, a woman with eggplants called out, "Hey, young man, would you like to buy some? These eggplants were just picked this morning. They look very fresh." Chuan squatted down to examine the eggplants closely. They did indeed look good. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Huang Feng had also come down, Lu Chuan asked. How much are these eggplants per pound? Originally 250, but I'll give them to you for 2. All right, I'll take a pound. Lu Chuan genuinely thought the eggplants were excellent. As for bargaining, he had never been successful, so he had no expectations. After carefully selecting a few, he placed the eggplants in the vendor's bag and took them over to be weighed. At this moment, Huang Feng had already approached, seemingly observing him with feigned indifference. Young man, be careful. It's just over a pound. Take 2 yuan. The vendor pointed out to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan quickly took out 2 yuan, handed it to the vendor, and received the eggplants. Holding them in his hand, he stood up and wandered around the stalls to see what else he could buy. Huang Feng leaned against a pillar nearby, watching Lu Chuan every step of the way. With someone watching him, Lu Chuan tried his utmost to avoid revealing any telltale signs. However, at a pork stall, the butcher, busy cutting and preparing meat, whistled at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan looked towards the butcher, who chuckled softly. Kid, as someone who has been there, I advise you to be cautious. It's best not to choose a spot where there are few people. Especially avoid public restrooms. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Lu Chuan was speechless. What on earth was this about? Seeing that he didn't believe him, the butcher paused his work. Don't dismiss my words. Look behind that pillar. There's a pair of eyes watching you. He's a man, right? He is specifically targeting you. With these words, Huang Feng's pursuit was suddenly rendered inconsequential. What business does he have following you? Hey! The butcher resumed slicing meat. I want to say more. Just be careful. Don't get caught and end up giving him money. Even if Lu Chuan were Navi, he understood the implication of the butcher's words and did not wish to argue, fearing it might alert the person behind him. If that individual heard what was said, given his current courage, he would likely charge. Huang Feng, concealed behind a pillar, found himself engulfed in confusion. What are they discussing? Did that butcher cast a few glances my way, or is it merely an illusion? This uncertainty lingered in his mind, and unable to contain himself any longer, he turned to reveal one eye, only to discover that the butcher was not looking at him but was intently focused on deboning for a customer. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan had already departed from that location and was weighing items in a nearby shop. Did I truly misjudge, or am I simply overly suspicious? Huang Feng felt he had hidden himself quite well, having changed into a different outfit, making it unlikely that the young boy would recognize him. Yet, his current position was too conspicuous, inevitably drawing the attention of the vendors. As more shoppers descended to buy vegetables, he attributed this to the fact that several individuals were observing him, prompting him to relocate. At that moment, Lu Chuan, engrossed in his payment, remained oblivious to Huang Feng's new position. Glancing at the time on his phone, Lu Chuan noted it was 9:43 a.m. I cannot afford to delay any longer. Otherwise, Huang Feng will truly unleash the vengeful spirits of hell upon me, and that would bode ill for my future. With his items in hand, Lu Chuan exited the store, striding confidently as if to beckon the hidden Huang Feng to follow. Passing by the pork stall, the owner shook his head at Lu Chuan, muttering, "These young people today, convinced each on this arduous journey." Lu Chuan had contemplated countless times about wielding his blade, yet now, in the heat of action, he found himself thwarted repeatedly by Huang Feng's agile evasion. As the knife descended once more, Huang Feng swiftly seized Lu Chuan's wrist, prompting Lu Chuan to twist the blade downward. Huang Feng freed his hand and retaliated with a kick aimed at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan responded in kind, but his assault lacked the force of Huang Feng's, causing him to stagger backward. Struck on the thigh, "Did you really think that possessing a malevolent spirit and a knife would suffice to confront me?" Huang Feng chuckled. "How could I possibly be unprepared before my arrival?" Lu Chuan? He then produced a length of fishing line from his pocket, an item he had salvaged from the spot where the fishing ghost had been angling. He suspected it to be a relic of the ghost and had taken it with him. Indeed, he had traversed the nightmarish path from the asylum solely to confront Lu Chuan, enduring numerous perils along the way. Lu Chuan could not perceive the fine line, but Huang Feng's confidence suggested it was something formidable. Grasping the line with both hands, Huang Feng tautened it into a straight form and then gazed at Lu Chuan. "Lu Chuan, I will make you acutely aware of the disparity between us." With the line in hand, Huang Feng charged forward. Lu Chuan swung his knife downward, only to find Huang Feng deftly ensnaring it with the line. Lu Chuan's eyes widened in surprise, and he lifted his other hand, forcefully pressing down on the line. A sudden snap echoed as the line broke. Lu Chuan was astonished. Yet as he beheld Huang Feng's outstretched hand, he understood that this was no supernatural artifact. Huang Feng had already reached for the ghostly paper money on Lu Chuan's face, unleashing a wave of mental assault. Lu Chuan swatted his hand away and hastily retreated, but the ghostly paper money, which had been tightly adhered to his face, suddenly fell away. He caught the paper, only to hear Huang Feng's maniacal laughter. Lu Chuan, oh Lu Chuan, a mere child remains a child. You think you can contend with me? You must be jesting. A ghost manipulator fighting an ordinary person like this? How gratifying for you. And do not accuse me of inhumanity. If I truly lacked compassion, would I have played with you for so long? Enough of this. I have had my fun. Now, let me show you what it truly means to be a ghost manipulator. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Chuan felt an overwhelming assault surge through his mind like a tidal wave. He attempted to press the ghostly paper money back onto his face, but his entire body succumbed to paralysis. Ultimately, he collapsed. So swift was it? Huang Feng found it hard to believe and unleashed another wave of ghostly power against Lu Chuan. He cautiously approached, noting that Lu Chuan's spirit still lingered. He had not perished. Is he merely unconscious? Huang Feng mused, shaking Lu Chuan's face. At that moment, Lu Chuan's knife-bearing right hand lunged fiercely toward his waist. Huang Feng, ever vigilant, sensed the attack but was still grazed by the blade, eliciting a gasp as he recoiled. Lu Chuan, dragging his body, entered a nearby building, intending to reapply the ghostly paper money. Yet no matter how he pressed it against his face, the paper would not adhere. Is this the ability of a ghost manipulator? Huang Feng roared in frustration, clutching his wound, his hatred for Lu Chuan intensifying. You little brat, if I ever catch you. Enduring the pain. He followed Lu Chuan into the building. Upon reaching the entrance, Lu Chuan thrust a knife from his hiding place behind the wall. Huang Feng, now alert, sidestepped the attack, only to see Lu Chuan sprinting up the stairs after his blow missed. Huang Feng's method of assault was straightforward. He unleashed the ghostly power against Lu Chuan's spirit, but this time it failed. Lu Chuan pressed the ghostly paper money onto his face, using his hand to shield himself from Huang Feng's assault. Huang Feng's footsteps echoed loudly as he ascended. Lu Chuan concealed himself behind a wall at a corner, his body too numb to continue, the earlier effects of Huang Feng's ghostly power weighing heavily on him. His spirit gradually diminishing. Lu Chuan, where are you? Come out. I can see you. Huang Feng's furious voice reverberated. Lu Chuan, hearing this soul-chilling call, forced himself to suppress any thoughts, knowing that doing otherwise would trigger the ghostly murder rule. Yet he could not hide forever. To Huang Feng, the walls were mere illusions, and Lu Chuan's spirit stood out starkly. In that instant, he recalled one of the ghost's deadly rules. The rule of the haunted. Whatever is thought of will echo back. Even if Lu Chuan tried to restrain his thoughts, a fleeting moment of reflection activated the ghostly rule. As Huang Feng continued to call his name, he suddenly closed the distance to just 3 steps away. If Huang Feng turned the corner, he would discover Lu Chuan. His voice was like a soul-piercing weapon, causing Lu Chuan to tremble with anxiety. Lu Chuan, I found you. Ha. Lu Chuan felt something looming behind him. A face seemingly pressing close, warm breath brushing against his neck. He was struck with dread. In that moment, his mind fell silent, and alongside that warmth came Huang Feng's visage, grinning innocently yet exuding an aura of Chinese horror. Lu Chuan could not accept the prospect of his life ending here. As long as the final moment had not yet arrived, he would not concede defeat. A resolute belief surged within him. And Lu Chuan suddenly turned, raising his knife, only to find nothing behind him. What did Lu Chuan? Are you afraid? I am right behind you. Turn around. Let me see your fear. Lu Chuan refused to turn, sweeping a leg outward. Yet he kicked at nothing but air. Ghosts follow patterns, yet humans do not. His opponent was merely toying with him, seeking to witness his despair in his final moments. May the villain perish from his own verbosity. Lu Chuan, look, you too have moments of fear. Don't you wish someone would come to your aid? But alas, who could possibly save you? Lu Chuan pressed the ghostly paper money firmly against his face. His body nearing its limit, the haunting thoughts corroding him excessively, he felt his mind teetering on the brink of explosion. I relish seeing you like this. Can you even fathom the despair I felt when facing so many patients alone? You cannot comprehend it. Thus, I must make you experience this despair. That is my repayment to you. Are you satisfied? Chapter 37. Dark Assistance, you lunatic? Lu Chuan leaned against the wall, abruptly turning, yet Huang Feng's figure was nowhere to be found. How was he maneuvering? It seemed as though his voice echoed from every direction, rendering the surrounding structures irrelevant. Indeed, I am a madman. I should have gone insane long ago. You claim that I was born to be at the bottom? Yearning for greatness, yet reality consistently shatters my beautiful illusions. But now, I have tamed the malevolent spirit. Order thrives in peaceful times. I believe that if the world ceases to be peaceful, order shall also vanish. From now on, I shall do as I please. The universe is vast, and I shall roam freely. I, Huang Feng, shall stand atop the world. Lu Chuan chuckled softly. You? Do not deceive yourself. You have merely begun to tame a malevolent spirit. You cannot even access the ghostly realms, let alone measure up to entities like the Bride in Red, or ghost manipulators like Yang Tianqing. Lu Chuan spoke with conviction, while Huang Feng remained hidden. He aimed to draw him out. The power of the ghostly paper money still lingered, though its effectiveness was diminished by the haunting influence. However, should he manage to adhere the paper to Huang Feng, he could temporarily suppress the spirit within him, rendering him incapable of wielding his ghostly powers. If he could buy just a little time, then one swift strike would suffice. Outwardly, Lu Chuan appeared simple-minded, yet internally, he had prepared for the possibility of disposing of a body. However, he had not contemplated the complexities of a spirit's revival, for he had no prior experience. Huang Feng, too, pondered Lu Chuan's words. After all, he was merely a fledgling in the supernatural realm, incomparable to the renowned ghost manipulators. I may not measure up to them, but that is of no matter. Though I have only just begun to tame a malevolent spirit, once I adapt to the haunted rule, I shall master its domain. Coupled with that ghostly artifact you possess, I will gain the qualification to stand alongside them. You think of my possessions even before you have perished? Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow, bemused by Huang Feng's sudden composure, even as he attempted to provoke him. Well then, allow me to expedite your demise, Lu Chuan. That I have truly overestimated you. Huang Feng took 2 steps forward, reaching the corner and directed his intent toward Lu Chuan's spirit. At once, Lu Chuan surged forth, exerting every ounce of strength to press the ghostly paper money forward. The ghostly power surged through him, and Lu Chuan felt the tremors course through his body, his mind momentarily blank. The paper was now a mere 3 centimeters from Huang Feng. He could advance no further. Huang Feng revealed a victorious smile, flicking his fingers, sending Lu Chuan's spirit nearly tearing from his body. In that critical moment, the ghostly paper money provided the essential protection. This ghostly artifact is indeed remarkable, even under my full assault. It shields you, but from this moment on, it shall belong to me. Huang Feng seized Lu Chuan, who still refused to concede defeat. Seeing you, I now understand that the gap between an ordinary person and a ghost manipulator cannot be bridged by a single malevolent spirit. Bang! Lu Chuan was violently slammed against the wall, pain coursing through him, and the knife fell from his unresponsive hand. His pupils trembled as he beheld 3 figures of Huang Feng approaching him. He yearned to rise and fight back, yet his strength had abandoned him. Helplessly, he watched as Huang Feng approached, lifting his chin with one hand, grinning. I am quite curious. Do you regret not saving me that day? Think carefully before you answer. Perhaps I might spare you. I only lament that those patients did not take your life. Huang Feng squinted, exerting more force with his hands, but I survived. Are you angry? Lu Chuan, faced with his current helplessness, felt the ghostly paper money fluttering in his palm, his fingers twitching slightly. Huang Feng sensed a tearing pain in his mind. Was this the burden brought on by overusing my ghostly power? Damn it, I've wasted so much time on you. It's time to end this. Huang Feng pressed his hand against Lu Chuan's face, and through his fingers, he caught a glimpse of the unwillingness in Lu Chuan's eyes. The more Lu Chuan resisted, the more delighted he felt. Yet, having enjoyed enough, he grew weary. The power of the vengeful spirit spread down his hand, the intent of the ghostly attack descending. Lu Chuan's pupils trembled. This outcome was far from what he had envisioned. At this moment, in the Night S Asylum, Lu Qiming stood alone in the hollow building, gazing at the horizon. sensing that if he could not endure even this little hardship, it would only prove that he, Lu Qiming, had chosen the wrong person. Lu Chuan, do not disappoint me. On the supernatural bus, Yi Tianming was driving when the scent of a grave suddenly wafted from within him, startling the vengeful spirits on board. At a grave? Why has it suddenly moved? Is it that kid? The grave within Yi Tianming resonated, sensing that Lu Chuan was facing a life-and-death crisis. How could this kid, who had just encountered a ghost, be on the brink of death? Was his luck truly so dismal? After finally finding a cook to feed him, he couldn't let Lu Chuan die before he had his meal. Grave, lend him a hand. Just this once, remember, just once. Don't let him get too entangled. In the alley of a city village, the ghostly paper money in Lu Chuan's hand floated into the air, adhering to Huang Feng's body, suppressing the restless, vengeful spirit within him, and allowing Lu Chuan to move under the influence of the supernatural. Huang Feng felt a severance of connection with the vengeful spirit. His eyes widened. The ghost was within me? Yet why can't I feel it? Seizing the moment while Huang Feng was dazed, Lu Chuan threw a punch at his face. Huang Feng sensed the swift wind of the punch, intercepting it with one hand. But before he could react, Lu Chuan's other fist struck him between the legs. Lu Chuan hurriedly picked up a fruit knife from the ground, his eyes unblinking as he brought the blade down. To strike at the heart of the snake? To kill? Lu Chuan was oblivious, as he had never killed. The man chuckled derisively, saying, I'm merely speaking casually. Rest assured, I won't get involved. I am not some expendable character from a novel. The other sighed inwardly. In truth, there was a hint of concern in the man's words, yet the allure of wealth is inescapable in this chaotic world. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the hospital. Chapter 39. Special Spiritual Investigation Unit. This establishment was a specially constructed facility. It was not originally a hospital, but had been temporarily transformed into one. Patients here were few, yet the medical staff felt an inexplicable sense of dread, for they knew that those who lingered within were all affected by supernatural forces. Nevertheless, the promise of monetary compensation was enticing. Even if patients unexpectedly perished, their families would receive substantial reparations. As the earlier speaker had indicated, they were essentially trading their lives for money. Remarkably, they lacked even basic safety equipment. Lu Chuan lay on the hospital bed, abruptly awakening from a fitful slumber, his vision blurred and disoriented regarding the passage of time. Where is this? A hospital? He tore the ghost money from his neck and surveyed the hospital-like environment around him. Who brought me here? My ghost money hadn't been torn, so no one has seen my face. Yet, it must have been discovered. I wonder if he is still alive. It's best if the vengeful spirit has awakened. Otherwise, he might come seeking retribution that I cannot withstand. This time, I truly suffered a great loss. Sigh. I've either been injured or on the brink of injury lately. As Lu Chuan attempted to shift his body, he felt a piercing pain. He didn't wish to be discovered, initially contemplating escape, but given his physical condition, running was out of the question. Thanks to the protection of the ghost money, even if I hadn't died, I might have been left with severe cognitive impairment. Lu Chuan let out a sigh of relief as a beam of sunlight streamed through the window, warming his face. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside. In a hurry, Lu Chuan pressed the ghost money to his face, closing his eyes to feign death. The door swung open, and a man clad in casual attire entered. He possessed a striking demeanor and a robust physique. Clutching a folder in his strong hands, approaching Lu Chuan's bedside, he glanced at the items on his face and then at the 4 drip hanging nearby, remarking, breathing is steady, sensory functions are normal. Complexion is rosy. He then took out his phone, comparing the images on it with Lu Chuan's appearance. The items on your face have been repositioned, indicating that you were indeed awake earlier. Stop pretending. Get up. We have matters to discuss and records to complete. Lu Chuan ceased his struggles and opened his eyes. Who are you? I am Jia Tao, Deputy Director of the Fuling Public Security Bureau in Daqing City and a member of the Special Spiritual Investigation Unit. He replied solemnly. Are you feeling better now? Lu Chuan nodded. A bit better. Then I shall commence my work. You must answer my questions truthfully. This is all for the case file. The era of supernatural phenomena has just revived. How is it that professionals like you already exist? Lu Chuan queried, his understanding limited. They existed long before. It's just that society was stable and they remained hidden. Now that the national headquarters is establishing itself, We naturally respond to the call to return, merely doubling our duties, Jia Tao explained. Chuan thought to himself, I see, and extended his hand. Could you assist me in sitting up? Is your mobility that limited? Jia Tao asked without further thought, helping Lu Chuan into a sitting position and placing a pillow behind him. Sitting on a nearby bed, Jia Tao set down his folder and pen, beginning to take notes. Since there are no issues, let us begin. Wait, is there anything else? Your identification? Lu Chuan extended his hand, concerned about exposing his belongings, uncertain if the other was indeed a professional. Jia Tao smiled slightly. Not bad. It's rare to find someone as cautious as you nowadays. Here, Lu Chuan accepted the identification, quickly searching online to verify its authenticity. It was indeed genuine. He returned it, saying, apologies, I prefer to be careful. Not at all. This new era needs more individuals like you. Jia Tao accepted the identification, grasped his pen, and inquired, what is your name? Lu Chuan. Your home address. Is that necessary? Principally, yes. Then I shall skip that. I refuse to answer. Lu Chuan asserted that IT is the age of big data. Fine. If you do not wish to disclose it, we shall move on to the next question. When did you first encounter the supernatural? Last night? Lu Chuan replied directly. Jia Tao paused his writing, raising his gaze. Just a reminder, you have been here for 3 days since your arrival. Then it was the evening of 3 days ago, Lu Chuan realized, astonished at how long he had slept. All right, next question. Have you mastered any vengeful spirits? No. At the scene of the incident, we discovered a person named Huang Feng, who has now succumbed to a vengeful spirit's revival. Classified as calamity level. What is your connection with him? An enemy. Very well. Jia Tao continued writing for a while before standing up. Thank you for your cooperation. Everything you've said today will be uploaded, but rest assured, it won't significantly affect you. That implies there will be some impact, Lu Chuan thought. Wait, I wish to know who brought me here. Naturally, it was the 120 emergency medical ambulance. No, I mean, who called 120? Jia Tao stood earnestly. I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose that information, Lu Chuan frowned. The lack of permission indicated that the individual held significant status, likely an official. The claim of being part of the Special Spiritual Investigation Unit made him wonder whether the head of that unit had been involved. Had the national authorities arrived so swiftly? As Jia Tao exited, he assisted Lu Chuan in lying back down, gently closing the door behind him. Lu Chuan pondered these revelations. The silver lining was that Huang Feng, the one he had been concerned about, was finally dead. As long as he did not encounter a vengeful spirit in the near future, his life would no longer be in peril. Yet, his greatest concern remained the influence of the supernatural headquarters. Regardless of the power other factions possessed, this headquarters was still backed by the state. The forces he had heard of thus far included the National Supernatural Headquarters, the Unknown, and the Special Spiritual Investigation Unit. Additionally, figures like Yang Tianqin, Xiaran, and Di Tianming, each with some degree of influence behind them, were also noteworthy. Lu Chuan sighed inwardly. Before he had even embarked on the most peculiar path in this world, so many pioneers had already tread upon it. What kind of scene would this future world present? A common saying in apocalyptic novels states, in the end times, first eliminate the Holy Mother. Ghosts are not terrifying, but the human heart is. He dreaded the day when fiction might seep into reality, for then he would find himself struggling to move forward. However, becoming a ghost master was a different matter altogether. Through his battle with Huang Feng, he realized that a single vengeful spirit could not safeguard his life, especially since Huang Feng had only managed to exert preliminary control. He now possessed his own goal, albeit a distant one. Chapter 40. The coffin bearer post. Lu Chuan picked up his phone to call his grandfather, having lain there for so long, uncertain of his grandfather's worry back home. Hello, Grandpa. Awake at last? His grandfather had indeed known he was resting, understandably, given the existence of the Special Spiritual Investigation Unit's hospital. They surely had means to contact family members. Are you hungry? I'll bring you some wontons. Is there anything else you desire? Wontons will do, Lu Chuan replied, chatting briefly with his grandfather before hanging up. As he lay back on the hospital bed, he suddenly felt the urge to urinate. Reluctantly, he endured the pain to get out of bed. Fortunately, the restroom was just a few steps away. With a soft rush, the sound of water flushing echoed from the restroom. Standing before the mirror, Lu Chuan steadied himself against the wall, splashing water on his face. After 3 days of sleep, his face had become quite oily. Wiping the water from his face, He raised his head to gaze at his disheveled reflection in the mirror, and unexpectedly smiled. He turned to steady himself against the wall as he exited the restroom. Just as his figure was about to fade from the mirror's view, an extraordinarily eerie scene unfolded. A ghost was following Lu Chuan from behind. The specter had disheveled hair, its form indistinct, resembling the ghost he had seen in the mirror while washing his hair previously at that time. He had thought he was mistaken. However, if he were to turn around now, he would find that this ghost was indeed the same, though he had already exited the restroom. This ghost seemed to manifest only when Lu Chuan stood before the mirror, appearing unintentionally. Lu Chuan took a few steps as he lay back on the bed and found that his body felt somewhat improved. It was indeed beneficial to move around more. Leaning against the headboard like an elderly man, Lu Chuan suddenly took an interest in his phone. Almost forgetting, he recalled the supernatural contractor related to Yi Tianming. He had speculated that she was the forum's moderator, the coffin bearer, while aboard the supernatural bus. With time to spare, he decided to check for any new updates. Lu Chuan opened the app on his phone and quickly found the post, which had not been deleted. Although the moderator, the coffin bearer, had not released any new information, the forum members were in a frenzy. The post had even reached the top 100 trending topics. Why hasn't the moderator posted anything new? Hurry and share some photos. I'm eager to know what happened next. Did the bus take you all to an unknown place? With the supernatural revival, the world feels like a prison, all. If you happen to find an ordinary-looking ring, I'll buy it for 2 yuan. Look at your pathetic self, I'll offer 30. What an extraordinary phenomenon. I was just pondering the resurgence of horror. Hey, summon Yang Jian at Guanjingkou. I mentioned that the forum master has released new information. Just as this group of forum members was fervently discussing, the master, known as the coffin bearer, posted an image. Upon examining this picture, Lu Chuan recognized it. It depicted the red scarf of a bride in a wedding dress, yet when draped over one's head, it transforms into a red veil, a disposable object of malevolent spirits, an epithet he himself coined. Following this was another image, seemingly showcasing the architectural cluster in Yubei district. This image was a collage of 9 photographs, but when viewed from a distance, they coalesced into a single character, Ghost. Goodness, the master is still alive. I had thought he had perished. What do these 2 images signify? The comments section is abuzz with fervor. Perhaps this individual is merely engaging in sensationalism, still profiting from superstition after all these years. Do not dismiss it entirely. In our neighborhood, a certain individual experienced an inexplicable incident at home and was suddenly carried away by emergency services. There were videos circulating at the time, depicting him in a state of extreme tension, his face wrought with terror, with strands of hair lodged in his mouth. Rumors spread that he had encountered something dreadful in the restroom, where one of the squat toilets had collapsed. Truly surreal. He must have crossed paths with someone formidable and faced retaliation. Nowadays, everything seems to connect to the supernatural. Just look at those individuals online. Some still believe in the flat earth theory. Our ancestors once said, "Where there is belief, there is existence. Where there is disbelief, there is nothing." The comments from fellow forum members are overwhelmingly numerous. Lu Chuan meticulously selected a few that piqued his interest. One user noted, "I wonder if anyone else feels this peculiar sensation these past few days. I can't quite articulate what feels off." Another remarked, "Seeing the uproar from this post, I too wish to share my experience. I live in an apartment building, and just yesterday, from the empty room next door, which had been unoccupied for quite some time, I suddenly heard loud footsteps, resembling someone clattering about in high heels. I was infuriated. After a long day at work, I couldn't find peace in my slumber. I knocked on the door, but no one answered. I pondered whether I was hallucinating, considering the room was vacant, so I returned to sleep. Just as I settled down, the noise erupted again, louder this time. I knocked once more, yet still no response, so I lodged a complaint with the property management. I'll skip the details for brevity. Essentially, I endured that cacophony until this morning. I was quite bold. Using a selfie stick, I secured my phone with tape, opened the window, and aimed to capture footage of whoever was making that racket. However, when I retrieved the phone, the recording function that had been active turned into a black screen the moment it focused on that room. Another user mused, "If only a few hundred of such incidents occurred, it would be considered normal. Yet if many people are reporting them, it indicates something is amiss in this world." A different comment read, "We still have professionals in our area." specifically tasked with placing certain patients in hospitals. The rest of us are barred from entry. An ominous user chimed in. It feels as if a new era is upon us. Hurry and find the protagonist to cling to. While another boldly declared, why seek anyone else? I am the protagonist. Simply put, your fate is dictated by me, not by destiny. Chuan set his phone down. Supernatural occurrences have begun to manifest across various regions. Although the government has dispatched professionals, self-reliance remains the key to survival. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, and his grandfather entered, bearing a bowl of wontons. Dear grandson, come and eat your wontons. Chuan shook the table as he received the bowl. Glancing at his grandfather and inquiring, grandfather, are you not going to ask why I have become like this? Is there a need to ask? Chuan chuckled, settling onto the bed and ruffling Chuan's hair. I know my own grandson well. You are certainly not the type to cause trouble, Chuan. Take pride in knowing I could not raise such a person. However, Chuan, should you encounter such situations again, do not charge in alone. Consider chess. It is said that a pawn can become a general when crossing the river, but once the pawn is obstructed, it has no retreat, and its fate is limited to two outcomes. Chuan nodded, waiting for his grandfather to finish before reassuring him, do not worry, grandfather. It won't happen again. Chapter 41. The ghostly messenger Chuan observed Chuan. His frequent visits in recent days had left him unsettled. At the age of 86, witnessing his grandson face challenges before him was a burden he found hard to bear. Chuan's parents worked away, and this grandson had been raised solely by him. Lying in bed, his heart ached. It's all right, just eat, he urged. The wontons are freshly made. Once you finish, let us rest well and not leave any lingering issues with your health. Chuan felt a lump in his throat. At his age, he should be fine. Yet he rushed, hurry and eat. Grandfather quickly stood and hurried to the windowsill, turning his back to Chuan. A sense of guilt washed over Chuan. His grandfather was a beacon of light in his life. And how could he not be a light in his grandfather's life too? The otherwise bland wontons took on a savory flavor in Chuan's mouth. Grandfather gazed out the window, and a tear trickled down his weathered face. Landing on the sill, Chuan realized that he must adapt to and embrace these changes. Such occurrences would only multiply in the future, necessitating careful planning. Life is filled with joys and sorrows, merely the inevitability of separation that we cannot bear to witness. After finishing the wontons, grandfather intended to wash the dishes, but Chuan insisted on doing it himself, claiming his grandfather should not trouble himself, as his health was nearly restored. For reasons unknown, he felt as though the ghostly paper money affixed to his neck imparted a sensation of flowing vitality. Could it be that the paper money possessed healing properties? Chuan shook his head as he washed the dishes. If he continued down that line of thought, he might soon regard the ghostly paper money as a tangible entity. Grandfather, let us proceed with the discharge paperwork. I feel much better now. Chuan sensed his recovery. After all, he had endured a supernatural assault, and the hospital lacked specialists in that regard. Medical treatment here could not rival the efficacy of the ghostly paper money. Rather than squander resources here, it would be prudent to leave early and avoid being monitored. Grandfather replied, do not mislead me. The doctors have all stated that your injuries are quite severe, affecting your mental state. Shouldn't we stay a few more days for observation? No need, grandfather. I assure you I have recovered. Just look at me. Chuan turned to present himself, appearing no different from a healthy individual. Grandfather remained skeptical until a thought struck him. If we encounter any issues, we shall continue treatment without fear of expense. I have the means, he patted his chest, a hint of pride on his face. I have money. I am truly well. Chuan packed the dishes into a bag, grasped his grandfather's hand, and declared, lying in the hospital or at home amounts to the same. There's no significant issue. So let us just head back. You never listen, just like your father. Chuan poked Chuan's shoulder. Is that so? Of course it is. Let me tell you about your father back in the day. In an office, Jiatao stood at the door and knocked. Come in. Jiatao entered cautiously, closing the door behind him before approaching the desk and raising a folder. Here are the records of all patients from that hospital. I have completed my notes. Let me see. Wu Xinggang set aside his current task, accepting the folder and flipping it open. Inside were numerous names, yet conspicuously absent was any mention of the ghost tamer. With each column stating, not, however, As he turned to one specific page, his finger abruptly halted. At the bottom of that sheet was a note. Suspected to possess malevolent spirit material, a piece of paper money affixed to the face. Unable to be removed, Chuan, Wu Xinggang suddenly recalled the two individuals he had encountered in the alleyway of the urban village. Indeed, one had a piece of paper money affixed to his face. Jia Tao observed the responsible party's expression and also thought of the name Lu Chuan, recalling. When we discovered him in the ward, he had paper money on his face and was still conscious. Remove suspected from that statement. It is undoubtedly a malevolent spirit material, Wu Xinggang remarked, a mere 17-year-old. Yet he had managed to utilize a malevolent spirit object to revive a ghost tamer. Quite the skilled, a new era of supernatural phenomena has dawned. Although this age is one of decline, it has not been devoid of prodigies emerging. Document him separately. I will handle this myself. Jia Tao nodded as Wu Xinggang produced a yellow book and inscribed Lu Chuan's name on the second page, along with notes on the paper money and similar items. Just as he flipped the page, Jia Tao caught a glimpse of the first page. Who was that? At that moment, Wu Xinggang's smart wristband emitted a notification. Jia Tao discreetly excused himself. What's going on? Greetings, the person in charge of Daqing City. I am your interfacing AI. A message has been relayed, urging you to address the supernatural incidents while ensuring that malevolent spirits do not resurface. I am well aware of that. I would never gamble with my life. By the way, what about my salary from last time? It has been processed. I will send you the details shortly. Please check for updates. Understood. The AI ended the call, and Wu Xinggang stroked his chin, contemplating the new world. However, employing artificial intelligence as a liaison may prove more detrimental than beneficial. Never mind, this is not something I should be concerned with. In recent days, I have been caught up in supernatural occurrences. Although my fierce spirit seems to be in a state of paralysis, the more I engage with these paranormal events, the less I can guarantee it won't awaken. However, what perplexes me most is that this headquarters has only recently been established, yet salaries are being distributed every few days. It seems some individuals may have already foreseen the imminent revival of the supernatural and have made preparations in advance. Wu Xinggang finished reviewing the folder, finding nothing particularly special. Merely surviving this ordeal was a stroke of extraordinary luck. He opened the book he had previously been perusing, and within it was a photograph, an expanse of dense fog, in the midst of which appeared a pair of eyes radiating rainbow light. Recently, this phenomenon has been recurrent in my jurisdiction. Wherever this entity manifests, it vanishes from my realm of perception. Is this perhaps an impending supernatural event? Moreover, Wu Xinggang flipped to the next page, revealing a photograph of a CAF located at number 33 Gehuiyuan Road. This was also a place he had visited before, which had seemed unremarkable at the time. Yet now, people have been disappearing in this vicinity with alarming frequency. It has barely been any time at all, and the supernatural incidents are already so numerous. Before he could ruminate further, a sudden knock echoed from outside his office door. The overhead light buzzed ominously. Wu Xinggang immediately became alert. Through the glass, he should have been able to see outside, but now it was shrouded in an eerie green hue. The faint green light seeped through the crack of the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking resonated 3 times. Wu Xinggang rose to his feet, recognizing the unmistakable characteristics of what lay outside. There is a saying in the supernatural circle, to encounter a ghost without seeing it is a ghostly messenger. The ghostly messenger specializes in delivering messages. It accepts letters from clients and ensures they reach the designated recipient. Even before the supernatural revival, it existed as an anomaly among fierce spirits. Any letter it delivers must be accepted by the intended recipient. And if the recipient fails to fulfill the contents of the letter within the stipulated time, the messenger will inevitably come to collect. At one point, some individuals attempted to exploit this messenger's pattern to harm others, only to find themselves vanishing as if they had never existed. Chapter 42. A letter, however. Wu Xinggang could not be certain that the entity outside was indeed the messenger. The standoff continued. Suddenly, the green light from outside began to seep in through the door crack. Wu Xinggang stared intently, witnessing a strand of green hair drift in, only to vanish moments later. The scene outside the glass door returned to normal in an instant, as if everything had been orchestrated solely for his viewing. Wu Xinggang dared not let his guard down. He cautiously approached the door, pressing his body against the wall. One hand grasped the doorknob, and with a pull, he opened the door, finding nothing out of the ordinary. His gaze fell downward, where he spotted a letter resting at the threshold. Could it truly be the messenger delivering a letter? Wu Xinggang bent down to pick it up, and just as he did, the surrounding scenery shifted, and a dense green light descended abruptly. The personnel outside disintegrated into ashes, and countless buildings crumbled into dust, soaring into the air, as the entire world seemed engulfed in an endless, greenish hell. No, this is the supernatural distorting my perception. I must not look at it, Wu Xinggang thought to himself, lifting his gaze from the letter, only to collide with the messenger. An invisible pressure surged forth, and the hand gripping the letter felt as if it were glued in place, unable to release. The messenger also held onto the letter. Connection established with the messenger. Supernatural rules triggered. Promise keeper. Wu Xinggang was now certain that the spirit before him was indeed the messenger. The messenger's appearance either heralded the delivery of a letter or the taking of a life. The presence of the letter indicated it was here to deliver a message, so he naturally refrained from making any rash movements. He recalled that others in the circle had received letters before, and he knew some of the implications, but certainly, not everyone could summon the messenger for delivery. Wu Xinggang remained mindful of the unspoken rules. Soon, the green aura receded like a tide, in the blink of an eye. Everything returned to normal. What had just transpired was indeed merely a mirage from the messenger's realm. Observing the few scattered figures outside, Wu Xinggang tightly clutched the letter and returned to his office. Shutting the door behind him, upon opening the letter, he found 2 sentences inscribed within. Do you wish to know the ultimate truth of life? Do you wish to uncover the secrets of the ghostly calamity? Just these 2 sentences, followed by a brief address. Number 33 Gehuiyuan Road, CAF. Once again, this location. Wu Xinggang clenched his fists and rested his chin in thought, pondering who could be behind this. Could it be that they had the power to summon the messenger to deliver a letter? Or was it merely to me? Or perhaps all the spirit tamers in this district? He governed Daqing City, which comprised various districts, and he was currently situated in a temporary office in one such district. Meanwhile, at a bar, several middle-aged men and women were reveling, and just as they were fully immersed in their merriment, the myriad lights above them shattered, transforming into a ghostly green hue. What is this? What kind of wretched bar is this? Could it be that someone has intruded? Has anyone among us offended someone recently? Enough of the nonsense. It must be something wrong with this bar. How could they let someone in when we have this room reserved? It is impossible to enjoy ourselves. Ugh, this isn't about the bar. It's clearly a supernatural incident. Everyone shut up. Don't drag us down with your cowardice. One among them spoke up, and the chaotic scene immediately fell silent. The speaker was a woman named Jiang Qingwei. Suddenly, a loud knock resonated from outside. What is a supernatural incident? Someone weakly inquired. Jiang Qingwei shot him a glare, placing her middle finger to her lips to signal him to be quiet. Although she had intended to distance herself from him, they were friends, and it would be improper to act in such a manner. If she could lend a hand, she would. What a fuss. It's just the bar's light show. What is there to fear? A pudgy fellow grabbed a beer and guzzled it down as he swayed toward the door. Hey, you guys are so rude. Someone's knocking. Why don't you go open the door and wait for me? Jiang Qingwei reached out to pull him back, but just as her hand brushed against his clothing, he had already wandered too far. Creak. The door swung open at the pudgy fellow's touch. Jiang Qingwei immediately stepped back a few paces, and seeing her retreat, the others followed suit, unsure of why but deciding to mimic her. The pudgy fellow called out to the outside, Hey, who is there? Hick, who is it? The door's open. Why aren't you coming in? Silence greeted him from outside. The flickering green light outside created an atmosphere as if they were ensconced within some colossal being. A letter extended from the ghostly green environment, held in a pair of delicate white hands. What is this? The pudgy fellow took the letter, not bothering to read it, instead grasping the fair hands. Suddenly, his cheeks flushed. Oh my, how very pale. Is this service still available here? He exclaimed. I just realized how much I've missed out. Hick, the pudgy fellow tossed aside his empty beer bottle, then grasped the fair hands, swaying his hips as he walked away. Whoa, don't move, let me take a look at what you look like, he leered. Jiang Qingwei, watching this scene unfold, was at a loss for words, her expression gradually shifting from calm to alarmed. Outside, the messenger stared vacantly at the pudgy fellow who was now posturing before it. If the messenger were capable of displaying emotion, It would undoubtedly be exasperated at this moment. The pudgy fellow, emboldened by the alcohol, placed a foot on the messenger's back and wrapped an arm around its neck, demonstrating an unexpected grace for his plump frame. Fixing his gaze upon the messenger's hollow eyes, he counted. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Messenger S rules triggered. As you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. The individuals within the room were oblivious to the events transpiring outside. It was only when the pudgy fellow re-entered the room, head hanging low, hands reverently clutching the letter, that the others were filled with horror as Yang Tianchen lifted his eyelids, pondering, why am I uncertain about myself? Suddenly, the light above him flickered off. Lying against the bathtub's edge, Yang Tianchen rubbed his eyes, rousing himself from a state of blissful comfort. The lights flickered back on, but they emanated a dim, forest green glow. Casting an eerie ambience eye in the bathtub, Yang Tianchen felt the water had become extraordinarily viscous. Glancing down, he noticed the liquid had transformed, resembling green jelly, exuding an inscrutable depth that seemed to ensnare him within its grasp. "Senior brother, why have you fallen silent?" Yang Tianchen replied in a low voice. "I am experiencing a supernatural occurrence here. I must hang up now." He set his phone down, rising from the thick, murky water. Donning a bathrobe as he stepped out of the bathtub. The supernatural has intruded upon reality. It seems I have caught the attention of a specter. With a sigh, he lamented the absence of his talisman. Regretting his own carelessness, supernatural events are inherently abrupt, offering no forewarning, much like the current situation. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of 3 firm raps echoed from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Identical knocking resonated throughout various locations in the district. Some were ignorant, triggering the rules of the ghostly emissaries, while others discerned the patterns of their actions. IT was certain that many had received invitations from the ghostly CAF today, no fewer than 10 individuals. Those capable of receiving such numerous invitations were far from ordinary, and likewise, those who sent them were not mere mortals either. If Wu Xinggang were to discover he was not the only one receiving an invitation, he would surely be overwhelmed. Meanwhile, some among the group at the hotel had already discreetly informed the police, bringing Wu Xinggang closer to the truth. As these extraordinary individuals accepted their invitations, Chuan was busy in the kitchen. He could not defy his grandfather, who insisted that he refrain from the kitchen until he was fully recovered. However, he still ventured in to lend a hand. His grandfather's health had visibly declined, and Chuan observed this keenly. "Chuan, just add a little more salt," his grandfather instructed. Chuan complied, sprinkling a dash of salt over the green beans before serving the dishes on the dining table. He hurried back to the kitchen to open the rice cooker, dishing out 2 bowls of rice. His grandfather, the last to leave, turned off the kitchen lights, and Chuan handed him chopsticks. "Today, Chuan, you're being discharged from the hospital. Although you're not fully healed, let us celebrate together." His grandfather raised a glass of soda, smiling. "Cheers." "Cheers," Chuan echoed, relishing the beauty of the moment, allowing sweetness to envelop him. Suddenly, the lights in the room extinguished, and as he looked around, he found himself alone. "Grandfather?" Chuan called softly, but only darkness responded. Such occurrences either indicated a power failure or the onset of supernatural phenomena, if it were indeed the latter. Chuan worried for his grandfather's safety. He might not survive such an encounter. Damn it! Chuan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Gently placing his utensils down, a knock resounded from outside the door, prompting Chuan to tense up, his body taut, his right hand resting on the ghostly paper money, his gaze flitting about, never lingering in one place for more than 2 seconds. Yet, he found himself inadvertently glancing toward the door. The knocker might not be human, as Chuan pondered. Another knock sounded. This time, however, it was different. The previously open doors of the kitchen and bedroom slammed shut simultaneously with a thunderous sound. The noise reverberated from all directions. Chuan felt a chill run down his spine, but one reassuring thought lingered. The ghostly paper money had not given any warning. Liu Qiming had once said that should he encounter a ghost and be targeted, the paper money would provide a warning, just as it had when it had burned his skin before, sometimes even triggering an automatic protective mechanism. Yet this time, Chuan was taken aback with a loud bang. The third knock echoed, and he felt as though the doors were closing in around him, forming a cage. The sensation was peculiar, but the specter had already made its move. Instinctively, Chuan retreated, nearly stumbling as he stepped back and collided with something. The feeling of entrapment dissipating in an instant, he steadied himself, questioning, "What does this ghost want?" Just as his gaze fell upon the door, he noticed a green glow emanating from the peephole. The lights flickered back on, revealing his grandfather beside him. "Chuan, what are you doing? Come eat. I must tell you, this eggplant is delicious. It made my mouth water while I was cooking." Chuan disregarded his grandfather's words, unsure if this was truly his grandfather. The impact of the supernatural was profound. He understood well that a vengeful spirit could alter reality in the blink of an eye. Cautiously, Chuan approached the door, preparing himself mentally, then peered through the peephole. He lifted his phone's camera to capture an image, and upon reviewing the photo, he saw the door shrouded in an eerie green hue, yet there was nothing visible beyond it. His grandfather's voice called from behind. "Chuan, dinner is ready. What are you looking at? If you don't eat soon, it'll get cold." The supernatural had breached reality, and after numerous encounters with vengeful spirits, Chuan knew that these doors, no, this building, was merely an illusion to such entities. Clutching the doorknob, he pushed it open. Suddenly, a letter fluttered down from nowhere. Chuan dared not look at the mysterious piece of paper for more than 2 seconds, nor touch it, fearing he might trigger some supernatural rule. As if sensing something, he abruptly turned around. The grandfather who had been seated at the dining table was now right behind him, and the letter inexplicably appeared in his hand. He silently chanted to himself, "Do not perceive, do not speak." Out of the blue, a pale hand lifted his own, both hands making contact with the letter, and the once gentle ghostly emissary turned volatile. Ghostly emissary supernatural rule activated. Keep the promise. When Chuan regained his senses, the ghostly emissary had vanished, and the door he had just opened now stood firmly shut. This meant he had never truly opened the door. The supernatural, vengeful spirits, rules. Clutching the letter, Chuan's mind was in turmoil. Chapter 44, Doubt. Opening the letter revealed an address. 33 Hohot Garden Road. Wasn't he that just below the community? Who could have sent this to me? Suddenly, Chuan recalled Xiaoran, who had mentioned receiving a letter from Yi Tianming, with one particular phrase lingering in his mind. A letter from the ghostly emissary, I dare not refuse. The ghostly emissary I encountered earlier was the one delivering the letter? Chuan pieced the puzzle together. The ghostly emissary delivering letters, and even Xiaoran had to visit the night rehabilitation center. The recipient of the letter, and this CAF. It seemed he had no choice but to go there as well. "Chuan!" Chuan called out. Chuan snapped back to reality at the sound of his name, quickly tucking the letter into his pocket as he turned to his grandfather, saying, "I'm coming. What's the matter with you, child?" Chuan placed a hand on his shoulder, concern etched on his face. "Is your illness still lingering? Should we go back to the hospital for a checkup?" "No, I just misread something. My injuries have healed significantly." Chuan insisted, shaking his head vigorously. His grandfather took a moment to ponder, then asked, "By the way, Chuan, I forgot to ask, who was that person you fought with? You must tell me, this is not something to be taken lightly. We don't seek trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. What if he comes looking for you again?" Chuan met his grandfather's gaze and replied, "He is already dead, though." His grandfather paused in surprise. "Huh? Dead? He is dead? Grandfather, please don't misunderstand. I only learned of his death when I had just woken up through the doctors," Chuan clarified, taking a sip of his drink to calm his nerves. His grandfather scrutinized him, sensing a change in his grandson. "But you need not worry. Our conflict was minor, nothing significant. Now that it's resolved, we have no further ties. After all, death is paramount." Understanding dawned on his grandfather. "He is dead. Well, that is good. It's resolved. Just take care of yourself. Remember that sometimes it's better to endure." His grandfather withdrew his hand from Chuan's shoulder, saying, "All right, let us not linger on this. Hurry, eat before it gets cold." Okay. Chuan sighed inwardly. In the end, he had lied to his grandfather. While he could lie today, how many more lies would he need to spin tomorrow, given more time? He felt trapped in this quagmire. The evening swiftly approached, the sun setting in the west, and nightfall enveloping the land. Chuan stood by the window, partially drawn curtains creating a narrow gap, through which he spotted a suspicious man lurking below. The commercial street lay just beneath their building. One man, having exited a car, glanced around before hastily making his way toward Ho-Hot Garden Road. This was merely the surface. Chuan noticed many unfamiliar faces entering the community. Having lived here for quite some time, he had developed a keen eye for such details. Suddenly, one individual caught his attention. Standing tall, he was difficult to discern clearly, prompting Chuan to grab his phone and zoom in. Upon focusing, he recognized him, Chuan. This name inspired genuine admiration in him. He was the high-level player from the supernatural bus incident. Why had he come here? Having encountered numerous supernatural events lately, Chuan could only speculate that the falling pants overhead might indicate the presence of a vengeful spirit. Chuan had just received the invitation from the CAF, and now many were drawn to it, most unknowingly gravitating towards that location. This inevitably made him uneasy. As Chuan walked down the street, he sensed someone observing him, a skill he had honed through practice, but he maintained an air of nonchalance as he continued on his way. He deftly maneuvered past a tree, yet at the very moment his entire form was obscured by its trunk. Chuan immediately concealed himself. However, his clothing inadvertently brushed against the curtains, causing them to flutter. Chuan emerged, slightly adjusting his head as he moved forward, a crooked smile gracing his lips. What a little rascal! Sending a message via the ghostly messenger, and with so many people along the way. It truly baffles the imagination as to who orchestrated this behind the scenes. What is the objective? The secrets of calamity? Nonsense. This only serves to heighten my curiosity, and I yearn to witness the moment the puppeteer reveals themselves. Chuan gradually vanished into the throng. Chuan crouched down, for he had not been hiding from Chuan, but rather from a man downstairs wearing sunglasses, who was scanning the vicinity with a pair of binoculars. He had nearly been discovered. Yet, one must wonder, with the CAF at 33, Ho-Hot Garden Road so close to our community, could it potentially affect this place? The sheer number of individuals present was rather unexpected, far exceeding that fateful encounter on the supernatural bus, and more importantly, they might not all be ordinary people. This latter point troubled Chuan the most, yet he found himself invited into this unfolding drama. He glanced at his grandfather, who sat on the sofa engrossed in a small television. Chuan's volume turned up to an extreme. "Master, it's your old Sun." Chuan averted his gaze, realizing that perhaps his grandfather could not fathom that he had already fought for his life countless times. One wave has yet to settle before another arises. A knock resounded at the door, and thankfully, it was a person knocking. Chuan approached, peering through the peephole to see a man's head. He tentatively called out, "Hello, who is it?" "Jia Tao." "Jia Tao?" Chuan pondered for a moment, recalling a vague impression. Wasn't he the one who came to investigate him at the hospital? It seemed that whether he had mentioned his address or not was irrelevant. As the man had sought him out directly, Chuan opened the door a third of the way, finding his grandfather still absorbed in the small television, entirely unaware of the situation. "What brings you here?" Chuan inquired. Jia Tao replied, "Just a reminder, it's best not to go out recently, Dawei." Chuan maintained a calm demeanor. "Is there anything else?" Jia Tao seemed to search for something on Chuan's face, but the latter's innocent and oblivious facade left him uncertain. "That's all. We've learned that you have completed the discharge procedures from the hospital, but the influence of supernatural forces cannot be cured by medical means. I hope you are prepared for that. Of course, I understand. Very well, I'll take my leave." Once Jia Tao departed, Chuan closed the door, pondering the man's intentions. Someone of Jia Tao's status in the government could hardly remain concealed, especially with so many eyes around. Why would he make a special trip to deliver this message? Was it merely out of goodwill? Chuan deemed it prudent to assume that there was more to his intentions, shifting his perspective to consider how others might react upon discovering Jia Tao's visit to this building. Chapter 45. Acquiring self-defense tools. Perhaps there was an implication that he intended to use Chuan as a pawn. Such a notion was not beyond reason. Overthinking certain matters can be perilous. Wait a moment. Chuan suddenly recalled that he had some inquiries to make, and it was fortuitous that someone had come to him, saving him the trouble of seeking them out. Jia Tao turned back. "What is it?" Chuan articulated. "I am eager to know. If items of malevolent spirits can combat ghosts, then what of ghost tamers? Must only ghost tamers be able to deal with other ghost tamers?" Jia Tao appeared taken aback. This youth seemed to have only recently entered the realm of the supernatural. After a moment's contemplation, He responded, "You are correct. Items of malevolent spirits can indeed confront ghosts, but to be precise, their effect is primarily one of limitation. As for the ghost tamers who wield malevolent spirits, they cannot be measured by conventional standards. Even those who command a greater number of malevolent spirits may find themselves outmatched by those who control fewer. All you need to remember is that, besides items of malevolent spirits, the rules governing ghosts can also be employed against ghost tamers." "You mean to say that the rules of ghosts can be used to confront ghost tamers?" Chuan inquired. Jia Tao nodded. "Indeed, this touches upon the collision of rules, but I only know so much as I am not a ghost tamer myself, and my knowledge in this area is somewhat limited." Chuan acknowledged this. It indeed raised the issue of understanding. Enhancing one's comprehension had now become a matter of paramount importance. In the stairwell, Jia Tao bid farewell to Chuan, quietly closing the door behind him before producing an object resembling a compass, its needle spinning rapidly. Before him stood Wu Xinggang. "How is it?" "There is indeed supernatural power present, and the ghostly messenger has visited this location. The letter is in his possession, and he is one of the invitees." This was perplexing. By all accounts, he had not harnessed any malevolent spirits, and our investigation indicated that only ghost tamers received invitations from the ghostly messenger. Yet he alone was an exception. Could it be possible? Might he have already been taming malevolent spirits, but those spirits were so well concealed they went unnoticed? Jia Tao speculated. It's akin to the legendary 18 layers of hell. The current ghost tamers have yet to reach such heights. Upon uttering this, he shook his head in disbelief. It was inconceivable that a legendary ghost tamer could be a mere child, particularly one with such limited knowledge of the supernatural. Wu Xinggang cast a glance at him, resting his hand on the railing. This boy certainly harbored great secrets, though perhaps he was unaware of them himself. Let it be. Everyone has their secrets, as long as they do not cause trouble on my turf. And what of the recent CAF supernatural incident? Mind your tongue. Jia Tao forced a laugh, but having been in his position for a long time, he had seen enough not to delve further. Wu Xinggang descended the stairs. "I've only recently taken on the role of head in Daqing City. I must make an appearance. Jia Tao, the perimeter of the CAF is your responsibility. Remember, do not allow anyone in or out." "You can rest assured about that," Jia Tao affirmed, watching him descend the staircase, puzzled. "Aren't you taking the elevator?" Wu Xinggang nearly stumbled, regaining his balance. "With herds of cattle and sheep, why would I squeeze in with you all?" Jia Tao thought to himself that indeed, ghost tamers were a peculiar breed, and he chose not to inquire further, opting to take the elevator himself. However, as soon as he pressed the button, he discovered the elevator had already descended 2 floors below. Chuan stood at the door. Jia Tao's earlier words had been somewhat helpful, yet not entirely, for practical application was exceedingly difficult. After all, discerning the rules of malevolent spirits was not a task for the average person. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm on his phone rang. Chuan opened the door. The time for the invitation was drawing near, and the alarm signified he had 20 minutes left. He approached his grandfather, lowering the volume of the small television. "What are you up to, kid?" his grandfather inquired. "Grandpa, I have something to attend to and will be back quite late." His grandfather sat up immediately. "Is someone looking for you again?" Chuan quickly waved his hands. "No, not at all. I'm just going out for a stroll, to get some exercise. You know, I haven't grown taller in 6 months, so I might as well take this time to work out." "Really?" His grandfather seemed skeptical, but having seen on Aunt Zhang's phone that young people often shunned education, he pondered what to say next. In truth, he found it hard to believe his grandson could engage in a brawl. This child was typically so well behaved. Why would he cause such a ruckus? He considered whether Chuan had recently gone through a rebellious phase. Chuan blinked. "Really, I'll head out to exercise now." "Grandpa, you just sleep by yourself later. Remember to turn the shower to the left and don't forget to turn off the lights." After saying this, Chuan walked to the door, pocketing his keys and putting on his shoes. His grandfather glanced over, adjusting his reading glasses, and as the door slammed shut, he set down the small television and shuffled towards the bedroom. As Chuan pressed the elevator button, Chuan had already opened the bedroom curtains and was peering down. The elevator arrived at the 14th floor, doors opening, and Chuan stepped inside, soon reaching the 1st floor and heading towards the lobby, blissfully unaware that a pair of eyes was watching him. Upon entering the lobby, the usual crowd was absent, and Chuan stood by the elevator door, noticing someone else waiting for the lift. Dressed in a black windbreaker, with high cheekbones and elegantly arched brows. Her long hair cascading down to her waist, she carried a bag whose contents were unknown. It was Jiang Qingwei, markedly different from their previous encounter at the hotel. Sensing Lu Chuan's gaze, Jiang Qingwei cast a glance his way. He did not deliberately avert his eyes but rather returned to his own thoughts. Suddenly, the elevator doors opened. Only one side opened, and the two stepped inside, with only the first floor and -4 floor options available. He pressed the -4 option, and the doors swiftly closed. As the elevator descended, Lu Chuan felt an unsettling sensation, as though someone were watching him from behind. Fortunately, the doors opened quickly, and he hastily exited onto the commercial street. Rather than taking the most direct route to the CAF, he opted to follow a more roundabout path based on his memories, deliberately entering a shop along the way. Previously, he had purchased a fruit knife, and it had proven useful, but this time, facing the unknown, a mere fruit knife would likely be insufficient. Upon entering the shop, he found an extensive array of items, and his eye was immediately drawn to two particular items, one of which was a self-defense spray, which he quickly selected to in a quaint little store. A compact self-defense stun baton caught Lu Chuan's eye. Surprisingly available in this establishment, it was no larger than a palm, primarily designed for portability, this time. Unlike the last, he glanced at the time and hurriedly paid for the two items before making his way to the CAF. Meanwhile, a shop attendant observed Lu Chuan's retreating figure and quietly picked up her phone beneath the counter. Chapter 46. The CAF Murder. Hello, boss. I've spotted someone here who purchased two self-defense tools and headed towards Ho Hot Garden Road. Understood, came the reply. The attendant ended the call, straightened her attire, and surveyed the store around her. The shelves were brimming with a myriad of items, a testament to the meticulous planning of the unseen proprietor. Why, you may ask? It was all part of a scheme to ensnare the unwitting newcomers to the supernatural realm. At the CAF, Lu Chuan checked the time on his phone. It was just right. Suddenly, a forest green glow surged towards him from all directions. Ghostly messengers? His eyelids flickered, and he swiftly entered the CAF, the strange phenomena dissipating behind him. Lu Chuan remained vigilant, glancing ahead. Contrary to the desolate exterior, the CAF's interior was bright and bustling with patrons enjoying their beverages. Having never tasted coffee himself, he couldn't ascertain whether the crowd was unusual for such an hour. But he recalled passing by before and not witnessing so many souls lingering late into the night. He chose a window seat, favoring corners during his study days, and settled in, discreetly observing those around him. They appeared quite ordinary, some engrossed in books, others fiddling with their phones, without any exchanged glances. Yet, the more mundane it seemed, the more it raised his suspicions. This was, after all, the location mentioned in the ghostly messenger's letter. Moreover, his timing felt off. Being the last to arrive meant he could easily attract attention. Just then, a waitress approached. "Good sir, what would you like to drink?" Startled, Lu Chuan looked up. The waitress's complexion was unnaturally pale, devoid of any rosy hue, and she exuded an overpowering fragrance, as if masking something beneath. "Sir?" Noticing a few patrons glancing his way, he replied nonchalantly, "Let me see." The waitress gestured towards a QR code on the table. Lu Chuan scanned it with his phone and casually ordered, "I'll have this Americano, along with some macarons and cream puffs." "Certainly, please hold on." The waitress departed, and Lu Chuan took a moment to inhale her lingering scent. It was overwhelmingly strong. Yet beneath it, there was another faint aroma. Formaldehyde? The scent was subtle but unforgettable. Feigning interest in his phone, he instinctively tapped on a forum, coincidentally discovering a new post by the coffin bearer. "Today's supernatural adventure. Come witness the new world of calamities and ghosts." The accompanying image was of this very CAF. Could it be that the coffin bearer had also arrived here? Lu Chuan's mind raced. Who orchestrated this gathering? Inviting the coffin bearer was one thing. But why was he included? Was it his recent confrontation with Huang Feng that drew unwanted attention? But he was no ghost master. A chill ran down his spine at the thought of being among those who wielded such power. Nevertheless, he steeled himself. Having accepted the ghostly messenger's letter, he needed to uncover the secrets lurking behind this CAF. While pretending to engage with his phone, he continued to observe the patrons, careful not to expose his lack of acting prowess. Some among them were adept performers, occasionally casting glances in his direction, signaling the impending danger of his arrival. When the waitress returned, She carried not only his coffee but also a plate of snacks. "Thank you," Chuan said politely. Suddenly, the spoon slipped from his grasp, clattering to the floor with a resonating sound that drew everyone's attention. The waitress, expressionless, bent down to retrieve it, and Chuan feigned refusal. Extending his hand just as she stood up, his fingertip grazed her face, inadvertently scraping off a significant portion of her makeup. The area where the makeup had been removed now emanated a stronger scent of formaldehyde. Wafting through the air, "Ah," she cried out, causing every staff member in the CAF to turn their gaze towards her. The intensity of their stares mirrored those of the little ghosts he had encountered at the ghostly graveyard. A wave of goosebumps washed over Chuan. They were indeed not human. His actions seemed to trigger something, as the CAF began to warp as if replaced by another realm. The staff sprang into action. Lunging towards the nearest customers, quick as a flash, Chuan drew his self-defense baton, activating it and watching as the waitress convulsed before collapsing to the floor. Simultaneously, several patrons revealed their true identities by swiftly dispatching the remaining staff. A few unsuspecting customers, however, stood frozen in shock. One young man exclaimed, "You dare commit murder? Have you considered the consequences? Are you all insane?" All the ghost masters present turned to him in unison. The young man, startled by the dozen pairs of eyes fixed upon him, stammered, "Why are you all looking at me like that?" "Right, my phone." He hurriedly pulled it out, recording video and snapping photos. "Don't move. I've captured everything. If you lay a hand on me, I won't hesitate to upload these." In a corner of the CAF, a man sipping coffee spoke sharply, "Upload? Go ahead. Please do inform the authorities of our actions today. Just a word of advice, though. You'd better ensure you live to tell the tale." The young man's composure faltered, and he retreated towards the exit. "Have you all lost your minds? Don't you realize the consequences of your actions? I hope you reconsider and abandon this madness." A cold laugh echoed through the crowd. "There's no point in reasoning with such fools. You should all be aware that a new leader has recently taken charge in Daqing City. He has resolved numerous supernatural incidents with a single stroke. If we attract his attention, our lives will become quite difficult. I propose we eliminate all the non-ghost masters present to keep our affairs hidden from outsiders. We cannot risk their presence drawing in the police, or worse. What if that leader received a ghostly messenger's letter too? Shall we kill or spare them?" An oppressive silence enveloped the room. Then, a disheveled man stood up and asked, Are you all filming a movie? Am I interrupting something?" He scanned the area, noticing no cameras, bewildered by the absence of filming equipment. "If this is a production, I won't disturb you further. Next time, perhaps give a heads up and clear the area. I'll take my leave now." He grabbed his black satchel and hunchingly made his way towards the exit. But under the glaring lights, a chilling voice rang out, "Kill them. There's no need to leave any witnesses. As for what comes next, we'll deal with that later." Bang! Zhang Chang drew his gun and fired a shot, striking true. The middle-aged man clutching a black handbag fell lifeless to the ground. Among those present, aside from a few oblivious individuals, everyone bore a calm demeanor. Even those newly initiated into the supernatural realm. Chuan trembled all over. This was a genuine ghost handler, one who killed without a moment's hesitation. Unlike the likes of Yang Tianqian he had encountered previously. Yet, as many had said, a ghost handler cannot simply be described as human. At that moment, Chuan's attention was drawn to a figure. Zhang Qingwei, whom he had just met in the elevator. Given her attire, it was plausible she might also be a ghost handler. However, he did not spot Yang Tianqian among them. The woman clad in a qipao glanced at the crowd and inquired, "I am quite curious. How do you intend to determine whether we are ghost handlers?" "Quite simply," Zhang Chang replied with a sinister smile. "One shot, one tea suffice to kill a ghost handler. But there is a 95% chance it will eliminate an ordinary person." "Are you suggesting you will shoot each of us?" Chuan interjected, keen to incite discord among the crowd and prevent Zhang Chang from proceeding. Zhang Chang turned his gaze toward him, raising his gun. "Indeed, I will shoot each one of you to ascertain whether you are ghost handlers. This way, we can all feel reassured. Who do you think you are? Daring to shoot at us?" The woman in the qipao cast him a disdainful look. "You can show off a bit in front of ordinary people, but here, you're just putting on a show. Sometimes, take a moment to reflect on your own capabilities. True enough, if verification is necessary, why not hand me the gun? I could shoot each of you instead. The outcome would be the same, merely a change in the shooter." "Oh, how amusing." You think becoming a ghost handler grants you some kind of superpower, yet you are just a fleeting spirit, panting after killing a person or two. It's been ages since I've seen such a naive newcomer in the supernatural circle. How audacious. There was once someone just as reckless. What was his name? Yi Tianming. Does he deserve to be compared to Yi Tianming? Gravel compared to stars. What is there to admire? He lacks the strength and yet pretends to be so grand. Not even worthy of the phrase all that glitters is not gold. Ha ha ha. Zhang Cheng's gaze turned frosty. These people truly deserve to die. Yet, he soon broke into laughter. It seems you all have a better plan. I am eager to hear your esteemed opinions, Chuan observed intently. The group's attacks were relentless, effectively disheartening the individual. However, the conversation had shifted, and should his identity as a non-handler be revealed, it would spell disaster. Naturally, he was not alone in such thoughts. The other three present shared his concerns. They were merely there for coffee, not having uttered a single complaint, if at least some among them possessed discernment. After all, the two without it had already perished. Amidst the crowd, a man spoke up. There's no need to waste time on this matter. What we should consider is whether the death of the CAF staff will have any repercussions. Upon hearing him, some turned their ire towards Chuan. If it's not him, there's no need to take action against the staff. It's clear to anyone with eyes that they are not human. Now that it's done, what more do you want? The woman in the cheapao retorted. You were the one who killed most eagerly. Why are you speaking up now? The man faltered, taken aback by her assertiveness. He dared not provoke her and merely intended to voice his thoughts. He was not the only one with such a sentiment. Others feared the audacity of these ghost handlers, terrified they might invoke a malevolent spirit. With their already limited lifespan, it was better to avoid confrontation, yet typically, such individuals could only maintain their arrogance for so long. Just like that Yi Tianming, the man mused. All right, can any of you actually contribute something of substance? Zhang Cheng found it hard to bear. These individuals spoke grandly, yet when asked for suggestions, they could only blow hot air. With a shout, he silenced the room at that moment. Someone finally spoke up. If you have no good proposals and are unwilling to follow my previous suggestion, then let us each share a rule from the supernatural circle. Chuan turned to look at the speaker. This action could indeed enhance his understanding of the supernatural realm. The individual, named Feng Xiu, was an avid internet surfer, fond of perusing supernatural tales on forums. However, he was not a ghost handler. His boldness was also a defining trait. He thought to himself that now that he had entered this remarkable circle, he ought to learn about it. As for life and death, all his family were long gone. He had grown indifferent to the concept of mortality. Fine, if I keep dragging this out with you people, I might not know when I'm meeting the king of hell, someone exclaimed in frustration. I'll go first, a boy wearing half-rimmed glasses stated. What I wish to share are the three cardinal rules of the supernatural circle: the unspoken, the unseen, and the unnamed. Another voice chimed in. These three rules have been passed down from the unknowable. How about that? No one paid him any mind. Another continued, in this world, apart from ghost handlers who can control malevolent spirits, there are also objects capable of combating them. The realm of ghosts is akin to hell. Previously, ghost handlers liked to call it the ghost realm, but now it's referred to as the realm of malevolent spirits. The malevolent spirit hell has been developed to the 17th level, and to this day, no one has reported reaching the 18th level. I heard from the older generation that there was once a deity time slipped by swiftly, yet one astute individual noticed that during their discourse, the bodies of the staff lying on the ground had vanished. Even the scent of formaldehyde in the air had dissipated. Chuan also gained newfound insights from their conversation, which was certainly a positive development for him. Next, it was the woman in the cheapao's turn to speak. In this world, there exists a path between yin and yang. From what I know, only the supernatural bus can traverse this route, and it is said that at the beginning of this supernatural path lies a place called the Night Sanatorium, a mystery most ghost handlers yearn to reach. Upon hearing the name of the Night Sanatorium, Chuan paused. Was that merely the starting point? What of the previous locations like the bridal gown? Soon, all eyes turned to Chuan, expecting him to speak. Yet before he could utter a word, the one who had previously spoken up stated, I believe you need not say anything. From my earlier assessment, you are merely an ordinary person. Thus, I suggest we kill you directly. With someone placing themselves in the line of fire, Chuan was obviously displeased, retorting, What makes you think I am an ordinary person? Action. The man replied confidently. When you dealt with the staff, you must have been holding something, right? If you were a ghost handler, would you rely on external objects? Chuan countered. You speak as if you'll live forever. Can a ghost handler rely on external objects? What kind of logic is that? If you have the ability, then boldly wield the power of malevolent spirits. Why waste time here? Chuan shed his previously meek demeanor, leaving some astonished. The man shot him a glare, sneering, "You're getting anxious." Chuan. The woman in the qipao remarked, if a ghost handler recklessly uses the power of malevolent spirits, how long can they survive? You're audacious, yet I haven't seen you employ any such power. You merely using external objects, and can you claim you have none? The man scoffed at her and turned back to Chuan. I am curious to hear what you have to say. Chuan addressed the crowd. I naturally know more than you. Let me think. Let us discuss the night sanatorium that she just mentioned. From what I gather, the previous director of the night sanatorium has passed away, and the new director has held the position for many years. His name is Nonsense, the man shouted abruptly, setting aside whether a path between yin and yang is accessible to someone like you. The supernatural bus is enigmatic. I've never heard of anyone still alive who can drive it. You're merely following the words of others. He turned to Li Chong. Why are you still dawdling? Just shoot him and reveal his true form, Li Chong called out, retorted coldly. Who do you think you are to command me? Establish your position. All were proud and haughty. None could easily command the others. You claim the previous director of the night sanatorium has died. What is the name of the current director? The woman in the qipao seemed intrigued. Not only her, but anyone present familiar with the night sanatorium felt a surge of curiosity. It was said that the night sanatorium could treat the aftereffects of ghost handling, and the director was shrouded in mystery, yet not a taboo like the unknowable madman. Someone remarked. Chuan silently apologized to Lu Qiming. He hadn't yet completed the task assigned to him and had unwittingly exposed him. I believe some of you must know him. His name is Lu Qiming. When the final name was uttered, the woman in the qipao visibly froze in the back of the crowd. A figure with star-like eyes and golden hair thought to himself. So he is at the night sanatorium, Lu Qiming? Good, good, good. It seems you are not an ordinary person, merely a brash kid who knows a bit about the supernatural circle. Do you know who he is to dare mention his name? Upon hearing Lu Chuan's response, the man erupted into laughter. His name was Qian Duo, a legendary figure whose name had not graced his ears in quite some time. Lu Qiming? He was still alive. A few could not contain themselves and spoke up. But upon glancing around, they hurriedly closed their mouths. Witnessing their dramatic reaction, Lu Chuan felt an increased sense of guilt towards Lu Qiming. To survive, he could only express his apologies. Let us not linger on this topic any longer. It's time for the next person. As Li Chong's words echoed, the crowd turned their gaze to the next individual, a male university student. He stammered. I have heard of Shengzi and the ghostly coffin bearers. Their supernatural tales. Bang. Zhang Chong fired a shot, offering no explanation to anyone, and simply directed his gaze to the next person. You may continue. It was the girl, Jiang Qingwei. She looked at Li Chong and said, I have not been in the supernatural circle for long. Without guidance, I cannot articulate much. However, I do harbor a ghost within me. Zhang Chong raised an eyebrow. You have recently come to command a vengeful spirit? Jiang Qingwei chose silence. If you want to speak, then step down. Li Chong fired again. Yet no bullet was discharged. The crowd was momentarily stunned, only to soon hear a sound from above. A bullet had struck a lamp, extinguishing one entirely. Chapter 49. The Coffee Ghost Incident. The bullet had gone astray. Jiang Qingwei's cold gaze fell upon Li Chong. There shall not be a next time. I have only just begun to harness a vengeful spirit and may not fully comprehend some of the methods. But I can certainly utilize its powers for murder. Zhang Chong regained his composure. A newcomer dares to threaten me? If you perceive this as a threat, then so be it, Jiang Qingwei replied, her tone unwavering. As you said, I am a newcomer, and my new journey has only just commenced. A cold chuckle emerged from the crowd. The woman clad in a qipao remarked, you possess quite the character. In the presence of you newcomers, we are indeed the old guard, with little time left to live. The new era belongs to you. As long as the old guard remains, how can the newcomers prance about? Enough. Since you are a ghost master, I shall not make things difficult for you. We have already wasted considerable time. Lai Chang absorbed the words of those around him, mentally noting Jiang Qingwei's figure. Just because he did not act now did not mean he wouldn't have the chance in the future. Woman, I've set my sights on you. Soon, several among the few remaining were identified as non-ghost masters and were promptly executed. In this corner of the world, they observed neither order nor morality, revealing the darkest aspects of existence. Ordinary individuals who attempted to flee found that even overturning tables could not shield them from bullets. Finally, they reached the last individual, the second non-ghost master present, who had never encountered any supernatural events. His name was Chen Ping. However, like Lu Chuan, he had brushed shoulders with coffin bearers and had witnessed a ghostly bus with his own eyes. His presence in the CAF was purely coincidental. All he said was, "I have seen the ghostly bus. I emphasize, I have seen it with my own eyes." The crowd's curiosity began to stir. It was shrouded in dense fog, obscuring the path ahead, when suddenly, a bus adorned with rainbow lights materialized, and I also saw a ghost aboard it. Along with Chen Ping ceased his narrative, leaving them wanting for more. The woman in the qipao could no longer restrain herself. And what else? Why do you stop? Chen Ping's gaze swept toward her, responding coolly, "If you wish to know, I can sell you the information." Along with some tidbits from the supernatural circle. Only those who had spent time in the supernatural realm understood how crucial knowledge was. Naturally, one's inherent strength was equally indispensable. Yet, when Chen Ping uttered those words, no one dared to engage with him further, yet they all tacitly accepted him as a ghost master. The truth was, what he spoke of regarding the ghostly bus was indeed authentic. The ghost masters who were unaware of the ghostly bus remained silent. Fully aware that they lagged far behind in supernatural understanding, Lai Chang spoke up. "Ladies and gentlemen, now that the ordinary individuals have been dealt with, I trust there will be no leaks among us." Before he could finish, the lights in the CAF abruptly extinguished. A suffocating silence enveloped them for a full 20 seconds. Suddenly, the lights flickered back on, and Lu Chuan beheld the previously fallen waitstaff standing upright once more. Precisely in the positions they occupied when he first entered, Lu Chuan comprehended what had transpired and dared not linger his gaze on anyone's spot for more than 3 seconds. The crowd, too, held their tongues in a tight-lipped silence. The once dead waitstaff had inexplicably revived, a phenomenon that could only be attributed to one explanation: supernatural occurrences. One of the waitstaff, her eyes devoid of color, queried, "Why is everyone standing? Please, take your seats, Dotto, right? You haven't ordered your coffee yet, have you?" She turned to the other waitstaff, urging them to prepare the coffee for the guests swiftly, lest they lose their decorum. Each table was set with coffee, yet she appeared to ignore it entirely. "Would you like sugar?" a male waiter suddenly asked. The server seemed momentarily taken aback, quickly inquiring, "Excuse me, would you like sugar in your coffee?" No one responded. The guests sat quietly, as if waiting for something to unfold. The server repeated her question twice more before smiling. "It seems everyone prefers their coffee sweetened. I shall add sugar. But the amount will be at the guest's discretion." Lu Chuan sat in his seat, casting sidelong glances at the others. This series of events had transpired too suddenly yet with remarkable finesse. What did the ghostly envoy hope to achieve by inviting them? Was it to slaughter all the ghost masters present, hence gathering everyone here? Yet, with the waitstaff present, not a single soul dared to speak. For one of the 3 cardinal rules of the supernatural was, do not speak of it. Soon, the coffee was brought to the tables, accompanied by a small bowl of sugar. "Hello, dear guest, please add sugar." One waiter halted beside a man, not bothering to ask if he required sugar, but rather instructing him to add it. The man trembled slightly, feeling the icy gaze beside him shift to one of resentment. He casually extended 3 fingers, 3 spoons of sugar. The waiter smiled. Eyes narrowed. "Very well. Please hold on a moment." The waiter scooped 2 spoons of sugar into the coffee, and as the 3rd spoon was lifted, the man suddenly convulsed, an overwhelming sense of suffocation prompting him to overturn the table, and then he perished. The server paid no mind to the chaos, simply walking away. Supernatural rules activated. Lu Chuan observed this unfolding horror, his skin crawling. How could a ghost master perish so easily? Not only he, but the others also felt a wave of terror. By all accounts, one would expect a ghost master to unleash their power before dying. After all, the clash of supernatural forces requires time. Yet, He simply died without a hint of defiance, a chilling reality that left the crowd questioning their very existence. Chun Ping remained indifferent, merely affirming one truth. Ghost masters were not invincible. They could indeed die. Jiang Qingwei's lips quivered as the female server approached her. "Hello, dear guest, please add sugar." The same phrase triggered a flicker of surprise across Jiang Qingwei's face, followed by a deep breath as she chose to ignore the server's words. The server pressed on, "Hello, dear guest, please add sugar." Receiving no answer, the server grew irate. "Hello, dear guest, please add sugar." Jiang Qingwei remained unresponsive, contemplating whether the man's demise was due to his response to the server. Suddenly, she felt the server beside her shift in and out of existence, and upon glancing at her own hand, she was horrified to see it rapidly aging. Completely unaware of the supernatural invasion into her being. Refusing to remain idle, Jiang Qingwei sprang into action, unleashing the power of the vengeful spirit to combat the supernatural force. Chuan noted her reaction. Evidently, even abstaining from responding to the server could trigger supernatural rules. Chapter 50. Supernatural Restart. What indeed were the supernatural rules of the CAF? Chuan pondered everything that had transpired before the man's death, recalling how he had extended his fingers, and the server interpreted it as a request for 3 spoons of sugar, leading to his demise. What could this mean? And now, Jiang Qingwei, who had not responded to the server, found herself ensnared in the supernatural realm. Could it be? Jiang Qingwei's body aged rapidly, and she could only rely on the vengeful spirit's power to hold back the tide. Yet it was a mere drop in the bucket. In less than 10 seconds, she appeared to have aged into her 70s or 80s. Who in this world does not cherish beauty? Witnessing her own transformation, Jiang Qingwei remained eerily calm, seeking ways to cope with her predicament. There were only 5 waitstaff in the CAF. 2 were busy brewing coffee while 3 delivered it. Some observed Jiang Qingwei's transformation, beginning to strategize how to respond when their turn came. Soon, one waiter approached Li Chong with a cup of coffee. Meanwhile, the very server who had caused the man's demise approached Lu Chuan with coffee in hand. "Hello, dear guest, please add sugar." With a smile exchanged, Lu Chuan was acutely aware that beneath that visage lurked a terrifying ghostly face. He did not meet her gaze nor linger in one spot for more than 3 seconds. Instead, he simply raised a finger. Upon seeing that solitary finger, the female server's face betrayed a hint of anger. "Very well, please hold on." Lu Chuan could detect the underlying fury in her words, pondering if he had misjudged the situation. Yet, even now, the ghostly paper money remained unresponsive. Lu Chuan speculated that this supernatural incident seemed to transcend the realm of ghostly paper money. Otherwise, with fatalities occurring, a spiritual eruption would surely ensue, yet there was no reaction whatsoever. Could it be that this entity requires a cool-down period? The waitress scooped a spoonful of coffee for Lu Chuan, and under the watchful gazes of several individuals, nothing unusual transpired. Uncertain of his approach, Li Chong discreetly observed Lu Chuan's method, and imitating him, he extended a finger, gritting his teeth in tension. The waitress remained unresponsive. Li Chong's heart raced. What is happening? He survived, so why shouldn't I? However, the waitress soon remarked, "Very well, esteemed guest, please hold on." Seeing that Li Chong had successfully replicated Lu Chuan's method, the crowd felt a sense of reassurance. Some began to harbor a different perspective of Lu Chuan. This seemingly harmless student was, in fact, quite adept, having swiftly discerned the rules of the supernatural. Of course, others contended that Lu Chuan merely acted first and practiced. Soon, the waitress brought cup after cup of coffee, and everyone's reaction was uniform. They all extended a single finger. The waitress's face appeared to be an accumulation of untold rage. Jiang Qingwei had aged to appear over 100 years old. Feeling the toll of her existence, she could not help but kneel upon the ground. In an instant, all the waitresses glared at the entrance of the CAF with fury. The lights in the CAF extinguished once more. At that moment, Jiang Qingwei unexpectedly stood up, her expression devoid of emotion. Suddenly, another Jiang Qingwei appeared behind her, sighing inwardly. Did a body just replace itself at the very beginning? This Jiang Qingwei lifted the frail form of her 100-year-old self as if it were a mere paper puppet. She focused on a specific direction, calculating the 20 seconds, and concealed the body within a cabinet in the small room where coffee was prepared. With 5 seconds remaining, Jiang Qingwei returned to her previous position. Sensing 5 chilling winds sweep past her, along with a peculiar transformation. The lights blazed back to life. Everyone regained their sight, only to witness the 5 waitresses sprawled on the ground, motionless, just as they had been when they were killed. No one dared to utter a word. Lu Chuan cast a curious glance at Jiang Qingwei's location, noticing her intact form. Sensing Lu Chuan's gaze, Jiang Qingwei returned his look. This fellow. Jiang Qingwei scrutinized him several times, while simultaneously receiving dubious glances from others. A person invaded by the supernatural, yet unscathed, emerging instead as a survivor, was indeed a terrifying prospect. A Mediterranean man cleared his throat twice and spoke amidst the silence. Now that we are here at this AF, retreat is not an option. Many of us are experienced. There's no need for such caution, lest we find ourselves paralyzed by fear. After 3 seconds, he remained unharmed. Li Chang sighed in relief. Being cautious is ultimately prudent, as opposed to ending up like the person from earlier, dying without understanding, a woman clad in a qipao added. Indeed, with supernatural rules in play, who knows what these rules entail? It was this young man who made the discovery, thus saving our lives. Seeing the collective gaze upon him, Lu Chuan brazenly declared, I acted out of self-preservation. However, if you truly wish to express gratitude, simply assist me freely in the forthcoming events. The crowd chose to disregard his words. Based on current observations, they had identified a supernatural rule. The response to the waitresses must not involve 3 fingers. One person analyzed. Otherwise, one would trigger the supernatural rules, preventing the power of the vengeful spirits from manifesting. Moreover, have you considered that the waitresses in this CAF are akin to fixed NPCs in novels, eternally unkillable? This was indeed the case, yet they now lay dead, which suggested some form of supernatural manipulation. Li Chang remarked, the supernatural is ineffable, and the power of vengeful spirits is ever-changing. I suspect that after the lights flicker off and on, these waitresses will rise again to ask if we want sugar in our coffee. Such a possibility cannot be ruled out. Qin Ping, intrigued, looked at Li Chang and inquired, in your opinion, what kind of supernatural method is at play here? Li Chang glanced at Qin Ping. It was the woman in the qipao who spoke. I believe it can be encapsulated in 2 words, reboot. Let us hypothesize this CAF as a hell of vengeful spirits, with the waitresses serving as its ghostly soldiers. However, they are protected by supernatural rules, and upon the flickering of the lights, they will successfully resurrect. From my observations, as long as the lights remain, these waitresses will never perish. The group collectively acknowledged one crucial element. The lights, according to their conjectures, the true breakthrough point lay here. They all looked up at the lights, and someone suddenly proposed, what would happen if we smashed that light? Hey, if you want to court death, don't drag us into it. If we trigger the supernatural rules and you perish, that's your affair. But if I get caught up in it, I'll have to take revenge on the vengeful spirits. Are we still arguing? Enough already. The woman in the qipao shot them a glared, present. This is merely speculation. Do not act rashly. The lights are likely to extinguish again soon, at which point the truth will become evident. Conceptual ghosts will emerge following the CAF ghost incident. Everyone, the mission is nearing its conclusion, and Lu Chuan is on the verge of mastering the vengeful spirit. Chapter 51. Mockery of existence. Lu Chuan also suggested, since we all suspect the lights are a problem, let us wait. We shall see if the CAF resets once the lights extinguish and illuminate again. The group nodded in agreement, beginning to observe their surroundings. This plan was not particularly sound, yet given the current situation, any misstep could lead to death. However, with more people, the margin for error increased. At this moment, someone proposed, what do we do about the waitresses? Should we kill them? Li Chang raised his gun. To gain a clearer understanding of whether this CAF will truly reset, it would be best to eliminate all the waitresses. If they come back to life, that would serve as the best proof. Bang! He fired 5 shots in rapid succession. There was no need for anyone else to intervene. Li Chang single-handedly dealt with the 5 waitresses, who, like before, did not retaliate. Lu Chuan's gaze fixed upon the fallen waitresses. They bore no signs of death. Could the supernatural truly reach the depths of the undead? As anticipated, the lights in the CAF extinguished once more. The interval remained 20 seconds. Though this duration was brief, it felt interminable to everyone. When the lights flickered back on, the overturned tables and coffee were neatly arranged as before, and the deceased waitresses had returned to their previous standing positions. The supernatural had reset the CAF. The group silently acknowledged the truth. Upon entering the CAF, they had indeed stepped into the realm of vengeful spirits, a domain so masterfully crafted that it concealed the reality from those present. Li Chong signaled to the lights hanging from the ceiling. He raised his gun, aimed at the light, and with a bang, the bullet extinguished it. The 5 waitresses rushed forward, intent on attacking Li Chong, their faces contorted in fury. "Don't just stand there. If you don't want to be ensnared by the supernatural, stop him." In response to Li Chong's command, a few took action, attacking the waitresses and swiftly bringing them down. Li Chong fired his weapon with remarkable speed and precision, and just as the waitresses were subdued, he extinguished all the lights. The group rose from their seats. As ghost tamers, they possessed instincts beyond the reach of ordinary humans. Chuan sensed the ghostly paper money issuing a warning for the first time since entering the CAF. Suddenly, everyone noticed a transformation occurring at the CAF's entrance. Countless ants were emerging, swarming out in droves, numbering in the thousands. They simultaneously heard a sound akin to flesh tearing behind them, an overwhelming sense of unease enveloping them all. Moreover, the power of vengeful spirits was stirring within them. The vengeful spirit had awakened. It was indeed the man who lay on the ground, a vengeful spirit tearing through his body, emerging from within. Miraculously, the waitresses stood up once more, glaring fiercely at all present, uttering a singular word: death. This CAF was no longer a safe haven. That individual had already awakened the vengeful spirit, and we were bound to be targeted. What had transpired at that door? Who knows if opening it would lead to salvation? "Hey, have you all noticed that we are being watched by something? It seems to be from behind. It's the waitresses." Chuan observed as the 5 waitresses approached them. One wielded a straw, another a knife, one a fork, another a plate, and the last carried a menu board. The woman in the qipao remarked, "We are now being targeted by the waitresses. Who would have thought that even with the lights extinguished, they could still exist in this manner? Not only the waitresses, but once that vengeful spirit emerges, we would be facing a dual threat. I told you not to extinguish the lights. Now look what has happened. We likely triggered another supernatural rule." Li Chong shot a glare at the person who spoke. They had the chance to voice their concerns earlier but chose to remain silent, now offering hindsight. The type of person he loathed the most was a coward who merely complained without taking action. Enough dawdling. The way out of this CF lies ahead. Let's push open that door. As soon as he finished speaking, someone was attacked by the waitresses, their assault far more ferocious than before. This ghost tamer instinctively lifted a stool, striking at the waitress. Fortunately, the position of Chuan's station is tucked away in a corner, rendering him less of a priority for the waiter. Chan Ping stood at the entrance, observing the ants scuttling from the doorway to the walls on either side. Before turning to say, "All concerns regarding the supernatural are unnecessary," his suggestion just now was quite reasonable. We should simply push open this door to know. What if opening this door triggers the supernatural rules? Someone exclaimed while grappling with the waiter. Jiang Qingwei stepped forward, exclaiming, "I truly fail to understand the merit of this suggestion. Those who wish to leave should do so, and those who wish to stay may remain. To put it bluntly, those who wish to die may stay, while those who wish to live should open the door. We are all ghost tamers. Why pretend otherwise? At a critical moment, who truly considers anyone else's feelings? Let us open the door. I shall join you," Chuan announced, his steps somewhat hesitant. Li Chong and a few others also moved forward to push the door, while those remaining behind took it upon themselves to shield them from the waiter's attacks. Yet the door was exceedingly heavy. Chuan sensed that despite their collective effort, it remained steadfastly unmoved. The woman in the qipao grew anxious. "You all need to exert some strength, damn. I am using every ounce of strength I possess. Yet this door refuses to budge. This door is abnormal. Surely, the one behind the scenes does not truly intend to toy with us like lab rats," someone muttered in terror, only to find themselves inexplicably drawn to the side of the man. Ensnared by the ghost within him, the power of the vengeful spirit erupted instantaneously, intertwining rules and the supernatural, allowing him to escape that place, only to hasten the ghost's emergence from his body. Another form of supernatural power descended. The CAF descended further into chaos as Chuan and the others exerted themselves against the door. Observing their fervor, someone approached them slowly, mockingly stating, "In the realm of the supernatural, all things are ineffable. How laughable that you self-proclaim to be superior ghost tamers, yet lack even the most basic powers of perception. Li Chong could no longer endure the taunts and retorted angrily. You miserable fool, can do nothing but mock from the sidelines. What will you do when you find yourself dead before us? That will be quite the spectacle, he shrugged nonchalantly. That may not be the case. The door is part of the CAF structure. You have just damaged the lights, naturally causing the CAF to shut its doors against you. However, your previous speculation was not entirely incorrect. This CAF indeed serves as the realm of vengeful spirits. To escape this realm, you have already surmised the solution. It is to open this door, though the method you employ is flawed. He abruptly pulled Li Chong aside and, to the astonishment of the onlookers, calmly walked through the door. Lu Chuan's gaze shifted. Had he discerned something? Chapter 52. The heavens tilted faced with the sight of him stepping directly out of the CAF through the grand entrance. Everyone was left in stunned silence, as if all their efforts had rendered them mere gestures. Li Chong could scarcely believe his eyes, frantically pounding on the door, yet finding himself unable to pass through. The woman in the qipao attempted to follow suit but was similarly thwarted. The door before them was undeniably solid. The man outside turned to regard them with a look of mockery in his eyes, chuckling, "Do not gaze upon me so pitifully. All that exists in this hell is an illusion. Though this door appears to be before you, it is, in truth, non-existent. I suspect you did not notice that the CAF's door has remained open all along. Fortunately, I observed this detail. So why does the door appear now? As the saying goes, it is easy to change the gods in a dilapidated temple, yet challenging to alter the gods within one's heart. This door is merely a construct of the vengeful spirit realm, fabricated through supernatural power. Oh, I see. Someone suddenly grasped the concept, relinquishing their fixation on pushing the door, perceiving it instead as a mere illusion, and walked directly through it. Witnessing this success, the others could no longer hold back. Yet Li Chong, in a state of agitation, exclaimed, "How can hell be an illusion? This is the manifestation of the vengeful spirit's power. If all is predicated on dismantling the illusion, how can hell remain the ultimate supernatural realm for ghost tamers and vengeful spirits?" No, what he implies is Li Chong, who had been contemplating the door, suddenly had an epiphany. The door, though visible, was a reality contingent upon belief. To disregard it rendered it an illusion. In truth, it was merely a door fabricated by supernatural forces. Nevertheless, those endowed with their own supernatural abilities perceived the door as real due to the rules governing this realm. Realizing this, Li Chong stepped forward decisively. The others who had been struggling against the waiter ceased their resistance. Their premature exertion of vengeful spirit power had merely served to pave the way for those behind them. They pushed aside the waiter, who had been felled countless times, yet each time he would rise again, utterly unkillable. Utilizing the time afforded by their fall, the group surged toward the doorway. Chuan, noticing the steady stream of individuals escaping, found his own anxiety dissipating, replaced by a sense of calm. His mind remained astute, as evidenced by his earlier discovery of the supernatural rules. Now, he cleared his thoughts, choosing to forget the door before him. As the waiter rose once more, an increasing number of people emerged, their speed and strength amplified. Just as one waiter was about to reach Lu Chuan, he dashed through the door, causing the waiter to grasp at nothingness. Thwarted by the barrier, Lu Chuan turned to sense the impending danger, gazing at the waiter, suddenly realizing it was they who were truly trapped within this CAF. Simultaneously, he noticed the ghosts behind the others beginning to resurge. The man who had collapsed and given rise to the vengeful spirit suddenly stood, donning a waiter's uniform. Lu Chuan, witnessing this scene, dared not linger. He had stumbled upon a shocking revelation. Were these waiters, in fact, beings transformed after death? Did they not belong to the first wave of individuals who had entered this CAF? He felt an overwhelming chill. Yet, he was not the only one to grasp this revelation. At that moment, the last few remaining individuals in the CAF found their attempts to escape thwarted by the waiters, forcing them into combat. These waiters were no longer as they had been. Within the confines of the CAF, they required no time to collapse, becoming immortal entities. They were, in fact, not human, and the waiters' actions merely served to ensnare these few individuals. Jiang Qingwei stood beside Lu Chuan, whispering, "They cannot escape." Inside, blood splattered violently, far more frenzied than the battle between Lu Chuan and Huang Feng. It was clear that one individual, in a moment of determination, unleashed the power of the vengeful spirit, desperately striving to breach the door. Yet, at the instant he crossed the threshold, his body was torn asunder, flesh and blood erupting forth. He had forced his way through the door with the power of the vengeful spirit. Yet, even so, his body did not remain outside. He had directly defied the rules of hell, resulting in being drawn back into the CAF by an overwhelming force. All fragments of his body coalesced. And before he could comprehend his situation, a straw pierced through his skull, brain matter exploded forth. Inside, those utilizing vengeful spirit power recklessly captivated the attention of those outside, the spectacle both bewildering and magnificent. Meanwhile, the door gradually dimmed until all sight of the CAF's interior vanished. The remaining dozen or so individuals outside did not let their guard down. They stood together, no longer gazing at the CAF, but instead turning their attention forward. What once was a vibrant city adorned with neon lights now resembled a desolate ruin suspended in the sky, while the ground below mirrored this devastation. "Have we truly emerged?" someone inquired. Chuan felt the warmth of ghost money in his grasp and replied, "We remain within hell. This is not the realm of reality. Indeed, we have not escaped the realm of vengeful spirits. We have merely stepped out of the CAF." Another remarked it seemed they had undergone an event termed the coffee ghost, yet all was far from over. Such a reversal of the heavens could only manifest within the depths of hell. The woman in the qipao mused, wondering which level of hell they now occupied. Reflecting on how she had failed to detect any anomalies upon entering the CAF, Li Chang regarded her. She smiled. "What? Did you notice something?" Li Chang refrained from responding and shifted the topic. "What we should now consider is how to confront the situation at hand. Let us not forget that someone has been hiding in the shadows. The very one who has been sending us messages through the ghostly emissaries, and their rank is undoubtedly formidable." The woman in the qipao furrowed her brow. "Indeed. What do you suppose this individual truly seeks?" A notably older gentleman, hands in his pockets, mused. "Perhaps they genuinely wish to reveal to us the secrets of the disaster spirits." At this moment, no one could articulate a clear understanding. Chuan's gaze fell upon the first person who had emerged. Truthfully, he felt a sense of familiarity upon first sight, recalling where he had seen him before. Yes, Nanshan Psychiatric Hospital. He distinctly remembered overhearing a doctor conversing with this individual upon his arrival, and one particular phrase had lingered in his mind. "Doctor, I assure you, I have lost the fear that a normal person should possess." He had remembered this individual due to that statement, and as the man exited from the room, Lu Chuan had finally caught a clear glimpse of his features. The man caught sight of Lu Chuan from the corner of his eye. "Ah, young man, it seems you have something you wish to discuss with me?" Lu Chuan replied. "Indeed. I have a question I would like to pose to you." "Then ask away, though I cannot promise I will answer." Chuan's perception of the other party's reckless demeanor further solidified his thoughts about that individual. He spoke with a volume that could not be ignored. "How did you manage to be released from that mental institution?" The crowd gasped in surprise. Chapter 53. The sinister painting such an affront was indeed egregious. Lu Chuan himself sensed the impropriety in his tone and quickly clarified, "No, please do not misunderstand. I merely happened to see you at the mental institution." The crowd fixated their curious gazes upon the individual. Pa, what kind of lunatic do you think I am?" He spat thrice, turning to Lu Chuan. "At that time, I told the doctor so much, yet he said my condition still required verification and was preparing to schedule another visit. But tell me, which ghost tamers are truly normal? My situation is hardly unique." Lu Chuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, ghost tamers are all eccentric. The crowd felt a palpable sense of offense. Chen Ping, standing aside, detached from the matter, mused that these two had visited a mental institution. Could it be that ghost tamers possess an extraordinary detachment from sanity? Despite being scrutinized by the crowd and having his past visit to a mental institution publicly revealed, he remained unfazed. Instead, feeling a sense of abnormality regarding Lu Chuan's visit to Nanshan Mental Hospital. Any mental institution would suffice, yet it could not be Nanshan. There, the patients were, he addressed Lu Chuan. "So, you two have been to a mental institution? I must advise you, it is best to avoid such places." Lu Chuan found his remark perplexing. Why was he being so cryptic? This brief interlude soon passed. They traversed the surface of a mirror, gazing down at the dilapidated structures beneath, then up at the inverted ruins of a city above. As if walking through two opposing realms. As they walked, they found themselves inexplicably amidst the celestial ruins. The immense wasteland loomed downward, while they walked in a manner that seemed entirely normal, yet nothing felt right. Had the supernatural begun to affect them? Hey, have you sensed any peculiar fragrance along the way? Fragrance? At first, Chuan had not given it much thought, but now he could distinctly smell something. It was unfamiliar to him, and he could not immediately identify it. The others detected it too. The scent lingered in the air. Indeed, there is a fragrance. Does anyone know what it is? I've never encountered it before, but it is quite unique, not at all like the fragrance of a waitress. Look quickly. Is that figure in the painting on the wall watching us? At that moment, Li Chang began to speak, but fell silent upon seeing the painting. Chuan silently counted to 3 before looking. The figure in the painting was not particularly lifelike. It appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old. Clad in traditional national attire, the painting was starkly monochrome, featuring only this solitary figure, devoid of any color. Yet, the eyes. Once seen, they were unforgettable, as if they were alive. When one individual beheld the painting, his eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. How can this be? How can it be this? Do you recognize it? The woman in the qipao turned to the man, urging him not to hold back. If you have something to say, now is the time. With so many of us here, we might resolve it. You don't understand. The man's complexion shifted as he nervously tugged at his pants. I cannot ascertain for certain. Perhaps this is merely a trick of this hell to deceive me. What if I fall for it? Li Chang interjected, my dear brother, you appear to have only recently begun taming malevolent spirits. Let me tell you this. In hell, everything that appears unusual is never without purpose. Since you know what it is, it implies that this hell's primary target is you. You should not hesitate to speak up. He aimed to break down the man's psychological defenses through a feigned warning. The man diverted his gaze, seemingly not so easily deceived. I understand what you are implying, but revealing this would bring more harm than good. Do not press me. All I can say is, if it is real, then exercise utmost caution. This malevolent spirit's domain is terrifying. He indeed possessed some knowledge. Chuan cast another glance at the painting. Its unremarkable lines contrasted sharply with the vividly alive eyes, which seemed to move. Instinctively, Chuan averted his gaze. For as Li Chang had stated, the appearance of this painting was certainly no coincidence. The woman in the qipao shot a disdainful glance at the man, disliking those who withheld their thoughts. But from his tone, it was clear how profoundly the painting affected him. The crowd remained silent, since he was unwilling to speak. As fellow ghost tamers in the realm of malevolent spirits, it was unnecessary to stir trouble, as it would only complicate matters. Just as they passed the building, the eyes within the painting shifted. Suddenly, countless eyes appeared across the entire painting, dense and horrifying. The man had just taken a moment to assess his body. Strange. The malevolent spirit remains, but what of that painting? Moments later, his face turned crimson under the glow emitted by the eyes. The woman in the qipao looked at him with confusion. Hey, why are you blushing? Seeing his face turn bright red, her intuition told her it was decidedly abnormal. If something is wrong, do not force yourself to endure it, and be mindful of your own eyes. Jiang Qingwei observed closely. Is this a sign of the malevolent spirit's awakening? The group paused to examine the situation. Someone remarked, this is not an awakening of the malevolent spirit. What is happening to him? The man disregarded the gazes of the crowd, his eyes suddenly fixating on a painting among the ruins ahead, where the multitude of eyes seemed to sprout from the building's exterior, blood-red and nauseating. He could not help but collapse onto the ground. He had experienced this scene once before, during his taming of a malevolent spirit. I saw it. I saw another and another. What did you see? Qin Ping inquired, bending slightly. His voice quivered. It's a ghost. That painting is a ghost, and the malevolent spirit I've been taming resembles those eyes in the painting. As his voice echoed, a chill ran down the spines of everyone present. Those were the eyes of a ghost, fixated upon them. Right there on that building? The crowd turned to look, but the dilapidated building revealed no such eyes. It has gone. It must have changed. Am I the only one who can see it? Li Chang, irritated by his demeanor, pressed. You claim those eyes are identical to your malevolent spirit. Then where is it now? At this question, the man trembled, his gaze darting until he suddenly pointed. There, Li Chang looked in the direction indicated. A battered car hung suspended in the air, its roof adorned with hundreds of crimson eyes. What in the world? Is this the same pair of eyes we saw earlier? There are so many. How could there be a ghost tamer's malevolent spirit within hell? Could it be a capacity for replication? Speculated the woman in the qipao. It might be replicating the malevolent spirits within us to confront us. Witnessing this spectacle, Chuan struggled to suppress the goosebumps rising on his skin and addressed the man. Can you still sense the spirit within you? No longer. Chapter 54. The nightmare space. The man immediately sprang to his feet. No longer. I could distinctly feel my malevolent spirit just moments ago. How could it vanish so suddenly? That indicates it is not replication. Chuan deduced that it must have been a temporary deprivation. If anyone could fully extract a ghost tamer's spirit from their body, such a person would likely not exist. How formidable is Tianming? Just one thought ghost necessitates reliance on other powers. Jiang Qingwei interjected, let us not dwell on this for now. Since this is your malevolent spirit, what rules do you know regarding it? The man's pupils flickered as he weighed whether to speak, for it was his own malevolent spirit. What are you hesitating for? The woman in the qipao admonished from a moral high ground. You were just rambling. Don't act like a silent lamb. The more we know, the greater our chances of survival. Someone guessed his apprehension. Rest assured, only we few will know of this. It won't be disclosed to anyone else, and of course, his assurance was but empty words. Suddenly, the eyes atop the car vanished. The previously unfazed crowd was startled by the exclamation. On the transparent mirror beneath their feet, billions of blood-red eyes spread out, obstructing their view of the buildings. As ghost tamers, they should not react in alarm to every incident. Li Chang adopted a composed demeanor, embodying the first quality of a ghost tamer. The ability to remain unfazed in the face of adversity. The density of these eyes was overwhelming. Anyone with a slight aversion to clusters would find it unbearable, however. Adhering to the principle of not staring for more than 3 seconds, they averted their gazes. Striving to restrain the urge to look at that moment, the man spoke. I have discerned one rule concerning it. You must not maintain eye contact for an extended period. If you trigger this rule, your entire body will be covered in these eyes until you meet a complete demise. He was acutely aware that these individuals were merely reluctant to utilize their malevolent spirit powers. With this burden weighing on his mind, he felt a profound imbalance, yet recalling the few individuals at the coffee shop provided him with some solace. Furthermore, he found himself unable to connect with his internal malevolent spirit, leading him to believe that revealing this information would yield more benefits than drawbacks. Otherwise, there would surely be casualties, and he would bear some responsibility. The crowd had not anticipated this straightforward admission, and they could not help but feel a sense of amusement. Li Chang remarked, it seems this realm of malevolent spirits has gained some new entities, increasing the difficulty we face. We need not wander aimlessly. Hell is a cycle from which we can never escape. Fortunately, our journey thus far has not merely been a simple traversal. I have observed that in this inferno, the law of universal gravitation appears to be non-existent. And beneath our feet lies yet another layer, resembling the very edifices that surround us, albeit inverted in position. The woman clad in a qipao cast a glance his way. What thoughts occupy your mind? It is well known that hell comprises 18 layers. While we cannot ascertain the specific level of this particular hell, it is evident that the regional classification is undoubtedly significant. Nonsensical indeed. Patience, I have yet to finish. Li Chang interjected. Judging by the fragrance we previously sensed, I posit that this aroma holds the key to extricating the malevolent spirit from within him. Upon hearing this, Chuan turned his gaze towards the man, stating, if your assertion is accurate, it seems the first individual to mention the scent was indeed him. Correct? Li Chang snapped his fingers with flair. Imagine, upon inhaling that fragrance, we inadvertently triggered a supernatural rule, compelling the first person to detect it to be forcibly liberated from their malevolent spirit, albeit for a fleeting moment. I suspect the spirit's time outside the body would be brief. One who had shared a facility with Chuan nodded in agreement. No one in this world can completely extract the malevolent spirit from a spirit master. At least, I have never heard of such a feat. Another voice chimed in. If your hypothesis holds true, could it be that the next person's malevolent spirit is soon to emerge? Understanding the supernatural rules is crucial for survival. However, we need not remain idle, waiting for the lights to extinguish as before, another suggested. The group nodded in agreement, though many harbored their own secrets. Yet, Chuan felt a sudden, intense burning sensation at the nape of his neck. The ghostly paper currency was issuing another warning. The threat of malevolent spirits beneath our feet persisted. Suddenly, multiple bodies resembling Jiang Qingwei began to rise from below. Each visage bore but a single blood-red eye. In less than 3 breaths, these one-eyed figures encircled them, standing in a perfectly arranged circle. "We must not engage in prolonged eye contact," a man cautioned, as he glanced downwards only to witness a myriad of eyes beneath his feet. Then looked skyward, a colossal scarlet eye unfurled from the decaying ruins above. "Buffs have accumulated," Chuan sighed. Eyes were everywhere, above and below, in every direction, if we wished to avoid triggering its supernatural rules. It seemed there was but one method. Chuan pressed the ghostly paper currency against his face. It was unbearably hot, a phenomenon he had never encountered before. This indicated that the current supernatural event far exceeded any he had previously faced with ghostly paper currency. He had no choice but to employ it once more. Jiang Qingwei attuned herself to the malevolent spirit within, yet felt nothing. Why malevolent spirit has also been extracted? How could I remain entirely unaware? At this moment, Chuan was too preoccupied to ponder. Perhaps Li Chang's words bore truth. To what extent must this malevolent spirit realm be compounded? More terrifyingly, this coffee spirit seemed capable of erasing all supernatural occurrences. Even the spirits it controlled, in a certain chamber, which spanned at least half the size of a football field. Numerous beds lay within, the air thick with a faint stench of decay. Each bed was occupied, their lower bodies swathed in white cloth. Some even still breathed, while one individual was covered in protruding crimson eyes. Chuan was among them, yet in this place, his face was devoid of ghostly paper currency. At that moment, a figure donning a bronze mask approached, walking beneath a plaque inscribed with heaven, earth, monarch, parent, teacher. There stood a table, upon which rested a candlestick, a single candle burning with incense. This fragrance masked much of the putrid odor but ensnared those lying within deeper into their plight. He jerked his head aside to evade a sudden punch, only to find the assailant retreating rapidly. Wu Xinggang, retching against the wall, found the scent infiltrating his nostrils too overpowering to endure. Fortunately, he had prepared for this, as the incense would ensnare one in a nightmarish realm for 30 seconds, and there existed a method to avoid being drawn into that nightmare. Wu Xinggang focused intently on the ashes beneath the incense, intending to smear them at the entrance of his nostrils. He recalled from the files he had perused before arriving that a spirit master had previously vanished from this coffee house. And Candle was the spirit he had controlled. Chapter 55. The headless ghost. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Xinggang produced a deck of playing cards from his pocket, raising them deliberately. "I have a game I would like to play with you." "If you please." The masked figure regarded the cards in his hand. At that moment, supernatural rules were set in motion. Trickster rule. If 2 or more individuals are present and witness the playing cards, they must simultaneously participate in the card game. Game rules. Compare card values. Each participant draws 5 cards, and the loser dies. The bronze-masked figure was compelled to engage in this game, and the cards levitated before them. Wu Xinggang drew first, while the masked figure also drew a card, revealing a heart 6. Wu Xinggang drew a club 3, marking his defeat in the first round of the trickster rule. They drew once more. The masked figure drew black club ace, while Wu Xinggang drew club 4, resulting in another loss for him in the second round. The third round commenced, and as the initiator of the rules, Wu Xinggang was well aware of the loophole. The premise of this loophole was that cheating must go undetected by the opponent, or one would be eliminated. Wu Xinggang, disbelieving in mere luck, caressed the face of the card, transforming what was originally a spade 7 into a black joker. The bronze-masked figure drew a heart 10, and in this third round, he was defeated. Behind the mask, Wu Xinggang could not discern the figure's expression as the fourth round began. With a single red joker, he swiftly defeated the club 2. The fifth round commenced with both parties at a stalemate. The bronze-masked figure's eyes glimmered with an unusual hue as he revealed his card, a black joker. Directing his gaze toward Wu Xinggang, one of the 2 highest cards in the game, How could the opponent hope to win? Wu Xinggang, seeing the Black Joker, did not display the anticipated panic. Instead, he tightened his grip on the playing cards and smiled faintly. When he turned the card, it revealed itself to be blank. The front displayed nothing but a white paper, while the back resembled the other playing cards. The voice of the bronze-masked figure emerged from behind the mask. You have lost. No, it is you who has lost, Wu Xinggang declared, as a Black Joker appeared in his hand, while the opponent's card remained blank. Trickster! Wu Xinggang roared, hurling the deck of cards forth, as the card flew toward the figure. The depicted Black Joker leaped from the card itself. The thick stack of playing cards suspended in midair suddenly erupted like fireworks, cascading downwards, with the Joker appearing as a magician soaring beneath the cards. The trickster's fatal rule was triggered. The Joker approached the bronze-masked figure. Wu Xinggang strode forward, reaching the candlestick, and immediately smeared ash across his lips and nostrils. During the trickster game, he was shielded from the incense's encroachment. Yet it was ultimately a malevolent spirit's essence. Thankfully, that was no longer a concern. Suddenly, silence enveloped the surroundings. Wu Xinggang turned to witness the figure raising a hand to grasp the card, subduing the Joker and forcefully reinserting it into the deck. The trickster's murder rule had activated. How could such an occurrence transpire? No, it could only mean one thing. He was not human. What else could he possibly be? Wu Xinggang steadied his demeanor, addressing the figure. A decade ago, a spirit master visited this coffee house. His file was labeled Ghost General Li Mu. However, since his arrival, he has not been seen again. Recently, ghostly messengers have been delivering letters to most spirit masters in this city. He mused that, according to the file, Ghost General Li Mu should not possess such significant influence, even if he concealed much of his power. You are not Li Mu. Who, then, are you? The bronze-masked figure emitted a rasping laugh. I am he. And he is me. The final word fell from his lips. He removed the bronze mask from his face. Wu Xinggang raised the candlestick to shield his eyes. The incense bore supernatural rules, rendering him unafraid of the opponent's unseen fatal rule. The incense wafted in white tendrils, partially obscuring his view, yet he still glimpsed the figure's countenance. Ghost General Li Mu, however, in the next instant, Wu Xinggang noticed the area where the figure's neck met his torso. There lay a severed scar, revealed through the swirling smoke. You seem surprised to see me? The figure stiffly exhibited an expression, directing his gaze toward a wall adorned with numerous illustrations, each depicting various expressions of Li Mu. As if attempting to replicate one, Wu Xinggang discerned the truth, and memories of the file surged into his mind, recalling one of the spirits controlled by Ghost General Li Mu, a headless ghost. The description in the file was rather superficial, merely stating that the headless ghost could detach a person's head and attach it to its own, making it evident that Li Mu did not wish for others to uncover his headless spirit. Had Li Mu already awakened as a malevolent spirit? Wu Xinggang's gaze fell upon the incense before him. Thus, it was not a mere malevolent spirit but rather a dream ghost. The dream ghost, the second malevolent spirit controlled by Ghost General Li Mu, could quietly draw individuals into nightmares upon inhalation of its fragrance until they perished. The record indicates that Li Mu is suspected of controlling 3 malevolent spirits, while the first 2 apparitions, despite their sparse descriptions, each have a defining phrase. The third spirit is merely the product of years of speculation from his assistant. Wu Xinggang suddenly turned his gaze toward the group sprawled on the bed, among whom was a man covered in eyes and drenched in crimson blood, whose revival as a vengeful spirit was hastened by the encroaching incense. Hello, Li Mu finally managed to utter after a prolonged silence. Wu Xinggang's eyelids twitched. Had this headless ghost acquired some semblance of Li Mu's consciousness after affixing his head? The sound of playing cards scattering across the floor echoed ominously in the realm of nightmares. The original 2 spirits had multiplied into several more. One, adorned with talismans, prowled the outskirts of the crowd. It was the very vengeful spirit controlled from the Nanshan Psychiatric Hospital. Another spirit bore no true form, shifting from a beautiful woman to an elderly hag, and then transforming into a handsome man. This was the vengeful spirit wielded by Li Chong. Not only they, but all others, save for Lu Chuan and Chen Ping who had yet to control a vengeful spirit, found their own spirits manifested. The supernatural rules filled the abyss of vengeful spirits, leaving the crowd paralyzed with fear. Yet Lu Chuan sensed something amiss with the ghostly paper money and thought, I do not control a vengeful spirit. I merely possess an item related to one. Could it be? As he suspected, graves erupted from the ground, the earth swiftly engulfing the surface, while white ghostly paper money fluttered through the air. Each grave was guarded by a spirit clad in mourning attire, among them Huang Hui, Chapter 56. The enigmatic coffee ghost will graves also appear. This was the first time Lu Chuan had witnessed such a multitude of vengeful spirits and such a grand spectacle. Not good. The item related to my vengeful spirit has vanished, Li Chang remarked, causing a chill to spread through the hearts of the crowd. What kind of vengeful spirit's abyss was this? It not only severed our ties to the spirits we controlled but could also influence the items associated with them, truly unfathomable. Perhaps this coffee ghost incident could be classified as catastrophic. However, there should still be no such thing as an unsolvable ghost in this world. Just because I have limited experience does not mean there are none. Many unsolvable ghosts have existed but were expelled from the realm of the living. Fortunately, none of the vengeful spirits possessed unspeakable rules for killing, so this was a relief, as long as they did not trigger the rules of the spirits. They were temporarily safe, but only temporarily. At this juncture, an elderly man spoke up. To be frank, I was once a spirit controller at headquarters, and I have come across records regarding this coffee shop. Oh? The crowd's interest piqued, as this was knowledge they had not previously possessed. The elder continued, perhaps it was 10 years ago. My memory is a bit hazy. A spirit controller named Li Mu, codenamed Ghost General, arrived here. Why then? The era of the supernatural had long been sealed away, and society had enjoyed years of peace. He opened his family's ancestral establishment and started a coffee shop. However, the good times did not last long. I do not know what transpired, but perhaps it was the revival of vengeful spirits. In any case, a friend of his, also a spirit controller, later discovered that the coffee shop had been closed for quite some time. Roughly a year later, the shop reopened, but the details of that twist are something even his friend could not clarify. The records were hastily compiled, after all, as Ghost General Li Mu was once a high-ranking official at headquarters. Ghost General Li Mu? A woman expressed her doubt before addressing the crowd. He must have been controlling vengeful spirits for at least 5 years. If you say he returned to the coffee shop, I suspect he was on the verge of a spirit's revival. Someone else interjected, does that mean he is dead? Another voice countered, impossible. He must have found a way to delay this spirit's revival. Otherwise, what would explain his reopening of the coffee shop? Lu Chuan turned to the elder. Which spirits did he control? I suspect this vengeful spirit's abyss may be related to him. The elder replied, the headless ghost and the dream ghost. No, wait, the dream ghost. Suddenly, the elder realized. I just remembered. His dream ghost is a wisp of white smoke from a candle. Anyone who inhales this smoke is drawn into the nightmare realm, hence Li Mu named it the dream ghost, meaning it kills by inducing dreams. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Due to the ghostly eye's inability to maintain prolonged eye contact, they refrained from looking around, yet they reached a consensus. They could indeed smell a fragrant aroma. Although they had not seen the white smoke, this suggested that they were indeed within the nightmare realm. Was Li Mu truly dead or alive? If he were alive, what purpose did he have in summoning them here with ghostly messengers? If he were dead, then it meant the vengeful spirits had revived. Who was orchestrating all of this behind the scenes? Lu Chuan noted that while the situation had become clearer, many questions remained. At that moment, the coffee shop materialized out of thin air, and 9 figures clad in server attire floated forth, carrying trays with coffee and a bottle of white sugar. Lu Chuan noticed several new individuals among them. Clear evidence that those who had previously been in the coffee shop had perished and become part of this assembly. Here we go again. Are they going to insist we drink coffee with sugar? Li Chang muttered under his breath. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We are about to face a fierce battle. The 9 servers formed a line, and all of Jiang Qingwei's puppet ghosts stepped aside. Unexpectedly, the servers simultaneously revealed grotesque smiles. And the ghostly soldiers in mourning attire standing atop the graves began a full-scale assault. Countless Jiang Qingwei figures, sporting ghostly eyes, began to advance. One of the ghosts spun around, and in an instant, Li Chang found himself swapping places with it, facing 3 Jiang Qingwei figures, their blood-red ghostly eyes locking onto his. Meanwhile, Another ghost turned and exchanged places with a woman in a quipeo. Liu Chuan quickly drew his self-defense stun baton. The ghost was right beside him, about to turn. He pressed the button, but the vengeful spirit showed no reaction, instead managing to turn around. This time, its position remained unchanged, but Liu Chuan found himself standing before a grave. Having swapped places with a Jiang Qingwei sporting blood-red ghostly eyes, in that moment of peril, everyone was solely focused on self-preservation, with the power of the vengeful spirits entirely drained from their bodies, and the items associated with them vanished. They had reverted to the status of ordinary humans. All the ghosts unleashed their attacks, the supernatural rules erupting with ferocity. Some rules were nearly impossible to defend against. Suddenly, Liu Chuan felt a hand resting on his shoulder from behind. "Don't move," a voice commanded. Was it a human voice? Liu Chuan was taken aback. "I am Huang Hui. Do you remember me?" At this, Liu Chuan was surprised. Recalling a vague memory of the woman who had transformed into a ghost soldier at the Ghost Cry grave, he did not respond, and Huang Hui's voice continued, "I only have half an hour of consciousness each day. Previously, I was surrounded solely by these ghost soldiers, too afraid to act. But now, I have encountered a familiar face. You are still alive?" Liu Chuan instinctively inquired. "Not quite alive. I'm at best protected by copper coins. But even that protection won't last much longer. Why survival thus far is thanks to the copper coins that fell during Yang Tianqin's battle with that vengeful spirit. It seems you are facing a significant crisis. I happen to be in need of an ally. Can we collaborate?" Liu Chuan replied, "The danger I face is beyond your capacity to resolve. As for cooperation, do not be too quick to decline." Huang Hui interjected, "Although I cannot command these ghost soldiers, otherwise I would be targeted by that spirit. I can provide you with a layer of protection. If I move the grave close to you and combine it with the special paper money on your face, you could temporarily avoid being targeted by those vengeful spirits. During this time, you would have the opportunity to find a way out. You've laid out what I desire. Now tell me, what do you want in return?" Liu Chuan recognized that such generous offers often concealed ulterior motives. Huang Hui stood atop the grave, her mourning attire fluttering in the absence of wind. "I need that piece of paper money you possess." "Absolutely not." Liu Chuan immediately rejected her. "Consider this carefully. Only by remaining alive can anything truly matter. Do you truly believe you can become a being like me? It is impossible. I am merely an exception." Huang Hui smiled. "Having stayed here for so long, my constant companionship with ghosts has imparted much wisdom. If given another chance, I would surely do better than before." Indeed, she had changed significantly from her previous self. Even her tone markedly altered. Yet Liu Chuan waved his hand dismissively. "Your words are quite eloquent, and I appreciate them, but some things cannot be bartered. Even if your life is at stake?" Liu Chuan's gaze hardened, remaining resolute. However, the next moment, Huang Hui shifted the grave aside, and a spirit covered in talismans advanced toward Liu Chuan. Chapter 57. The triggering of supernatural rules. Upon seeing this spirit, Liu Chuan immediately felt the situation was precarious. He did not linger but instead sprinted toward Jiang Qingwei. There were numerous puppet ghosts, each bearing ghostly eyes. Liu Chuan lacked the ability to combat ghosts directly, but he could exploit the rules of the spirits, just as Jia Tao had said. Using ghosts to combat ghosts, Huang Hui stood atop the grave, her awareness finally awakening. Though 30 minutes of consciousness was not long, having spent so much time alongside the ghost soldiers at the grave, she understood that the paper money on Liu Chuan's face was extraordinarily significant. It was precisely because of that paper money that they could traverse dimensions. This phenomenon defied scientific explanation. She awaited the moment when Liu Chuan would, like her, be worn down by despair and would seek her out for collaboration. Huang Hui yearned to return to the world of the living in a human form. She had truly grown weary of this existence. The influence of the paper money on the ghost soldiers allowed her to glimpse the dawn of life. None of the soldiers attacked Liu Chuan because of the paper money on his face. This was her opportunity. Despair, quickly. If time runs short, I shall be forced to resort to my own means. Once a delicate white flower, she has now transformed due to supernatural events, her gaze resolute, unbound by the laws of the mortal realm. Liu Chuan approached Jiang Qingwei, reaching out to tear the ghostly paper money and affix it to her face, instantly restraining the spirit's movements. The ghost, covered in talisman papers, floated towards them, Chuan pulled down a portion of the ghost paper money, revealing the ghostly eyes beneath, and an eerie clash of spirits ensued. Ghost Eye Supernatural Rule. Long-term eye contact is forbidden. Cursed Ghost Supernatural Rule. Any ghost or person in a direct line with me for 5 seconds without movement shall perish. The Ghost Eye and Cursed Ghost Supernatural Rules activated. Yet this was merely a segment of Lu Chuan's grand design. The puppet ghost, subdued by the ghost paper money, and the ghostly eyes began to detach. However, if he were to relinquish the ghost paper money, the puppet ghost would falter, and the cursed ghost would prevail. As Lu Chuan tore the ghost paper money, everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Triggering the supernatural rules of the puppet ghost. Puppet ghost rule. Anyone before me without clothing will perish. The cursed ghost was entirely covered in talismans, utterly unclothed, as if this rule were tailored specifically for him. The 3 ghosts unleashed their supernatural powers simultaneously, prompting Lu Chuan to step back from them, reapplying the ghost paper money to the face. Huang Hui stood at a distance, her eyes narrowing. Little did I expect that the supernatural bus journey would alter not just me, but you as well. In Lu Chuan's heart, he perceived humanity at its lowest ebb, thus he was prepared to sever ties with Huang Hui. While others grappled with the ghostly entities, it was fortunate that the rules regarding vengeful spirits discussed earlier proved accurate and devoid of deception. They understood instinctively that one must combat ghosts with ghosts. This hell, as previously described, was a nightmare space crafted by dream ghosts, and that individual, namely Mu, commanded 3 spirits. Not having encountered a headless ghost here, Lu Chuan pondered the identity of the 3rd ghost. He glanced at the row of waitstaff, noting their expressions with precision. The coffee ghost must surely be among them. Ghosts are indescribable, Lu Chuan mused. Most spirits he had encountered were human in appearance, yet what if some ghosts did not resemble humans at all? With this thought, he circumvented each Zhang Qingwei, replaying the earlier scene in the CAF in his mind. Ordering, the barista pouring coffee, requesting sugar. That person raised 3 fingers, for it was the 3 spoonfuls of sugar that led to their demise. Where did the issue lie? Everything around him seemed to dim, leaving only the row of waitstaff and the coffee before them in focus. In particular, he noticed that the man who had awakened the vengeful spirit had traces of coffee lingering on his lips. He had not consumed any coffee at that time. How then could he have coffee residue now? Yes, the problem lay precisely here. The coffee ghost, the indescribable spirit, was embodied in the very coffee itself. Lu Chuan's spirits surged as he suddenly grasped the entire situation. At that moment, a seemingly unhinged individual approached, nonchalantly passing through multiple vengeful spirits without a hint of fear. Hey, young man, have you encountered a dilemma? Lu Chuan regarded him as if he were mad. You truly feel no fear? Of course not, he replied with confidence. Since my birth, nothing has instilled fear in me. It seems I have lost that sense. But contrary to my father's naming, I am Zhang Sanfeng, and I am certainly not mad. Are you afraid of poverty? Zhang Sanfeng's gaze fell. Brother, that remark stings a bit. Just a jest, Lu Chuan retorted. Are you here to seek me out? I see you've made some discoveries, fixating on these waitstaff, so I thought I might join you for some experience. Lu Chuan did not trust a single punctuation mark of his words. However, recognizing Zhang Sanfeng as a formidable figure, he was glad to accompany him. Zhang Sanfeng surveyed the scene. The ghost master, who should have died, how could the ghosts not manifest? Be cautious. That ghost is surely lurking nearby. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan touched the ghost paper money. Without it, his fate would be sealed. Suddenly, all 9 waitstaff turned their gaze toward them. Zhang Sanfeng pulled Lu Chuan behind Zhang Qingwei, directing the ghostly eyes to make contact with the waitstaff. Lu Chuan marveled at his swift reaction. Prepare yourself. Once the Ghost Eye Supernatural rule is triggered, that ghost will surely reveal itself, Zhang Sanfeng instructed. Lu Chuan nodded, fixating on the front, as the Ghost Eye's supernatural power activated, casting a crimson aura over the areas they gazed upon. It was as if all within that space was draped in red, yet a small segment flickered purple before vanishing, only to reappear elsewhere beneath the crimson shroud. Lu Chuan thought to himself, can this be utilized in such a manner? Zhang Sanfeng then bellowed at the waitstaff. Hey, I'm right beside you. Yes, the purple one. Where's the coffee I ordered? As soon as he uttered these words, Zhang Sanfeng promptly concealed himself behind Lu Chuan. He had evidently noticed the conspicuous ghost paper money on Lu Chuan's face, a clear indicator of a powerful ghostly artifact. In a situation where everyone else's ghostly artifact summoned spirits, his ability to wield it indicated a connection to that ghost. This young man is no simpleton. Ahead, the lead waitstaff suddenly turned to gaze at the purple hue, triggering the ghost soldier keyword. She looked toward the purple shade enveloped in crimson and smiled sweetly. "Good sir. Your coffee is ready. Would you like sugar?" Yet again, such words, and the coffee ghost's supernatural rule was on the verge of activation. A small ghost donned in elderly attire emerged, seemingly controlled as it approached the waitstaff. Stumbling twice along the way. "Please add sugar." The small ghost in purple gnawed on its fingers, its eyes darting before extending a single digit. Coffee ghost supernatural rule activated. Young ones drinking coffee perish. This small ghost appeared to sense something amiss, its expression growing increasingly sinister as it tore off its clothing, revealing its bare form. The waitstaff's gaze flickered. Small ghost supernatural rule activated. Those who behold my body shall perish. Two fatal rules collided, and supernatural energy reverberated outward, causing the coffee in the waitstaff's hands to tremble uncontrollably. "Our opportunity has arrived," Zhang Sanfeng declared to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan snapped back to reality from his astonishment. Nodding in agreement, realizing indeed, there are always greater forces at play. The two supernatural rules alone could not lead to the mutual demise of the two ghosts, providing an opportunity for Lu Chuan and Zhang Sanfeng to advance toward the waitstaff. Lu Chuan inquired of Zhang Sanfeng. "What do you propose we do?" Zhang Sanfeng replied. "The cause likely stems from the coffee. I have devised a brilliant plan that may overturn this vengeful ghost realm, which will be our chance to escape this nightmare space." The remainder of his whispered strategy unfolded before Lu Chuan, who could not help but feel admiration for him. Action. Success hinges on this moment. Zhang Sanfeng exclaimed, snatching the coffee and a small bottle of half-sugar from the waitstaff, dashing to stand behind Jiang Qingwei. Jiang Qingwei's supernatural rule did not activate. Zhang Sanfeng placed the coffee into Jiang Qingwei's hand. Then with her other hand, scooped 3 spoonfuls of sugar into the coffee, directly pouring a bit onto her face. The ghostly eyes on her visage instantly closed. Coffee ghost supernatural rule activated. One cannot have more than 3 spoonfuls of sugar in coffee, or else the ghost's fatal rule will trigger. The puppet body of Jiang Qingwei and the ghostly eyes simultaneously engaged in a supernatural clash with the coffee ghost. The coffee ghost suddenly faced 3 spirits and showed no signs of faltering. Indeed, it is an indescribable entity, and if it can withstand this, then I shall add more. Zhang Sanfeng reclaimed the remaining coffee and sugar, racing to the next ghost, repeating the previous actions without triggering their fatal rules. Lu Chuan also approached another ghost with coffee and sugar, recalling the fatal rule he had heard. No one may stand behind, and if a person or ghost flatulates, they shall perish. Just the thought of this made him clench. He placed the coffee in the ghost hand and then took the other hand to scoop 3 spoonfuls of sugar. Coffee ghost supernatural rule activated again, repeating this process. From a distance, Huang Hui observed in a daze, astounded that what seemed to be a certain death scenario had transformed into this. Realizing her time was dwindling, she seemed to resolve herself, directing the grave mound toward Lu Chuan, intending to subdue him with its supernatural power and retrieve the ghost paper money. However, along the way, she inadvertently triggered the vengeful ghost's fatal rule. Her expression shifted dramatically as a copper coin shot forth from the grave mound. The two supernatural forces clashed, causing the already depleted coin to vanish. Yet, the appearance of this coin triggered a connection beyond the nightmare space, as Yang Tianqian, lying on a bed, suddenly opened his eyes. The supernatural connection snapped him back from the state of oblivion. Sitting up, he surveyed his surroundings with a dazed expression. Upon entering this CAF, my spirit was forcibly drawn into a state of oblivion, leaving no time for a reaction. But what is this place? Why are there so many posters of this person on the walls? Suddenly, an oppressive chill crept up his back, sensing 2 pairs of eyes fixating on him. This is not good. In the nightmare space, amidst the ruins of the city, the true Jiang Qingwei, no longer a puppet ghost, had taken refuge, followed closely by a spirit. She played a game of hide and seek with the ghost, trying to increase her chances of survival. Outside, Lu Chuan swiftly dashed to pour the pre-prepared sugary coffee from Jiang Qingwei onto the ghost nearby. Coffee ghost supernatural rule activated. Huang Hui, still shaken, turned to look at Lu Chuan. You once saved me, and I, Lu Chuan, am not one to lack gratitude or fail to repay kindness. Thus, my act of saving you this time brings us to an equitable stance." Chuan turned away, holding the last remnants of coffee in his cup, yet he added, "Should you direct your thoughts towards me, I would not hesitate to engage in a game of life and death. Remember, I possess the courage to utter these words." Chuan understood well that even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Huang Hui gazed at his retreating figure and remarked, "If you lingered in that place for too long, if death were to close in on you, I believe you would transform into someone like me. I have contemplated countless times in the past. Humanity, righteousness, and rules pale in comparison to the sheer will to survive. The only imperative is to endure, to persist. I am already half human, half ghost, unburdened by the past. At this moment, I must advance fearlessly." Huang Hui directed the grave towards Chuan. Her moments of clarity were dwindling, and this singular chance at life compelled her to persevere. Chuan walked silently, tearing a ghostly paper offering and affixing it to a ghostly visage, then turning its back towards Huang Hui. He had encountered this spirit before, bound by the supernatural rule that forbids anyone from being behind it. Does Huang Hui count as a person? The malevolent spirit's supernatural rule is triggered. The grave beneath Huang Hui crumbled instantly, revealing a heap of copper coins. Despite the presence of these coins, the ghostly rules descended upon Huang Hui. She collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony as the coins shattered one after another. Chuan observed the scene with cold detachment. "I offered you a chance. It was your choice to ascend. So do not blame me. I have not endured your despair, nor shall I allow your despair to be thrust upon me." Huang Hui listened to his words, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Ultimately, she was merely an ordinary person, having boarded a supernatural bus that drew her inexorably closer to death. Yet, why? Why must her life, which had only just begun to turn for the better, having found a promising job, be so cruelly extinguished by a mere bus? Huang Hui lay on the ground, weeping bitterly. This ridiculous world, why must it refuse to grant a song? Chuan, I am dying. May I ask you for one favor? Huang Hui wiped her tears, her body collapsing. You may refuse. I cannot compel you, yet I must finish my plea. My mother, who is over 50, drags her disabled body to care for me. And I cannot repay her. This is my my unfilial piety. I have 50,000 in this card, my last savings. If I could give you 10,000 for travel expenses, the remaining 40,000, could you deliver this card to Mon Red Star? For my mother. Huang Hui's gaze dimmed gradually as she fought through excruciating pain to continue speaking. The password is 5201015. Chuan glanced at her briefly before turning away. Huang Hui caught a glimpse of him and immediately understood his sentiment. I am sorry.